Chapter 1300. The secret cave fell silent for a while as the four corpse generals, whose strength was comparable to peak origin returning realm masters, fell silent, seemingly not intending to pursue Yang Kai. After all, if he could tear space and escape, even if they were stronger, they would not be able to catch up unless they also possessed a teleportation method similar to tearing space. That sun's true essence is the key to our promotion to Corpse King, but now it has been taken away. What should we do? A corpse general in white frowned, a look of annoyance on his face. Without this sun's true essence, we wouldn't be able to continue cultivating the final stage of the corpse refinement secret art. If we couldn't become corpse kings, how could we become immortal and indestructible existences? The last black-robed corpse general nodded in agreement, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, seemingly unwilling to let Yang Kai leave so easily. No, even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, we can't let him go. I'll go catch him and bring him back. The azure-robed corpse general grit his teeth, stomped his foot, and turned around, as if he really wanted to pursue. Brother Mo, have you forgotten the existence of that group of people from Star Emperor Mountain? Although 2,000 years have passed, if we leave this place at this time, we will definitely be targeted by them. Moreover, that person is proficient in the Tao of space. How could it be so easy to catch up with him? The white-robed corpse general hurriedly tried to stop him. Hearing the three words Star Emperor Mountain, the other three corpse generals couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Not only did they reveal fear, there was even unforgettable hatred. Sure enough, the cyan-robed corpse general also dispelled the thoughts in his heart. The white-robed corpse general chuckled again. Although we lost the sun's true essence, that may not be a bad thing. What? The azure-robed corpse general looked at him in amazement. Several brothers, do you know why our ancient Yang sect placed a piece of sun's true essence here? The white-robed corpse general smiled mysteriously. Junior brother Kong, do you know? The white-robed corpse general didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at the original location of the jade platform and slowly said, "Originally, I didn't dare to be too sure about this. But now, I'm 80% sure. Senior brothers, you might as well take a look over there and see if you can feel anything." Hearing this, the other three corpse generals glanced at each other before casting suspicious glances in that direction, releasing their divine senses at the same time. A moment later, the three corpse generals suddenly wore shocked expressions. The azure-robed corpse general's eyes shrank as he exclaimed, "What rich yin qi! It seems to be sealed and only a small amount is leaking out, but even so, the corpse qi here is much richer than in the corpse cave." As for the other red-robed and black-robed corpse generals, although they didn't speak, they also showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Obviously, the baleful yin qi was extremely important to them. The three corpse generals quickly turned their gazes to the white-robed corpse general, and the blue-robed corpse general asked, "Junior brother Kong, you are the only descendant of Master's bloodline. Do you know something? If that's the case, then don't keep us in suspense. Let's talk about it with our brothers." Yes, Junior brother Kong, although the three of us are older than you, how could we compare to you when it comes to understanding the secrets of the sect? Moreover, when the sect was destroyed, we were only Saint Realm cultivators. If it weren't for Junior brother bringing the three of us to this place to hide, I'm afraid we would have long since perished. The red-robed corpse general, who seemed to be the most unruly of them all, couldn't help softening his gaze towards the white-robed corpse general as he listened attentively. The white-robed corpse general chuckled, "What happened in the past is already in the past, so several brothers need not worry about it. The reason I brought you here was because I was ordered by the sect master to preserve some of my ancient Yang sect's heritage." Speaking of this, the expressions of the four corpse generals all dimmed. Although the sect's heritage was barely preserved, the four handsome brothers of the past had now become like this, making them wonder if they had failed to live up to the sect master's expectations. After a moment of silence, the white-robed corpse general sorted out his mood and continued, "At that time, my strength was not high, and although the sect master was my father, I wasn't qualified to know too many of the sect's secrets. However, I occasionally heard my father and mother talking about this secret cave and heard some unknown things. It was said that there was an underworld spring sealed here. Underworld spring. The 3 corpse generals heard this and all exclaimed in shock. Indeed. The white-robed corpse general nodded solemnly. What an underworld spring is, perhaps we didn't know back then, but now, several brothers should know, right? Naturally. The azure-robed corpse general nodded solemnly. This underworld spring is said to lead directly to the legendary underworld. It is a cultivation holy land that existences like us dream of. No wonder there was a corpse cave here. It turns out there is an underworld spring here. The black-robed corpse general also muttered thoughtfully. In order to seal this underworld spring, our ancient Xianxia sect master found a piece of sun's true essence and used the scorching power of his sun's true fire to suppress this underworld spring. As a result, there was no room for error. In order to store this sun's true essence, several generations of sect masters had to pay a huge price to find the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and place it here. It can be said that this matter is one of the sect's biggest secrets, and it seems that only the sect master and a few elders are qualified to know about it. After the white-robed corpse general finished speaking, he grinned meaningfully. However, although I heard a few words back then, I didn't know much about it. On top of that, with the sun's true essence suppressing this place, we couldn't even get close, so I didn't tell several brothers about it. I hope these brothers don't take offense. Ha! The azure-robed corpse general laughed and patted the white-robed corpse general on the shoulder. Junior brother Kong, what are you saying? My 4 brothers have long been a family, how could we blame you? What's more, even if you had told us about it back then, we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it, but now it seems that there really is an underworld spring here. Just the yin qi leaking out is already so thick. If we were to open this seal, wouldn't the benefits we could obtain be endless? With the help of this underworld spring, condensing a corpse king's body would not be impossible. This is far safer than cultivating the final layer of the corpse refining art. Yes, after all, no one has ever cultivated the final layer of the corpse refining art, and we have to rely on such a dangerous thing like the sun's true essence. Originally, I didn't approve of continuing to cultivate it, but now, all the problems have been solved. It seems that we really need to thank the guy who took away the sun's true essence. The red-robed corpse general was silent for a long time before suddenly thoughtfully saying, I was wondering how the sect could have such a thing as the corpse refining art. Also, do you remember that Elder Lu seemed to have several powerful corpse slaves under his command? It seems that he cultivated them with the help of this place. The several corpse generals pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The azure-robed corpse general waved his hand and said, All right, since we know that there is an underworld spring here, we should first find a way to break its seal. Presumably, without the suppression of the sun's true essence, it shouldn't be difficult for us to break it with our current strength. However, before that, it is inadvisable for outsiders to disturb the sect ruins. Otherwise, if someone notices something unusual, it may attract the attention of Star Emperor Mountain. Isn't that simple? Just let them go out and move around. In any case, the masters outside are not unaware of the situation here. As long as they don't leave the sect ruins, it shouldn't cause any big problems. The red-clothed corpse general sneered and turned his head to look behind him. Unknowingly, a large number of corpse soldiers and corpse generals had appeared behind them. They stood there densely, each of them emitting a murderous aura and green eyes. Although they were of different shapes, from the way their eyes moved, it was clear that these corpse soldiers and corpse generals had their own spiritual intelligence. Moreover, their spiritual intelligence was not shallow. Several of the strongest corpse generals immediately issued a series of orders, and these corpse soldiers and corpse generals left the corpse cave in groups of 3 to 5, heading to various parts of the Grand Burial Valley. While these 4 corpse generals were talking, somewhere 1,000 kilometers away, a crack suddenly appeared in space. This crack was crooked and seemed to be very unstable, and in the next moment, a figure rushed out, followed by another. Almost at the same time as the second figure rushed out, the crack in space suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head back with a look of fear, his face gloomy to the extreme. Although at the last moment, He had managed to escape 1,000 kilometers away with Yang Inflammation by tearing space. The red-robed corpse general's attack had still affected the stability of the void crack. Just now, he and Yang Inflammation had almost lost themselves in the void crack. If it weren't for Yang Kai's increasing understanding of the Tao of space over the years, even if he could escape this time, Yang Inflammation would have died without a doubt. Facing such danger, Yang Inflammation didn't notice at all, but Yang Kai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He secretly decided that the next time he tried to escape using this method, he would first run to a position where the enemy couldn't interfere, otherwise, it was very likely he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know whether it was just his imagination or not, but the moment he left the corpse cave, he felt an unusual aura from where the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Now that he was able to escape from a peak origin returning realm master, Yang Kai was already very happy. What's more, the harvest he gained this time was also huge. Not having time to examine everything one by one, Yang Kai only had time to pay attention to the situation of the stone mongoose inside the black book space. After confirming that it was fine for the time being, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and wrapped Yang Inflammation in it before determining a direction and rushing towards the periphery of Grand Burial Valley. Yang Inflammation seemed to have been frightened inside the corpse cave and didn't say a word along the way, simply sticking close to Yang Kai and shivering. She seemed to be naturally timid. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Besides the Yin souls who were disturbed by Yang Kai's Saint Chi, there were no other obstacles. However, with Yang Kai's current impatience to leave, none of these Yin souls were able to catch up. In just half a day, the two of them had flown most of the way. Chapter 1301. When they entered Grand Burial Valley, because they had to search and explore, the two of them hadn't moved very quickly and could only proceed on foot, but now that Yang Kai was using his star shuttle to leave, it naturally wouldn't take him as long. Just as Yang Kai was hurrying out with Yang Yen, he suddenly came to a halt and turned his head to the side, seemingly noticing something, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "What's wrong?" Yang Yen asked in amazement, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly stopped. "It's nothing." Yang Kai replied faintly, "I ran into one of those people again, but her state seems to be a bit off." Off in the distance, a figure was hurrying over, and whether it was a coincidence or not, it just happened to be heading in the direction of Yang Kai. Under Yang Kai's careful observation, he discovered that this person was actually the young woman named Lu Ying who was always with Qin Shi Tao. However, at this moment, she looked quite flustered and her Saint Chi fluctuations were quite unstable, as if she had just experienced a difficult battle. In addition to her, Qin Shi Tao of Clear Sky sect, Chen Fan Lei, and Wang Yuhan of Extreme Path sect were nowhere to be seen. The other party had obviously encountered some kind of trouble. If it were a stranger, Yang Kai would have immediately fled. After all, he had just provoked those special existences in the corpse cave not long ago, so how could he be in the mood to stay? However, the other party was someone he knew, so even if he hadn't seen her before it would have been fine, but now that he had seen her leaving, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling uneasy. In any case, it was thanks to Qin Shi Tao that he knew this place was Grand Burial Valley. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai grit his teeth and sent his star shuttle to meet Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked around as she flew, seemingly looking for something, but when she suddenly noticed someone approaching, she couldn't help feeling startled and glanced towards Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, she was overjoyed, the vigilance and panic on her face disappearing as she hurriedly flew over to meet him. Before she even arrived, she called out in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang." "Sister Lu Ying." Yang Kai rushed over and stopped in front of her, asking suspiciously, "Why are you so flustered?" "Brother Yang, please go save senior sister Chen and the others. They are being targeted by a 9th order monster beast." "A 9th order monster beast?" Yang Kai's face sank. How could there be a monster beast here? And a 9th order one at that? A 9th order monster beast was equivalent to an origin returning realm master, so in a special place like Grand Burial Valley, there was actually a monster beast here. "Yang's here, Brother Yang, I beg you brother, please I beg you, brothers, Please hurry, s quickly. Sister Lu Ying must be joking. Yang Kai didn't agree immediately, instead frowning and saying, I'm only a second-order Saint King, not even as strong as Sister Chen or Brother Wang. They've both been trapped. If I go, wouldn't I be courting death? Hearing this, Lu Ying's expression froze for a moment before she finally reacted. It was just that just now, she was anxious to find someone, and there were very few people in a place like Grand Burial Valley, so when she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally hurriedly asked for help. Now that she was reminded by Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly paled. She had seen the power of that monster beast with her own eyes, and even with the combined strength of the four of them, they had barely been able to resist it. Even if Yang Kai went, with his cultivation, how could he turn the tide? He would most likely be implicated and unable to escape. For a moment, Lu Ying was stunned in place, her mind in chaos. Although Yang Kai did not agree immediately, he still asked, what type of monster beast is it? What is its specific strength? Lu Ying replied subconsciously, it is a lightning attribute monster beast. In terms of strength, it should only be equivalent to a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but with the help of a thunder pond and spirit array, it is able to display extraordinary strength. Otherwise, Senior Sister Chen and the others would not have been trapped and unable to escape. Even if they were no match for it, escaping should not have been a problem. Thunder Pond? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested. Many people know that there is a thunder pond here. This time, Senior Sister Chen's younger brother, Chen Fanlei, wanted to use this thunder pond to cultivate a certain secret technique in order to break through his current bottleneck, but he didn't expect such an accident to occur, Lu Ying quickly explained. Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Yan when Yang Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, I want the thunder liquid in that thunder pond. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that this time he would have to make a trip. Not to mention that he didn't really intend to stand by and do nothing. Now that Yang Yan was interested in that thunder liquid, it was definitely something very useful. The only reason he had said so just now was because he was being cautious. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and said, Sister Lu Ying, please lead the way. Although this Yang's strength is not high, since Sister Chen is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch, but I can't promise you anything, I can only say I will do my best. When Lu Ying heard this, her expression changed from worry to joy. Just now, when she heard Yang Kai's tone, she had thought he was unwilling to agree to help, but now, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Overjoyed, she immediately nodded and led the way. However, she didn't seem to have much hope for Yang Kai. Along the way, she was still worried, spreading out her divine sense, from time to check if there was any other more powerful cultivator around. But to her disappointment, she found nothing. Along the way, through some inquiries, Yang Kai learned that their main purpose for coming to Grand Burial Valley this time was to find the Thunder Pond. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but after finding the Thunder Pond, Chen Fanlei entered it and began to cultivate his secret technique while the other three stood guard. But a few days later, a silver night thunder beast suddenly appeared from the bottom of the Thunder Pond. Not only did this Silver Night Thunder Beast cause Chen Fanlei's cultivation to fail, but this Silver Night Thunder Beast's intelligence was quite high as it activated the barrier around the Thunder Pond, trapping all four of them, clearly intending to kill all four of them who had intruded into the Thunder Pond. Because Lu Ying had a life-saving artifact that was very suitable for escaping, Chen Shitao, together with Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei, forcibly tore open a part of the barrier, allowing Lu Ying to escape. However, because the barrier was placed next to the Thunder Pond, there was a constant supply of thunder force, so the other three didn't have time to escape and were still trapped. It had been a day and a night since Lu Ying escaped to find reinforcements, so no one knew what the situation was like. It's been so long, isn't it a bit too late? Yang Kai sighed slightly. That won't happen, Lu Ying waved her hand. Senior Sister Chen has a powerful defensive artifact, so even if she can't defeat it, she should be able to hold on for some time. Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Ying took the initiative to explain, speaking of which, I must also thank Brother Yang. Last time, In the Lu Yen sandfield, we collected a lot of saint crystals. After returning, we handed them over to the sect and the elders granted us some rare artifacts. Senior Sister Chen received a 9-palace heavenly silk parasol, which is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Senior Sister Chen has already refined it into her body so she can use it freely. The artifact I used to escape was also granted to me by the elders, otherwise, with my strength, how could I have escaped? So that's how it is. Hearing this, Yang Kai also relaxed slightly. Since Chen Shitao had an origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact to protect her, there shouldn't be any major problems, otherwise, by the time he arrived he would only be able to collect her corpses, which would be quite tragic. The location of the Thunder Pond wasn't close to the original position of the trio, so it took them half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, Yang Kai also paid close attention to his surroundings, fearing that some corpse soldiers or corpse generals would suddenly appear and surround him. After all, he wasn't sure if the special existences in the corpse cave would chase after him. Agreeing to rescue Chen Shitao had actually come with a certain risk. When they were still 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Pond, Lu Ying pointed and called out in surprise, "It's over there. It looks like Senior Sister Chen and the others are really safe." There was no need for her to remind him as Yang Kai had already noticed the anomaly in that direction. Up in the sky, there was a large blue cloud with lightning bolts flashing about. From time to time, 1 or 2 bolts of lightning would fall from the sky, creating an astonishing momentum. Below this blue cloud was an energy shield that covered the ground. Although it was impossible to see the exact situation inside, judging from the sounds of battle, Yang Kai could tell that Chen Shitao and the others weren't dead, but their auras were somewhat weak. It seemed they had persisted for so long and were about to reach their limit. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to say, "Let's go." His figure flickered and he crossed 1,000 feet in a straight line. Lu Ying also followed closely behind. At the same time, she opened her mouth and let out a melodious voice like that of a bird. This voice was full of ups and downs and sounded like the chirping of a bird, but it contained some information that outsiders could not detect. At the same time, Chen Shitao, who was struggling to hold on next to the Thunder Pond, smiled happily and called out, "It's Junior Sister Lu Ying. She's found help. We're saved." Hearing this, both Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei's spirits rose and they hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts to resist the incoming lightning bolts. Fortunately, the 3 of them were working together to only defend and not counterattack, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. "Senior Sister Chen." A moment later, Lu Ying's tender voice called out from outside. Chen Shitao heard this and quickly turned her head towards the source of the voice, asking happily, "Junior Sister Lu Ying, did you find help?" "I didn't disappoint Senior Sister's expectations. I brought Brother Yang here," Lu Ying nodded quickly. "Brother Yang?" Chen Shitao was stunned when she heard this and turned to look behind Lu Ying, only to see Yang Kai standing in place with a dignified expression, staring at the situation without saying a word. "Little Brother Yang." Chen Shitao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never expected that the helper Lu Ying had found would actually be Yang Kai. Although she believed that he was a person of great destiny, luck had nothing to do with the current situation. If they just relied on luck, they would likely die. Chapter 1302. After learning that the helper Lu Ying had found was actually Yang Kai, Chen Shitao's mood suddenly became complicated and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Although she intended to make friends with Yang Kai and build a good relationship with him so that she could invite him to travel with her in the future, if she couldn't even get past this hurdle, what future was there to talk about? Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, so how could he have broken the barrier here and rescued the 3 of them? However, in the end, he had come to help, so even though Chen Shitao was a little disappointed, she didn't say anything. Just as she was about to say some words of gratitude, Wang Yuhan of Extreme Path Sect shouted angrily, "What's the point of bringing him here? The 3 of us worked so hard to help you escape, yet you only brought this one person here? Are you looking forward to us dying early?" Although he wasn't swearing, his words were still quite heavy. Lu Ying's little face suddenly went pale as she stared at Wang Yuhan, her face filled with guilt and uneasiness. Chen Shitao's pretty face, on the other hand, sank. "Brother Wang, aren't you going a bit too far? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Normally, no one comes to Grand Burial Valley. Junior sister Lu Ying being able to find little brother Yang is already a stroke of luck. What else do you want?" She bluntly scolded Wang Yuhan, causing the latter's expression to darken slightly. Although he didn't refute, anyone could see his disdain. Yang Kai, who was standing outside, finally shifted his gaze from where he was originally observing and glanced over at Wang Yuhan faintly, but he didn't say anything. The other party's words were obviously belittling him, and although Yang Kai wasn't happy to hear them, he didn't bother to argue with him. What Yang Kai cared about was the barrier and the Silver Night Thunder Beast inside. There was no need to mention the barrier here. Since there was a special thunder pond here, it was obviously a restricted area of the ancient Yang sect. It should have been created specifically for those who cultivated thunder attribute secret arts or martial skills. However, the Silver Night Thunder Beast had somehow managed to open the barrier here and trap Chen Shitao and the others inside. The Silver Night Thunder Beast was originally a monster beast with the thunder attribute, and with the assistance of the thunder pool and the fact that it was fighting within the restrictions, its strength was indeed as Lu Ying had said. The Silver Night Thunder Beast's appearance was a bit strange. It had the head of a cow, the body of a deer, and the tail of a leopard. Lightning and a thick layer of scales. These scales were about the size of a human's palm and at first glance were incredibly tough attacks. On its forehead, there were two curved horns that were also surging with lightning. With a shake of its huge head, it attracted the blue clouds in the sky and the power of the heavenly lightning above to smash onto its horns. Immediately after, it shot out from its horns and attacked the opposite side. The horns seemed to have some kind of magical power that could increase the power of the heavenly lightning. From time to time, the Silver Night Thunder Beast would open its mouth and spit out a ball of lightning. These balls of lightning smashed into Chen Shitao and the others, and after they exploded, they would fill the sky with lightning arcs that slithered about like tiny snakes. Their destructive power was astonishing and impossible to defend against. Chen Shitao's group of 3 was currently hiding behind a large 10-meter umbrella. This umbrella exuded a strong energy fluctuation and its surface was covered in flowing runes. This should be the origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact Lu Ying had mentioned before, the 9-Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella. As soon as the thunder attribute attacks came into contact with it, they would be blocked by the mysterious power of this 9-Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, greatly reducing their power. Yang Kai observed for a moment and immediately realized that if it weren't for this defensive artifact, Chen Shitao's group of 3 would have died countless times already. Although with this excellent defensive artifact, Chen Shitao was able to withstand most of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's attacks, she was still forced into a difficult situation. On the other hand, in front of Wang Yuhan, there was a colorful screen. This screen was also a defensive artifact, so the attacks that Chen Shitao failed to block were all blocked by the screen and the lightning arcs were quickly absorbed by it and disappeared to some unknown place. The last one, Chen Fanlei, however, was like a Silver Night Thunder Beast as arcs of lightning danced around his body. He didn't make any defensive movements and instead simply swallowed the scattered thunder attribute energy into his stomach. Of the 3, he appeared to be the most relaxed. It was as if the scattered lightning arcs not only couldn't hurt him, they actually enhanced his strength. Yang Kai couldn't help but pay more attention to this young man. In his heart, he judged that this young man either had a special physique or cultivated some kind of extraordinary secret art. His spirit was also the same as before, his eyes shining brightly, as if he was full of vitality. The 3 of them were defending against the Silver Night Thunder Beast's onslaught, so they weren't in any immediate danger, but if they continued like this, once Chen Shitao and Wang Yuhan's Saint Qi ran out, it would only be a matter of time before the 3 of them were defeated and killed. Even if Chen Fanlei had a special physique and secret art, he wouldn't be able to survive. Little brother Yang. Chen Shitao took the opportunity to call out, "If you have any methods, use them quickly, we won't be able to hold on much longer." Seeing Yang Kai standing in place without moving, neither helping nor immediately leaving, she naturally became anxious. Yang Kai said lightly, Wait a moment. Chen Shitao's expression became bitter, but she no longer urged him. On the other hand, Wang Yuhan glared at Yang Kai coldly, seemingly thinking that if Yang Kai didn't want to help, he should just scram. Lu Ying also became anxious and joined the battle, but she was blocked outside the barrier and could only attack it to see if there was a chance she could break it. Besides Yang Kai, no one noticed that Yang Yen had secretly taken action. Breaking this barrier was something Yang Kai naturally left to Yang Yen, so he didn't act rashly. This barrier was obviously extraordinary at first glance, and with the Thunder Pond acting as its energy source, it couldn't be broken in a short time by brute force, so why should Yang Kai waste his energy? After a while, Yang Yen suddenly whispered, "You can start now. It will take me some time to break this barrier. I'm afraid it won't be as fast as you directly attacking it, but I've already transferred its energy source, so you just need to attack." Good. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the 100 Mountains picture again, but this time was different from when he rescued Chen Shitao and the others. As soon as the 100 Mountains picture appeared, 20 phantom mountains flew out, each one larger than the last, and under Yang Kai's urging, they smashed towards the barrier mercilessly. I was wondering what kind of skill he had, but it turns out he's just relying on brute force. Sister Chen, we can't pin our hopes on this little brat. It's more important we find a way out ourselves. Seeing Yang Kai use the same method as last time, Wang Yuhan couldn't help ridiculing. Can't he see that with this Thunder Pond as support, this barrier can't be broken by brute force? Chen Shitao frowned. She also felt that Yang Kai's actions were a bit reckless, but Wang Yuhan's words still made her feel uncomfortable, so her pretty face became cold and she didn't answer. As he spoke, the illusory mountain peaks smashed into the barrier with great momentum, causing it to tremble. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in the lightning pool surged out in an attempt to replenish the energy of the barrier. Chen Shitao and Wang Yuhan had seen this situation countless times, and it was precisely because they understood this point that they didn't waste any energy attacking the barrier. Because of the power of thunder, this barrier was almost impossible for them to break. However, what caused them to be extremely shocked was that the power of lightning that surged out from the lightning pool only circulated on the barrier for a moment before it was transferred outside for some unknown reason. As for the barrier itself, it did not receive any replenishment. As far as the eye could see, at the periphery of the restriction, there was something that looked like a piece of dead wood standing there. All the lightning energy that had been transferred away had surged into this piece of dead wood, and then disappeared into the ground. This both surprised and delighted them, not knowing how a trivial piece of dead wood could play such a magical role. Yang Kai also didn't know why, but he had full confidence in Yang Inflammation. Seeing that this method of transferring power was really effective, he spared no effort in urging the power of the 100 Mountains picture to continue smashing the barrier. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he didn't hold back. The power of the 100 Mountains picture was several times more terrifying than the last time, causing Chen Shitao to be secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had been concealing part of his strength last time. While Yang Kai was smashing the barrier, the Silver Knight Thunder Beast inside obviously wouldn't just sit idly by. After noticing something was wrong, it let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a cow and the roar of a tiger. Immediately, the blue clouds in the sky moved and a bolt of lightning thicker than a human leg shot out, striking the two horns of the Silver Knight Thunder Beast. The two horns flashed brilliantly as a bolt of lightning more powerful than the previous one shot towards Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, be careful," Chen Shitao shouted a warning. She was well aware of the power of this attack. If she didn't have the 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, she wouldn't have dared to take it head-on. Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, so if he was hit, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. What surprised her though was that although Yang Kai heard her warning, he stood in place and didn't move. Instead, a purple shield appeared in front of him and a burst of wind and earth power suddenly surged from this shield, forming a large sandstorm that blocked in front of Yang Kai. With a cracking sound, the lightning entered the sandstorm, but was blocked by the sandstorm. It only took a moment for it to disappear without a trace. An Origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Wang Yuhan muttered as he stared at the shield with some envy. He was a disciple of Extreme Path sect and had a third-order Saint King cultivation, but so far, he had not been able to obtain an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Chen Shitao being able to obtain one was a reward from an elder of the sect, so where did this surnamed Yang obtain such a high-grade artifact? Moreover, looking at the defensive power of this artifact, it seemed to be no worse than the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella. Comparing it to the artifacts he owned, Wang Yuhan suddenly felt that he was quite poor and couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Chapter 1303. Just as Wang Yuhan was eyeing Yang Kai's artifacts enviously, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a low roar, as if the failure of its attack just now had completely enraged it. It only used half of its energy to deal with Qin Shitao and the others while focusing the other half on Yang Kai, the two horns on its head flashing with lightning as it opened its mouth wide, releasing a thunderous roar. This made Qin Shitao and the others overjoyed, because the pressure on their side had suddenly been greatly reduced. Half of the attacks that had been suppressing them were now being diverted by Yang Kai. The three of them glanced at each other but did not waste Yang Kai's efforts. Chen Shitao continued to use her 9-palace heavenly silk parasol to defend while Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei summoned their own offensive artifacts and pushed them towards the barrier trapping them. For a time, the area around the Thunder Pond became very lively as all kinds of Saint Qis burst forth and the power of many artifacts was displayed. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei both had some status in Extreme Path sect, so the grade of the artifacts they possessed was naturally not low. Although they did not have an origin-grade high-rank artifact, they were qualified to wear 1 or 2 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Using all of their strength, the barrier around them began to falter in a short time. Seeing this scene, the two of them knew that success or failure would depend on this, so they didn't dare to hold back and used all of their strength. Lu Ying also seemed to be encouraged and pushed her strength to the limit. Outside the barrier, Yang Kai had the protection of his purple shield, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's long-range attacks. After seeing that he had attracted most of the monster beast's attention, he pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to the limit, pouring his Saint Qi into the illusory mountain peaks one after another. This group of people worked together from the inside and outside. In less than 10 breaths of time, the thunder attribute barrier that Qin Shitao and the others had been helpless against actually dimmed and began to crack like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. When Wang Yuhan saw this, he knew that this was a good opportunity to show off, so with a wave of his hand, he summoned a blue sword into his grasp and held it up in front of him. Then he bit the tip of his tongue. Spitting out a mouthful of blood towards the cyan sword, the blade of the cyan sword trembled, as if it had been given life by Wang Yuhan. It was as if she wanted to break free from his restraints and fly away. As for Wang Yuhan himself, after spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, an abnormal blush flashed across her face. Clearly, he would have to pay a price for the move he was about to use. As his sword buzzed, Wang Yuhan's aura soared madly. Shortly after, he shook his sword and a ray of sword light shot out from the sword toward the restriction. As the sword wave whistled through the air, Wang Yuhan himself was also wrapped in it, giving off a faint feeling of being one with his sword. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the barrier, and as soon as he came into contact with it, countless tiny arcs of lightning appeared on the barrier and shot towards the sword wave. A cold snort rang out, accompanied by a violent buzzing sound from the sword. Lightning and sword light collided, and for a moment, they were in a stalemate. Two completely different types of energy collided and melted with each other, and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out in the void. This stalemate only lasted for a moment before Wang Yuhan suddenly roared, "Break for me!" As soon as his voice fell, the sword wave suddenly shot out and tore a large hole in the barrier. Lightning flashed a few times, and with a crisp crack, the barrier around the Thunder Pond was finally broken. Less than 20 breaths of time had passed since Yang Kai attacked. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai didn't want to waste time and had gone all out, but on the other hand, it was also because Qin Shitao and the others were not ordinary Saint King realm cultivators. They were all elites of their respective sects, so whether it was in terms of Saint Qi density, they far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators in the same realm. Moreover, this barrier was only opened by the Silver Night Thunder Beast. Although they didn't know why it knew how to open it, it obviously didn't understand how to transform it and hadn't been able to display its full power. Otherwise, even if everyone worked together, it would have taken them a great deal of effort to truly break this barrier. The moment the barrier was broken, Chen Shitao and her brother rushed out, no longer willing to remain in place. They were obviously still feeling some lingering fear. Wang Yuhan, on the other hand, laughed heartily as he descended from the sky with a smug look on his face. The cyan sword in his hand flickered before returning to his body and immediately assuming an enigmatic look, as if he was waiting for others to praise him. Chen Fanlei looked at him with a look of worship and said sincerely, "Big brother is truly amazing." His junior brother being so cooperative naturally made Wang Yuhan even happier. Although he spoke a few words of modesty, his eyes were constantly glancing towards Yang Kai with a hint of provocation. "Isn't it too early to be happy?" Chen Shitao splashed cold water on Wang Yuhan's head as she stared solemnly towards the enraged Silver Night Thunder Beast floating midair. It seemed that because the barrier had been destroyed, the Silver Night Thunder Beast's demonic chi soared to the sky at this moment, and the cyan clouds in the sky faintly exuded a terrifying pressure that resonated with its demonic chi, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Wang Yuhan's face twitched as he said casually, "Junior Sister Chen, rest assured, everyone was caught off guard before and was trapped by this thing's barrier, unable to display its full strength. Now that we've escaped, we naturally won't give it any more chances. Junior brother, come with me and try out its skills." Good. Chen Fanlei's face was filled with eagerness as he nodded heavily without hesitation. Before Chen Shitao could say anything else, the two brothers from Extreme Path sect rushed up. Yang Kai frowned but didn't bother to stop them. He had come here this time because Lu Ying had asked him for help and because he needed the thunder liquid from the thunder pond to treat his yang inflammation. As for whether these people lived or died, it was not up to him to decide. However, Yang Kai didn't know if this Wang Yuhan had lost his mind. Facing an origin-returning realm monster beast, he actually dared to underestimate it. Looking at him, Yang Kai guessed he was the kind of cultivator who spent most of his time in the sect cultivating and rarely fought with others. This kind of person generally had good cultivation, but when it came to a real fight, they lacked the ability to kill or preserve their life. Moreover, they didn't know how to adapt to the situation and were easily confused by appearances. Yang Kai thought that he and Chen Fanlei would definitely suffer a big loss. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, after Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei met the Silver Night Thunder Beast head-on, they actually fought in a disciplined manner, completely unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. They were both cultivators who had no combat experience. Wang Yuhan's combat experience was excellent and his ability to adapt to the situation was also quite outstanding. Although he and Chen Fanlei couldn't do anything to the Silver Night Thunder Beast, their movements were extremely flexible, and whether it was the use of their artifacts or the use of their martial skills, they were all perfectly executed. The Silver Night Thunder Beast couldn't do anything to the two of them. Yang Kai's expression changed as he understood that since these two dared to go up, they had a certain level of confidence. As for Chen Shitao, after watching the situation worriedly for a while, she also relaxed and a strange light flashed across her pair of beautiful eyes, obviously thinking of killing this beast and snatching its core. The monster core of a 9th Order monster beast, and one that belonged to a Silver Night Thunder Beast at that, was extremely valuable. Whether it was used for alchemy or artifact refining, there were many people who needed it. What's more, the other materials used to refine this monster beast were also obviously valuable. It seemed that because they had been trapped by the spirit array before, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei had become quite angry, so now that they were free, they began fighting fiercely against this Silver Night Thunder Beast. The brother and Chen Fanlei's teamwork was flawless, one attacking while the other defending, practically toying with the Silver Night Thunder Beast in the palm of their hands. Without the protection of this spirit array, the Silver Night Thunder Beast actually fell into a slight disadvantage in this battle. If it weren't for the palm-sized scales covering its body, it would likely have been seriously injured. This caused Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei to be pleasantly surprised, causing them to become even more ruthless. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the thoughts of these four and instead signaled to Yang Yenyun. Yang Yenyun saw this and nodded lightly before quickly flying over to the Thunder Pond, taking out a special container, pouring his Saint Qi into it, and beginning to collect the thunder liquid from the Thunder Pond. This Thunder Pond didn't cover a large area, only about 300 meters in diameter, but it seemed to be bottomless. The liquid flowing in this Thunder Pond was also not ordinary liquid, but rather one that contained a large amount of thunder attribute energy. This kind of Thunder Pond could be artificially created. As long as something that could attract heavenly thunder was placed here and some barriers were set up to preserve the power of this Thunder Pond, after a few dozen years or even 100 years, a prototype of this Thunder Pond could be formed. If some thunder attribute herbs were added during this period, the formation of this Thunder Pond could be accelerated. There were also Thunder Ponds that were naturally formed. These kinds of Thunder Ponds were extremely rare, but they were of great benefit to a cultivator who cultivated a thunder attribute secret art or martial skill. This Thunder Pond in Grand Burial Valley originally belonged to the ancient Yang sect, so many cultivator knew of its existence, otherwise, Qin Shi Tao and the others would not have come here. However, none of them had expected that at the bottom of this Thunder Pond, there would actually be a silver night thunder beast living there. What's more, it had suddenly appeared while Chen Fanlei was cultivating his secret technique. If it weren't for the Silver Night Thunder Beast having only recently broken through to Ninth Order, they would have been in big trouble this time. Even so, being able to escape now was all thanks to Yang Kai's timely arrival. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei were entangled with the Silver Night Thunder Beast, allowing Yang Yenyun to take the opportunity to collect the thunder liquid. Yang Kai was quite happy with this arrangement. As for whether or not the four of them would stay here to fight the Thunder Beast after collecting the Thunder Liquid, that was none of Yang Kai's concern. Right now, he just wanted to get as far away from this dangerous place as possible. The fierce battle above seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. During the battle, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a roar and spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth again, exploding around Chen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan. Although these balls of lightning failed to hurt them, they still forced them to defend themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly stopped moving in midair. It raised its huge head and let out a continuous roar. The roar was mixed with unparalleled anger. Chapter 1304. Along with the lightning beast's low roar, the blue clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, wriggling and rolling. Soon after, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the blue clouds actually transformed into the shape of an inverted funnel, madly pouring into the Silver Night Lightning Beast. After just 3 breaths of time, the blue cloud that had been shrouding the sky disappeared, all of it absorbed into the Silver Night Thunder Beast's body. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and his hair stood on end. Although the Silver Night Thunder Beast did not seem to have changed in the slightest, he faintly felt a dangerous aura emanating from it. At that moment, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei, who had originally seen the Silver Night Thunder Beast remain motionless and had wanted to rush over to kill it, also rushed over to this monster beast. But before the two of them could use any kind of killing move, the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly glared at them with its huge eyes, a hint of disdain and ridicule flashing across its eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the Silver Night Thunder Beast, as if because it had just absorbed the blue cloud, its strength had soared greatly. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Yuhan finally felt something was wrong and shouted, "Not good!" His figure flickered and a series of palm-sized prismatic energy shields suddenly shot out from his body, forming a dense array around him. Chen Fanlei also realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse and a flash of lightning appeared around his body, as if he was wearing an armor of lightning, giving him a fierce appearance. However, the Silver Night Thunder Beast turned a blind eye to this and its figure flickered, transforming into a bolt of lightning and disappearing from where it stood. The next moment, Wang Yuhan's grunt and Chen Fanlei's roar rang out at the same time as the two of them were knocked down from the sky by a great force. The countless prismatic energy shields around Wang Yuhan's body burst into dust and Chen Fanlei's thunder battle armor instantly dimmed. It was clear that both of their faces had suddenly turned pale and they both coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time, clearly suffering heavy injuries. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, causing Xianxia and Peach Girl, who had been watching from below, to go pale. Both of them cried out in alarm. All of their intentions to take action were instantly extinguished and all of them rushed out to meet one of the two thunder beasts, preparing to examine their injuries. A beast shadow flashed in the air. The Silver Knight Thunder Beast that had disappeared earlier appeared once again. This time, it glanced coldly at young Inflammation, who was standing beside the lightning pool and collecting the lightning liquid. A trace of anger flashed in the beast's eyes. Its body swayed and disappeared again. Its strength. Sure enough, after absorbing the azure cloud in the sky, his strength increased tremendously. Yang Yen stood in place without moving, but he instinctively felt a trace of danger. The surface of his body flashed red, and a layer of protection instantly formed. Almost at the same time this layer of protection appeared, it collapsed. In the void, the shadow of a Silver Knight Thunder Beast was faintly discernible. It was so fast that Yang Yen could barely see it. Her face paled slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Just as the Silver Knight Thunder Beast was about to kill her, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation, reaching out with a fist wrapped in demonic flame and punching the void. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards, grabbing Yang Inflammation who was standing in place. The Silver Knight Thunder Beast that had disappeared reappeared with a roar. It seemed to be unable to stand still, its huge body staggering backwards as its four powerful claws left visible marks in the air. As soon as it steadied itself, it let out a roar and a huge ball of lightning instantly formed in its mouth. Shaking its head slightly, the ball of lightning shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as a golden thread shot out from his fingertips. In an instant, it turned into a golden net that covered the sky, enveloping the ball of lightning and cutting it wantonly. Before the ball of lightning could reach him, it exploded under the influence of an external force. Countless tiny lightning snakes gushed out from it and dissipated into the world. The golden thread passed through the surging territory of the lightning snakes and directly attacked the Silver Knight Thunder Beast, stabbing towards its body like a sharp sword. With a soft sound, the surface of the Silver Knight Thunder Beast's body blossomed with dazzling sparks. The incomparably sharp golden threads were actually unable to directly pierce through the Silver Knight Thunder Beast's body. Instead, they were stopped by the scales on the surface of the beast's body. They were only able to penetrate less than 3 inches before completely losing their momentum. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this and stared coldly at the Silver Knight Thunder Beast, a budding lotus flower appearing in his eyes. This Silver Knight Thunder Beast was quite extraordinary and its cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai wanted to end this battle quickly, he could only use his trump card. When the Silver Knight Thunder Beast saw this lotus flower, it instinctively felt a sense of danger and a look of panic appeared in its eyes. It didn't dare to look at Yang Kai again and its figure flickered as it rushed into the thunder pond and disappeared. The thunder pond rippled and calmed down once more. It actually fled without fighting, which surprised Yang Kai greatly. However, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not willing to fight the Silver Knight Thunder Beast at this time. Since the other party had retreated, this was undoubtedly the result he wanted. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have let this 9th Order Thunder Beast leave. On the other side, Xianxia and Tao Nu had just helped the injured Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan lay up from the ground when they glanced over and saw the Silver Knight Thunder Beast fleeing in embarrassment. This scene stunned them, none of them understanding what Yang Kai had done to actually frighten away such a monster beast. Exchanging a glance, all of them were a little surprised. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly handed something to Yang Kai and whispered a few words into his ear. Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced over at the pale Wang Yuhan thoughtfully, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as a faint smile appeared on his face. Wang Yuhan was inexplicably stared at by Yang Kai, but he didn't show the slightest timidity and instead stared back at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. "Little brother Yang." Chen Shitao slowly walked over and stared at the thunder pond in surprise, asking, "Was the Silver Night Thunder Beast injured?" "I don't know, but it retreated on its own accord." Chen Shitao was stunned and immediately smiled bitterly. It seems that little brother Yang is really amazing, even able to scare away the Silver Night Thunder Beast. It seems this mistress has underestimated you. Sister Chen is too kind. Scaring it away was not my doing, it was Brother Wang and your little brother's actions. That monster beast probably knew it was not your opponent, so it retreated, Yang Kai replied lightly, not intending to claim any credit. That's right. Wang Yuhan followed up without any trace of politeness. Looking at its appearance just now, it should have used some kind of secret technique to suddenly increase its strength, but the price of using the secret technique is extremely high, and having just broken through to the 9th order not too long ago, I'm afraid it was unable to suppress the backlash from using this secret technique, so it took the initiative to retreat. Hearing what he said, the others fell into deep thought, none of them speaking for a while, tacitly agreeing with Wang Yuhan's guess. Brother Wang seems to know a lot about this monster beast, Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. What? Wang Yuhan frowned. Nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand before turning to Chen Shitao and saying, Sister Chen, since this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first. Where are you going? Chen Shitao asked. Naturally, I'm going to leave this place. Yang Kai replied casually, but suddenly seeing Chen Shitao looking at him with a faint smile, his expression became awkward as he laughed. After we separated from you last time, we got lost here for a long time, but now that we've finally found the right direction, we shouldn't get lost again. After all, Yang Kai had told her last time that they had left this place, but after so many days had passed, he was still here. Obviously, he had lied last time. Chen Shitao didn't pursue the matter and instead turned to the others and said, then let's also leave. But junior brother hasn't succeeded in cultivating that secret technique yet. Wang Yuhan was taken aback and subconsciously didn't want to act together with Yang Kai. The other party's words just now really made him vigilant, and he didn't know if the other party had discovered something. Since there's a 9th order Silver Night Thunder Beast here, naturally we can't continue cultivating. Being able to escape this time was our good luck if we had stayed any longer. But that Silver Night Thunder Beast is clearly injured, so with our strength, we may be able to take it down. Wang Yuhan still had ideas about the Silver Night Thunder Beast even now. Hearing him say this, Chen Shitao was obviously a little tempted, but she still turned to Yang Kai and asked, Little brother Yang, what do you think? Do you think we can kill that Silver Night Thunder Beast if we stay here now? Yang Kai frowned slightly. He could tell that Chen Shitao seemed to be asking for his opinion, but in fact, she wanted to invite him to act together. If he joined them, she might really stay to deal with the Silver Night Thunder Beast. After all, in their minds, the Silver Night Thunder Beast had indeed suffered a severe backlash from the secret technique, so as long as they could find a way to force it out of the Thunder Pond, they might be able to kill it. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately shook his head. I don't know if we can kill it, but this is not a place to stay for long. There may be some unexpected things that may happen. If Sister Chen trusts this Yang, it's best to leave quickly. He didn't say anything about what had happened inside the corpse cave, so it sounded like he was deliberately mystifying things. Wang Yuhan's expression became unhappy, but just as he was about to say something, Chen Shitao suddenly nodded and said, Since little brother Yang says so, let's leave quickly. Fan Lei, your secret technique doesn't require you to cultivate in the Thunder Pond. You can also find some Thunder Attribute Spirit Pills, but their effects will be a bit worse. Once we arrive at Black Crow City, I'll help you purchase them. She seemed to firmly believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Good. Chen Fan Lei had no objection, naturally following his elder sister's lead. Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Since that's the case, let's leave the valley together. At least we can look after each other on the road. Yang Kai naturally couldn't refuse her, so he nodded in agreement. Although Wang Yuhan was reluctant, he couldn't do anything on his own, so he could only pinch his nose and accept. Thus, the group of 6 headed out of Grand Burial Valley together. Chapter 1305. Along the way, Chen Shitao finally remembered to inquire about Yang Kai's origins, so after making some discreet inquiries, she learned that Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, nor was he a disciple of a great family. Instead, he lived on a small mountain called Dragon Cave Mountain by himself, seemingly intending to establish himself as a king. Simply put, Kai Yang was someone who didn't belong to any sect or sect. He didn't even have a shadow or a backer. He was a cultivator who only relied on himself. No matter where he went, there were many such cultivators. Their cultivation was extremely difficult. First, they didn't have a master to guide them. On the road of cultivation, it was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Second, they didn't have a good cultivation environment or cultivation resources. Third, if they were bullied, there was no one to help them. So generally speaking, these cultivators didn't have any future prospects. Although their numbers were huge, those who were truly successful in their cultivation were extremely rare. And those who were successful in their cultivation were all recruited by great sects and families. Someone like Yang Kai, who had cultivated to the second-order Saint King realm, was already quite amazing. So when she learned about this, Chen Shitao actually admired Yang Kai greatly while Wang Yuhan showed a look of disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Yang Kai would never reach the third-order Saint King realm. Perhaps he would have a chance to break through to the third-order Saint King realm, but it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the origin returning realm. Not only did Chen Shitao admire Yang Kai greatly, even her younger brother, Chen Fanlei, was very interested in him. This young man was actually quite a good person and wasn't a scheming person. Instead, he seemed to be full of vigor and vitality, even though he was injured. Chen Shitao kept asking Yang Kai about what had happened to him in Lu Yan's sandfield. Yang Kai would pick up some irrelevant things to talk about, but the other side actually listened with great interest and would ask questions at just the right moment. Along the way, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In this group of four, except for Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to get along with, but the other three were relatively easy to get along with. Half a day later, the six of them finally left the Grand Burial Valley. Up until now, Yang Kai hadn't found any traces of those special existences in the corpse cave, which made him feel relieved, knowing that this matter should be over for the time being. Another day later, a small mountain range appeared in front of them. There were several peaks in this small mountain range, and although the world energy aura here wasn't very rich, it wasn't thin either. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he stopped and cupped his fists to Chen Shitao and the others. Several friends, although I don't know where you are going, I will part ways here for the time being. My companions and I still have some matters to deal with, so we will be staying here for a few days. How many days? Chen Shitao's eyes lit up. Good, we also want to rest for a few days. As you can see, Fan Lei and Brother Wang haven't been able to properly restore themselves after being injured, so we should all rest here. You guys are also resting here? Yang Kai frowned slightly. What? Could it be that little brother Yang doesn't welcome us? Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai reproachfully. Of course not, this is not my property, it's just an ownerless mountain range, naturally anyone can go down. That's good. Chen Shitao smiled. And since little brother Yang came from Heavenly Fate City, you must be returning to Heavenly Fate City, right? Naturally. Hee, this place isn't close to Heavenly Fate City. If you rely on your star shuttle to fly, it will take at least 2 to 3 months, and if you encounter any delays along the way, it may take even longer. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and asked, I wonder if Sister Chen has a good way to save us this time? What good way could I possibly have? Naturally, it's to use the space array. Little brother Yang probably doesn't know that Black Crow City, which is 5 days away from here, has a space array that directly connects to Heavenly Fate City. There's such a thing. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his head to look at Yang Yenyun, but he found that she had a blank look on her face, obviously not understanding this. Would this mistress deceive you? Chen Shitao smiled. Black Crow City is a masterless city and doesn't belong to any great force. Although the space array in the city isn't as strict as the space arrays belonging to great forces, not everyone can use it. However, Fan Lei seems to know a senior who is in charge of guarding the space array. If he can vouch for little brother Yang, it won't be a problem to let him use it. However, using it will require a lot of Saint crystals. Saint crystals aren't a problem, as long as it can be used. Yang Kai smiled happily and quickly turned to Chen Fanlei. Chen Fanlei grinned. Brother Yang can rest assured, I once helped a senior who was in charge of guarding the space array with a small favor, so asking him to make an exception shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Brother Yang is not someone of unknown origin. Good, then I'll have to trouble Brother Chen when the time comes. Yang Kai hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After that, he looked down at the small peaks below and said, then let's stay here for a few days. After we're done with our business, we'll head to Black Crow City together. Chen Shitao and the others naturally had no objections and immediately flew towards the small mountain range. Although Chen Shitao and Lu Ying had not been injured in the battle with the Silver Knight Thunderbeast, they had consumed a great deal of Saint Qi and had not had much time to recover along the way. As for Chen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan, they needed to heal themselves as soon as possible. So, the group of 4 flew towards one of the small peaks and soon disappeared. Yang Kai and Yang Yen, on the other hand, flew to another remote mountain peak. A moment later, the two arrived at their destination and Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Qi to open up a temporary residence in the belly of the mountain. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it was naturally not difficult for him to open up such a place. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a simple cave mansion had taken shape. After entering the cave mansion, Yang Kai's expression became extremely dignified. Yang Yen also seemed to notice this and followed behind him without saying a word. After walking to the innermost part of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged. Did something happen to Xiao? Yang Yen Yun asked hurriedly. After the stone mongoose swallowed the sun's true essence, it had been stored away by Yang Kai. Yang Yen Yun did not know what the stone mongoose's current situation was, but Yang Kai suddenly wanting to stay here was definitely related to this matter. It's not a big problem, but if things continue like this, the stone mongoose won't be able to bear it. Yang Kai sighed lightly. I guessed as much. In fact, even if you didn't ask, I would have asked you to stay here for a few days to deal with Xiao and the sun's true essence first. Hearing this, Yang Yen Yun immediately took out some of the things she had refined from her space ring and began arranging them in the cave mansion. The sun's true essence matter was of great importance, so she did not dare to take it lightly, so before letting the stone mongoose out, she had to arrange a barrier around it, otherwise, once its aura leaked, it could cause trouble. With her attainments in spirit arrays, arranging some aura-isolating barriers was naturally a piece of cake. After half a day, the entire cave mansion was covered in layers of invisible barriers. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they would not be able to see anything. Only then did Yang Kai wave her hand and release the stone mongoose from the black book space. As soon as the stone mongoose appeared, the temperature inside the cave mansion began to rise, and the stone mongoose's body became as red as fire, exuding an intense heat that was enough to distort one's vision. Its body even showed signs of melting. A pained expression appeared on the stone mongoose's face as its eyes became extremely red. The violent heat of the sun's true essence was not something it could resist. The stone mongoose being able to persist until now was all thanks to its own innate talent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate and immediately took out the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal. A cold aura rippled out from it and instantly neutralized the high temperature inside the cave mansion, causing it to become ordinary again. Yang Kai then poured his Saint Qi into the stone mongoose's body. The stone mongoose seemed to have received some kind of command and staggered to its feet, opened its mouth, and immediately spat out the sun's true essence, which landed firmly on the ice jade pedestal. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned to the stone mongoose, waiting for it to come over so he could carefully examine its condition. Fortunately for Yang Kai, although the stone mongoose seemed to have suffered some damage, it was not serious. As long as it rested for a while, it should be able to recover. This made Yang Kai feel relieved, and at the same time, he was more optimistic about the stone mongoose's potential. After transmitting his divine sense to the stone mongoose, telling it that it could refine the rare ores in its stomach at will to repair itself, Yang Kai put it away again. Previously, in the corpse cave, The stone mongoose had swallowed 7 or 8 hills worth of St. crystals and rare ores. Yang Kai did not know if St. crystals would be useful to the stone mongoose, but those rare ores would definitely be useful to the stone mongoose's growth. Yang Kai was not stingy and believed that after the stone mongoose absorbed the essence of those ores, it should be fine. Obtaining a piece of Sun's true essence was far more valuable than obtaining any number of ores. After dealing with the stone mongoose, Yang Kai turned to Yang Yen and asked, "How do we do this? If the stone mongoose can't be preserved for a long time, we won't be able to bring it back to Dragon Cave Mountain." "Just refine a special container." Yang Yen seemed to already have a plan in mind and replied faintly. "What kind of material do you need?" "Naturally, it's an ice attribute material. This 10,000-year ice jade pedestal is the best material." "Don't worry, I have a way, but refining it will be a bit troublesome and will take at least 10 days. 10 days? No problem, it won't be easy for them to heal their wounds." Yang Kai smiled lightly and immediately got up, handing over the 4 space rings he had collected from the corpse cave to Yang Yen. He believed that the contents of these space rings should be enough to meet the needs of Yang Yen to refine the special container. Not wanting to disturb Yang Yen any longer, Yang Kai walked out of the cave mansion and sat down cross-legged. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai could not help feeling surprised and overjoyed. When he was collecting the sun's true essence before, Yang Kai had used the artifact spirit, but the artifact spirit had been somewhat powerless against the sun's true fire and had been injured. Chapter 1306. Yang Kai had thought that this situation would be very troublesome, but when he looked at the artifact spirit again, he found that it was actually sleeping inside the artifact refining furnace. Although its injuries were still there, they weren't as serious as Yang Kai had imagined. On top of that, it seemed to have absorbed a trace of the sun's true fire and was in the process of refining it. That trace of sun's true fire was visible to the naked eye and was swimming about inside the artifact spirit's body like a small snake, but no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape from the artifact spirit's shackles and was gradually being assimilated by the fire attribute energy inside it. The artifact spirit was actually a blessing in disguise. This made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, in order to collect the sun's true essence this time, both of his capable assistants had been injured, which made him very depressed. Now that the artifact spirit was fine and the stone mongoose was also fine, Yang Kai naturally felt relieved. With the artifact spirit in such a state, it was likely that it would be impossible to use the artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so Yang Kai simply sat down and adjusted his breathing while inspecting his harvest. In addition to the 4 space rings he had thrown to Yang Yen, which contained a large number of St. crystals and rare ores, the stone mongoose also had a lot of similar things in its stomach. In addition, there were some secret arts that originally belonged to the ancient Yang sect that Yang Kai had collected from the secret cave. Needless to say, these artifacts would be handed over to Yang Yen to handle. Many of these artifacts would need to be repaired before they could be used again. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't need any other artifacts to enhance his combat effectiveness right now, so he naturally didn't care about them. As for the secret arts, Yang Kai was interested in taking a look. After all, the ancient Yang sect was not inferior to great forces like Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect for more than 2,000 years, so the secret arts of the ancient Yang sect would certainly not be lacking. What's more, these secret arts that were placed in the secret cave were likely related to the inheritances of the ancient Yang sect. After inspecting these secret arts, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Yang Kai found that, just as he had guessed, all of these secret arts and secret books were top-notch, and any one of them would attract the interest of many cultivators. Among them were some of the ancient Yang sect's secret techniques that were extremely high-grade and profound. Even a peak origin returning realm cultivator would be interested in them. With Yang Kai's current capital, There was no need for him to waste time and energy cultivating these things. Of course, if he had enough time, he could still choose 1 or 2 secret techniques to cultivate. Not only would this increase his combat power, but it would also increase his chances of survival when he encountered danger. At the very least, Yang Kai was really interested in a few of them. However, when he remembered that he now had to cultivate golden blood threads, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, cultivate the Tao of space, and deal with the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him, Yang Kai could only put aside these thoughts and silently put away these secret arts and 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 secret arts for future use. Although he had no intention of cultivating these secret arts and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts, Yang Kai was still greatly inspired by them. In particular, there was a secret art that specialized in body tempering that interested him the most. This was the first time Yang Kai had heard of a secret art that specialized in body tempering and physique tempering. The reason why Yang Kai's physique was so strong was partly because of the large amount of demonic qi he had absorbed from his unyielding golden skeleton, giving him some of the physical attributes of the demon race. On the other hand, it was also because of the various opportunities he had obtained over the years. However, on second thought, the unyielding golden skeleton secret art he obtained when he first started cultivating should also be a body tempering secret art, but the unyielding golden skeleton secret art created by great demon god naturally couldn't compare with the ancient Yang sect's secret art. It wasn't that great demon god's aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that he had only managed to reach the Saint King realm at the time of his death and had yet to leave Tongxian realm. Naturally, his knowledge and experience couldn't be compared with that of a great sect that had existed for countless years. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this body-tempering secret art from the ancient Yang sect was, but after studying it for a while, he could tell that it was a priceless treasure. Such a secret art was definitely worth cultivating. With his identity as an origin-grade alchemist, refining some pills for body tempering would allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The first few stages of this secret art wouldn't take too much time. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer thought about it and instead sat down cross-legged and continued to refine his golden blood threads while taking the time to comprehend the mysteries of this body-tempering secret art. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed. During this time, this small mountain range was unusually calm, with nothing happening. This was not surprising though, as this place was so close to Grand Burial Valley that no one would normally come here. If it were 1,000 or 2 years ago, the situation would have been very different. At that time, many cultivators would have gone to the depths of Grand Burial Valley in search of treasures, so this place would have been quite lively. But now, although some people still entered Grand Burial Valley, there weren't many of them. Besides those like Qin Shitao who had set goals, there were also some inexperienced cultivators who wanted to make a name for themselves. Most of these people had fallen in Grand Burial Valley and were unable to return safely. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in front of his cave mansion when his expression suddenly changed and he looked up towards a certain direction. In the distance, a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and this person didn't seem to have any intention of hiding her presence. Yang Kai naturally recognized at a glance that it was Qin Shitao riding a star shuttle. Calming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai waited quietly. A moment later, Qin Shitao flew over and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. After meditating for a few days, Qin Shitao had obviously recovered. At this moment, her face was like a peach blossom, her eyes filled with ripples, and her body exuded a sense of grace. After her body landed, a faint fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai, causing him to involuntarily feel refreshed. Sister Qin. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of getting up, simply nodding lightly to her as a greeting before raising his brows slightly, looking at Sister Chen's complexion. It seems you've recovered? Qin Shitao smiled. Thank you for your concern, little brother Yang. This mistress wasn't injured, it was just that she consumed a lot of her Saint Qi, so I've already recovered. And that's good. May I ask why Sister Qin has come here? Are you preparing to depart? Not yet, Qin Shitao shook her head slowly. Although Fan Lei's injuries this time weren't serious, they weren't light either. I'm afraid he'll have to stay here for a few more days. That's good, I'll also need a few days to recover. This mistress came here this time specifically to thank little brother Yang for helping us twice. The first time was fine as we weren't in any life-threatening danger, but if it weren't for little brother Yang the second time, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have been able to leave Grand Burial Valley alive. This mistress will engrave this kindness in her heart. If little brother Yang has any use for this mistress in the future, please feel free to come to Clear Sky Sect, and this mistress will definitely not refuse. When she said these words, her face was solemn, and it was obvious that she was extremely sincere. Yang Kai smiled lightly and waved his hand. I didn't do much, all I did was help you escape. Being able to come out alive was all thanks to your strength. That Silver Knight Thunder Beast wasn't confident it could kill you in this situation, so it took the initiative to retreat. Is that so? Chen Shitao frowned, seemingly a little confused. If this was really the case, then the Silver Knight Thunder Beast shouldn't have come to provoke them in the first place, so while she was recovering these past few days, she had been thinking about this issue and really couldn't figure out why the Silver Knight Thunder Beast suddenly retreated. After thinking about it for a while, she could only guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Now that she had tried to probe him, Yang Kai still firmly denied it, causing her to wonder if the Silver Knight Thunder Beast's retreat was really what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to discuss this issue in detail though and simply said lightly, "As for thanking me, there's no need for that. When one goes out, there will always be difficulties. Since everyone here knows each other, it's only natural for us to support each other. Perhaps the next time this Yang needs Sister Chen's help, he will need it." A somewhat charming smile appeared on Chen Shitao's pretty face as her eyes flashed happily. Being able to meet little brother Yang is really this mistress' good fortune. Do you think I'm some kind of person with great destiny? Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Hee hee. Chen Shitao giggled. Although there's no basis for such a statement, this mistress firmly believes it. If it weren't for me riding on your luck, how could I have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now? Forget it, you can think whatever you want. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not bothering to defend himself. Actually, Chen Shitao opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated for a moment before hesitating. Yang Kai immediately knew that she should have some inconvenient things to say to him, so he put on a respectful expression and listened attentively. Seeing this, Chen Shitao slowly said, "In fact, this mistress came here this time to first express her thanks and second to ask if little brother Yang has any plans to enter a sect." Enter a sect? Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. Sister Chen wouldn't want me to join Clear Sky Sect, right? Speaking to a smart person like little brother Yang is really easy. Chen Shitao smiled like a flower and nodded. I do have such an idea. After all, you've always been cultivating alone without the guidance of a master or the protection of a sect, so you may not see any drawbacks right now, but once your cultivation advances further, there will be some situations that brother Yang won't be able to cope with. Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that what she said made sense. For example, before he fought with the cultivator brought by Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai really hadn't heard anything about Shi because he didn't have any elders to tell him about it. If he had known about it earlier, he wouldn't have been so passive at that time. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Chen Shitao seemed to have received some kind of encouragement and continued. Moreover, since you were able to cultivate to the second order Saint King realm, your aptitude isn't low. With your current realm, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter Clear Sky Sect. Half a year from now, our Clear Sky Sect will hold a trial open to the entire Shadowed Star. No matter who it is, as long as they pass this trial, they can enter the sect. Chapter 1307. Of course, when you first enter the sect, your status and treatment will definitely not be too high, but with your cultivation, as long as you complete a few sect missions, becoming an inner sect disciple shouldn't be a problem. I wonder if little brother Yang is interested in participating in this trial? If so, this mistress can find you a trial token. Saying so, Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai eagerly, seemingly really hoping to become his fellow sect disciple. After all, Yang Kai's strength wasn't low, so once they became fellow sect disciples, she could legitimately invite him to join her when she went out to travel in the future. Under her gaze, Yang Kai hesitated, not showing any intention to refuse immediately. This caused Qin Shi Tao's expression to shake. She felt like there was hope and was about to strike while the iron was hot when Yang Kai said, "This one appreciates Sister Chen's good intentions, but for the time being, I have no plans to join any sect." Qin Shi Tao's expression darkened, somewhat surprised by Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai smiled and explained, "If I were really alone, joining a sect wouldn't be a problem, but as Sister Chen can see, I have companions." "You mean that girl with yang inflammation?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's not just her, there are others as well, about a dozen of them." "Several dozen?" Qin Shi Tao was stunned. And their cultivations are uneven, some origin returning realm, some Saint King realm, and even some immortal ascension boundary and Saint realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "So it's like that?" Qin Shi Tao murmured before immediately smiling. "No wonder you refused, since little brother Yang has such concerns." Since little brother Yang has such concerns, this mistress won't say anything more. Although Qin Shi Tao was a little disappointed that she wasn't able to invite Yang Kai to participate in the trial, since he had such a reason, she naturally wouldn't force him, so after chatting with Yang Kai for a while, she took her leave and returned to another small mountain peak not far away. After she left, Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about something, his eyes suddenly flashing as he stared at a certain spot in the sky. Faintly he asked, "You've been watching for so long. Did you see anything?" As his voice fell, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of aura coming from the other side of the void. However, it disappeared in a flash and there was nothing unusual about it. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "What? Since Brother Wang is here, do you need my invitation before you're willing to show up?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Jiang Yuning nodded. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a figure strangely appeared, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. He asked in disbelief, "How did you find my tracks?" Saying so, he put away the cloak-like artifact he was wearing and stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "My aura-concealing cloak is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. It's impossible for you to see through it." An origin-grade high-rank artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Brother Wang has a good artifact, but its grade isn't low. However, with your strength, you won't be able to display its full power. It just so happens that this Yang is quite sensitive to others spying on him. Heh. You have some skill." Wang Yuhan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest embarrassment even though his figure had been exposed. "Brother Wang, what are you doing here instead of healing yourself over there?" "If I hadn't noticed Brother Wang's aura, I might have already attacked just now." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint smile. My injuries have already healed, and I didn't come here with any malicious intent, I was just curious," Wang Yuhan replied indifferently. "If you're just curious, then that's fine. If Brother Wang has any complaints about me, you may as well say it directly. If I can change, I will, but if I can't, Brother Wang, please endure for a few days." "How could I have any complaints about you?" Wang Yuhan's face sank, but he suddenly smiled faintly. "However, you refusing Sister Chen's proposal was a wise move. Although your strength isn't low, it's still not enough to enter a big sect like Clear Sky Sect. If you fail to live up to Sister Chen's good intentions, you won't be able to explain yourself. That's my business, there's no need for Brother Wang to worry about it. And if Brother Wang has nothing else to say, please go back. I just came here to borrow Black Crow City's space array with my companions, so I will naturally leave when the time comes. That would be for the best." Wang Yuhan nodded expressionlessly, cupped his fists slightly, and turned to leave. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Right, I don't like being spied on in secret, so I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, what will you do?" Wang Yuhan turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea suddenly surging and enveloping Wang Yuhan. Wang Yuhan's complexion changed drastically. At that moment he actually felt an aura of death approaching him, but just as he was about to counterattack, He found that this feeling had disappeared while Yang Kai was still sitting in the same place, looking at him with a smile, as if he hadn't done anything at all. Wang Yuhan's expression immediately became suspicious and cold sweat dripped down his back. After a while, he turned his head and flew off into the distance. What's there to be jealous about? It's really inexplicable, Yang Kai muttered. Naturally, Yang Kai knew why Wang Yuhan didn't like him and why he was hiding nearby. However, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about Xianxia Tao at all. After leaving Black Crow City this time, they might never see each other again, so this Wang Yuhan was a bit crazy. Although he understood that Wang Yuhan wasn't a good person, Yang Kai didn't warn Xianxia Tao. After all, Yang Kai was too lazy to do such a thing. On top of that, Xianxia Tao wasn't a woman who was ignorant of the ways of the world, so even if Yang Kai reminded her, she would understand Wang Yuhan's true nature. For Yang Kai, as long as he could use Black Crow City's space array, he wasn't willing to intervene in anything else. But since the other party had come to spy on him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Although the soul deterrents just now seemed to have disappeared and didn't have any effect on Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai had secretly planted a seed of fear in his heart. If there was any kind of conflict between them in the future, all Yang Kai had to do was stimulate this divine sense seed and Wang Yuhan would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With Yang Kai's current powerful divine sense, it was naturally impossible for him to do such a thing to a third-order Saint King cultivator. Unless a cultivator at the second-order origin returning realm or above personally investigated Wang Yuhan's knowledge sea, it would be possible for them to find this divine sense seed and destroy it. The probability of such a thing happening was negligible, so Yang Kai wasn't worried. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai felt that he had neither exposed his strength nor exposed himself just now, so he closed his eyes with satisfaction and continued to focus on his own matters. 3 days later, Chen Fanlei and the others who were recuperating from their injuries came out one after another. Yang Yen handed a ring-like object to Yang Kai. This ring contained a bone-chilling cold and was obviously refined from some kind of ice attribute material. Yang Kai also sensed a trace of 10,000-year ice jade aura from it. Using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai immediately found that the sun's true essence, which he had been unable to deal with, was stored inside this ring. Moreover, there were many barriers placed around it that gathered a large amount of ice attribute energy to restrain the spread of the sun's true fire. This ring was somewhat similar to a space ring, but its capacity was extremely small, only 10 meters in diameter. It should be an artifact that Yang Yen had specially refined to store the sun's true essence. With such a thing, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the aura of the sun's true essence being exposed, and it would also be more convenient for him to transport it. After inspecting it for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and put it away while praising Yang Yen fiercely, praising her as if she was a pair of heavens above and earth below. Yang Yen glared at Yang Kai fiercely. After finishing his business here, Yang Kai met up with Xianxia Tao and the others and learned that it was almost time for them to set off. After a brief discussion, the 6 of them immediately rushed towards Black Crow City. Along the way, Wang Yuhan no longer displayed his usual enthusiasm and instead became taciturn, deliberately distancing himself from Yang Kai. Whenever someone noticed him, Wang Yuhan would stare at him strangely. Xianxia Tao and the others didn't notice this and instead explained the situation of Black Crow City to Yang Kai in detail along the way. Through her explanation, Yang Kai learned that because Black Crow City's geographical location was somewhat special, it wasn't controlled by any single great force. This was because it was located at the intersection of Extreme Path Sect, Imperial City Sect, and Extreme Pavilion. At that time, in order to determine the ownership of Black Crow City, these 3 great forces had fought with each other for many years, but each of them had lost a number of disciples while still failing to obtain the city. In the end, no one knew what kind of agreement the 3 families reached, but none of them dared to meddle in the affairs of Black Raven City. As a result, Black Raven City was able to generate a powerful force on its own. Led by the city lord, Black Raven City had recruited many powerful warriors to guard the city. With the help of some nearby mineral veins, Black Raven City was able to survive in the middle of the 3 factions. Moreover, There were many cities like Black Crow City on Shadowed Star. Most of them were because some great forces were in a deadlock and couldn't decide who would own the city, leaving it to fend for itself. As a result, the city itself developed into a force of its own. Such a force naturally attracted a number of cultivators, and through recruitment, it was occasionally possible to recruit a powerful cultivator to join them. This kind of city was generally called free cities, and there were at least 800 of them on Shadowed Star. Because free cities didn't have the strict constraints of sects, their management was relatively loose, and the position of city lord was frequently changed. Generally, whoever had the biggest fist would become the city lord, so most of these free cities didn't have much influence. Many great forces didn't care about these free cities and instead cooperated with them. However, there were always exceptions. On Shadowed Star, there were 2 or 3 free cities that had strength not inferior to great sects. These free cities were often firmly controlled by a single great family or several great families and were relatively united. Although there was still infighting, it was restrained to an acceptable level. Once an external enemy invaded, these free cities would band together. After hundreds of years and thousands of years of growth, these super cities were now no less important than the great sects on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1308. Black Crow City naturally couldn't be compared to a super city, so even though Chen Fanlei was just a Saint King Realm disciple of Extreme Path sect, he had some relationship with a senior who guarded the space array in that city. He had once been entrusted by that senior with a small favor, so this senior shouldn't refuse to give Chen Fanlei face. Learning of this, Yang Kai relaxed, knowing that using the space array shouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be as troublesome as returning from Demon Blood City last time. However, in order to operate on Shadowed Star, one really needed to have some connections, otherwise, just relying on the space arrays in the various cities would be a headache. Fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was quite good. Both times he returned from outside, someone had taken the initiative to help him. Yang Kai just didn't know if there was a pass that allowed him to freely use the space arrays on Shadowed Star. If there was such a thing, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Yang Kai didn't think such a thing existed, but after casually asking he learned from Qin Shi Tao that such a pass really did exist. This surprised him greatly and he quickly asked. Chen Shi Tao seemed to know what he was thinking and naturally told him everything she knew. Listening to Qin Shi Tao's explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although this kind of pass did exist and was recognized by about 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star, obtaining it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were only 2 ways to obtain it. The first was to organize a grand event that would benefit the entire Shadowed Star. This condition sounded simple, but in fact, it was impossible to accomplish. There were as many great forces on Shadowed Star as there were hairs on an ox, and although there was cooperation between them, there were also constant conflicts. Things that were beneficial to one side could be detrimental to the other, making it difficult for everyone to agree, so it was simply impossible to achieve such a condition. The second method was much simpler than the first. If one could gather together 10 first-class sects and jointly act as guarantors, one could obtain a pass that would allow one to travel unimpeded on Shadowed Star. This method was certainly simpler, but that was only relative to the first method. After all, there weren't many first-class sects on Shadowed Star, at most 20 of them. It was basically impossible to gather 10 of them at once. For example, Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky Sect, and Colored Glass Sect, which Yang Kai had come into contact with, were all first-class sects and had such qualifications. As such, the guarantor had to be a reputable elder in their respective sects. Both of these methods could obtain the pass Yang Kai wanted, but after listening to Qin Shi Tao's explanation, Yang Kai gave up on these ideas. With his current ability, he couldn't complete either condition. As the group chatted along the way, time flew by, and 5 days later, the group of 6 arrived in front of Black Crow City without a hitch. After paying some Saint Crystals, the guards at the city gate let them pass. After entering the city, Yang Kai looked around and found that the city was crisscrossed with roads of varying widths. On both sides of these roads, there were many shops. Although the cultivator traffic in Black Crow City couldn't be said to be like a school of fish crossing a river, it was still bustling with activity. Little brother Yang, are you going to stay here for a while, or are you in a hurry to leave? Qin Shitao suddenly turned back to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, if possible, I naturally want to leave here as soon as possible. There are still some things I need to deal with. On this trip, he had obtained so many materials and St. crystals, and the stone mongoose had stolen a lot of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, so Yang Inflammation couldn't wait to throw himself into his artifact refining career. Yang Kai had heard from her that she was going to refine something shocking. As for what she was going to refine, Yang Inflammation had been secretive and vague about it, making Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Without even mentioning Yang Inflammation, the situation of the stone mongoose's two capable assistants made Yang Kai unwilling to stay outside any longer. Only after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain could he completely relax and allow his two assistants to recuperate. Hearing him say this, a look of disappointment flashed across Qin Shitao's eyes, but she didn't insist and instead said, since that's the case, Fan Lei will go to the space array now and see if that senior is there. If everything goes well, little brother Yang should be able to leave this place before nightfall. Yang Kai naturally had no objections and politely requested Qin Fan Lei to leave before standing in place with Qin Shitao and the others and waiting quietly. During this time, Qin Shitao tried to invite Yang Kai again to participate in Clear Sky Sects trial, but Yang Kai politely refused. Seeing this, Qin Shitao didn't insist and instead began chatting and laughing with Yang Kai about other things. About an hour later, Qin Fan Lei returned. However, his expression was somewhat awkward, as if he had failed to live up to his expectations. Seeing this expression, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his heart skip a beat, secretly wondering if the other party wasn't willing to accommodate him. If this was the case, flying back to Dragon Cave Mountain from here really would take 2 to 3 months. Qin Shitao obviously also had some speculations, so after her younger brother arrived, she hurriedly asked, Fan Lei, did it not go well? Qin Fan Lei smiled awkwardly, a look of guilt appearing on his face as he shook his head and said, it didn't go well. What's wrong? Qin Shitao asked. That senior happened to not be in the city. I heard from others that he seemed to have accepted a mission and left the city. Left the city? Qin Shitao was stunned. How could he leave the city at this time? Were you fooled by them? No, of course not. Qin Fan Lei quickly waved his hand. I also asked around and learned that the senior did indeed have a mission and left the city a few days ago. It seems the soonest he will be able to return is 3 days later. 3 days? Qin Shitao murmured before turning to look at Yang Kai and smiling apologetically. Little brother Yang, I'm sorry, it seems there were some twists and turns in the situation. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's fine, there are always accidents, Yang Kai replied faintly. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest displeasure, Qin Shitao relaxed and said, but that senior won't be back for 3 days at the soonest. Can you wait here for a few days? You can rest assured, as soon as that senior returns, we will definitely arrange for you to leave here. If it's only 3 days, there's no problem. Even if I have to wait 10 days, it won't hurt. After all, it's better than having to fly for 2 to 3 months with Yang Yan. However, Brother Qin, can you be sure that senior won't take too long? If it takes too long, it won't be worth it. That's fine. Qin Shitao smiled sweetly. If that senior hasn't returned in 3 days, we'll go somewhere else. Whether it's Extreme Path Sects Gale City or Clear Sky Sects Black Sea City, they're both only 10 to 15 days away from here. These two cities have space arrays set up in them that are directly connected to Heavenly Fate City. Here, Fan Lei and I have to rely on our connections, but in Gale City or Black Sea City, we can make our own decisions. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, the last trace of concern in his heart disappearing as he nodded in agreement with Qin Shitao's proposal. Since they had decided to wait here for 3 days, they naturally had to find a place to stay first. Fortunately, there were many inns in Black Crow City, and Qin Shitao were both rich women with a net worth of 1,000,000 St. crystals, so naturally, the accommodations they found wouldn't be too shabby. A moment later, the group of 6 arrived at a top level inn called Flying Spirit Palace. This Flying Spirit Palace was a famous existence throughout Black Crow City and was one of the most high-end inns in the city. Generally, the cultivator who entered and left this place was either rich or noble, each of them not to be underestimated. Staying here for a night would cost at least 3,000 high-rank St. Crystals. This price was not small. One had to know that in an ordinary inn, the best room would only cost 100 St. Crystals for a night, but the price of this Flying Spirit Palace was several dozen times that of an ordinary inn. If it weren't for Xianxia having helped them twice, the last of which being a life-saving grace, Xianxia wouldn't have been so extravagant. After all, although she had a lot of St. Crystals, she had never been so extravagant before. This time, she was borrowing Xianxia's glory to be extravagant. Although the price was ridiculously high, after settling in, everyone felt that it was worth it. The reason was none other than the fact that every guest who stayed here lived in a separate small attic. The attic was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for receiving guests, the second floor was for meditation, and the third floor had a special alchemy room and refining room, which could be used by some of the resident alchemists and refiners. Each floor was arranged with at least 7 or 8 barriers. These barriers not only isolated the divine sense of others from probing but also served as an early warning system. At the same time, in each pavilion, there were 2 young and beautiful girls serving them. These girls were also cultivator, but their cultivations weren't very high. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators, and there were even some at the separation and reunion boundary. All of them had undergone special training and were capable of meeting most of the guests' requirements. Of course, some requests that were too excessive would still not be met. According to the cultivator in charge of receiving everyone, this Flying Spirit Palace was actually the property of the city lord's master and several other elders in the city, so there was no need to worry about its security. It was impossible for anyone to come here to cause trouble. The cultivator in charge of receiving everyone had intentionally or unintentionally revealed this information as a warning to Xianxia and the others not to underestimate the background of this inn and not to take the initiative to cause trouble here. With 6 people in their group, of course, there was no need for 6 pavilions, so Xianxia took the initiative to ask for 3. She and Lu Ying shared one, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei shared one, and Yang Kai and Yang Yan shared one. After the arrangements were made, everyone dispersed and settled down in their respective pavilions to rest. Yang Kai and Yang Yan's pavilion was built in a very unique style and was given a very sentimental name, Flying Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Seeing this, Yang Yan couldn't help curling his lips. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any strange ideas and chose a room with Yang Yan before sitting down to rest. Chapter 1309. After a silent night, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation took the opportunity to wander around Black Crow City. After all, since they were already here, they might as well see if there was anything special here. If they were lucky, they might be able to find some useful materials. After wandering around for an entire day with Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai and Yang Kai had a great harvest. Some materials that were difficult to find or buy in Heavenly Fate City were actually easily found here. Naturally, the prices weren't as good as those offered by Shadow Moon Hall, but during their trip to Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had harvested a lot of St. Crystals, so naturally, they didn't care about these prices. Yang Inflammation had purchased 40 to 50 million St. Crystals worth of artifact refining materials here, but it seemed like she still hadn't had enough. Although Yang Kai didn't say much about this, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. With the rate Yang Inflammation was spending, the St. Crystals they had harvested this time wouldn't last much longer. However, judging from the materials she had purchased, Yang Kai vaguely felt that she really seemed to be refining something extraordinary. While feeling slightly apprehensive, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried about being targeted by others, Yang Inflammation would definitely have dragged Yang Kai along with her. Even so, Yang Kai noticed that along the way, many people were paying attention to him and Yang Inflammation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were interested in the two of them. This wasn't surprising though. A young man and woman spending tens of millions of Saint crystals in a single day was bound to attract the attention of some people. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some kind of scruples and didn't do anything out of line, simply hiding in the shadows and observing. It wasn't until evening that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation returned to Flying Spirit Hall. As soon as they entered Floating Snow Moon Pavilion, Yang Inflammation went straight to the third floor, seemingly wanting to use the artifact refining materials there to do something. Yang Kai sat in meditation alone on the second floor. About 2 hours later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside with a slight frown. At the same time, he waved his hand and the door to his room opened silently. Outside stood a young girl in green clothes, one of the 2 maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion. She first politely bowed to Yang Kai before opening her mouth and softly saying, "Young lord, a guest has come to visit. I wonder if young lord would like to meet him?" "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "He says he's your companion, surnamed Qin." "Qin?" Yang Kai was surprised, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Is he alone?" The maidservant nodded gently. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile, and without waiting for the maidservant to ask again, he waved his hand and said, "I know, tell him to wait a moment, I'll be right back." The maidservant bowed again, turned around, and gracefully walked down the stairs. Yang Kai didn't get up immediately and instead sat in place, a light flashing across his eyes as he pondered for a while before standing up and walking outside. On the first floor, in the reception area, Chen Fan Lei sat in a dignified manner, his 2 thick eyebrows arched over his brow and his eyes shining brightly. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had an innate manly aura about him, giving him a heroic appearance. Especially his eyes, which seemed to be filled with spirit at all times, were the most attractive thing about him. The 2 maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion were attracted to him, stealing glances at him from time to time, a faint blush appearing on their cheeks. Chen Fan Lei was obviously aware of this, but he pretended not to notice and just sat there with a serious expression on his face. However, from the way he moved his body from time to time, it seemed like he was sitting on pins and needles. After a while, Yang Kai came down from upstairs. Chen Fan Lei hurriedly got up, cupped his fists, and said, "Brother Yang, I took the liberty to come here and disturb your cultivation. I hope Brother Yang doesn't take offense." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise before a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said warmly, "Brother Chen is too polite. I am also bored, so there's no need to disturb you." Saying so, he ordered the 2 maidservants to bring some tea. The green-clothed maidservant who had gone upstairs earlier nodded and went to prepare. Not long after, not only was tea served, but a plate of spirit fruits was also brought up. Yang Kai didn't know why Chen Fan Lei had suddenly come to see him, so he didn't ask rashly. Chen Fan Lei also didn't seem to have any intention of directly telling him what was going on and instead began chatting with Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that Chen Fan Lei was quite different from usual. It was as if the existence of the 2 maidservants next to him was putting a lot of pressure on him, making him constantly pay attention to his words and actions, causing his original vitality and heroic spirit to disappear by more than half. His words and actions were often incoherent. Every time this happened, the 2 maidservants would try to hold back their laughter, causing Chen Fan Lei to feel extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and saying to the 2 maidservants, "There's nothing else for you to do here, go and rest. If there's anything else, I'll call for you." The 2 maidservants glanced at each other, and although they were a little disappointed, they still obediently nodded before reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, they secretly glanced over at Chen Fan Lei, as if they had fallen deeply in love with him. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. However, after the 2 maidservants left and Chen Fan Lei and Yang Kai were alone, Chen Fan Lei obviously breathed a sigh of relief and his usual state was instantly restored. No longer embarrassed, he began chatting with Yang Kai about anything under the sun, sometimes laughing heartily and sometimes wearing a serious expression as he argued with Yang Kai about cultivation problems, refusing to budge an inch. This conversation lasted for 2 hours, and even though it was already late at night, Chen Fanlei still didn't show any intention of leaving, nor did he state his purpose for coming here. Yang Kai couldn't sit still any longer. Did this guy forget his purpose for coming here? Thinking so, Yang Kai lightly coughed and asked, "Does Brother Chen have something to discuss with me this time?" Chen Fanlei heard this and showed a stunned expression before immediately slapping his forehead and crying out in shock. He really had forgotten. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stared at him quietly, waiting for him to speak. "Actually, it's nothing important, it's just that Brother Yang has helped me twice in Grand Burial Valley, and now that we've come to Black Crow City, I can barely be considered half a host, so I thought I should entertain Brother Yang." "Entertain him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Chen Fanlei nodded heavily. "I heard that there is a very interesting place in Black Crow City. This Chen has been admiring it for a long time but has never had a chance to visit it. Now that I've taken the opportunity to offer Buddha some flowers, I wanted to accompany Brother Yang to see it. What does Brother Yang think?" "An interesting place?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "What kind of place is it?" A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Chen Fanlei's face, but it quickly disappeared as he grinned meaningfully. "Allow this Chen to keep you in suspense. Brother Yang will know when the time comes." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and pondered for a moment before saying, "Good, since Brother Chen has specially invited us, we'll go and see it, but should we bring Sister Chen and the others with us?" "Absolutely not." Chen Fanlei's face changed drastically as he hurriedly waved his hands. "This kind of thing can't be known to her, otherwise she'll skin me alive. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to avoid her eyes and ears, I wouldn't have come here so late at night." Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly guessed what kind of place Chen Fanlei wanted to go. After thinking about it for a moment, he asked, "What about Brother Wang?" "Brother Wang went out during the day, saying he was visiting an elder here. He doesn't know when he will be back, so we don't need to wait for him." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Since that's the case, let's go." Seeing that Yang Kai had agreed, Chen Fanlei's spirits lifted and he immediately led the way. Together, the two left Flying Spirit Palace and merged directly into the crowd of Black Crow City. At night, Black Crow City seemed to be even livelier than during the day, with the number of cultivators coming and going. Chen Fanlei had obviously prepared well in advance and led Yang Kai through the streets skillfully. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of an inconspicuous house. At the entrance of this house stood two Saint Realm cultivators in black armor, holding long spears in their hands. In the darkness of the night, these two pairs of eyes coldly stared towards Yang Kai's direction. At first glance, there was nothing special about this place. It seemed to be just an ordinary house. But when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, he was surprised to find that there were many barriers placed around it, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation inside. However, from time to time, some cultivator would swagger into the house. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels, but no matter which one entered, the two cultivator guards at the entrance turned a blind eye to them, not even bothering to ask them any questions. This made Yang Kai very curious, wondering what kind of place this was that it seemed to be so lively. After arriving here though, Chen Fanlei stopped and instead stared at the house with a somewhat excited look on his face. Yang Kai clearly felt that the temperature of Chen Fanlei's body seemed to be rising and the flow of his blood had also accelerated. Glancing at him suspiciously, Chen Fanlei grinned meaningfully and said, "Let's go, we've arrived." Saying so, just like the other cultivators who had entered the house, Yang Kai swaggered inside. The two guards didn't show any intention to stop him, simply turning a blind eye to Yang Kai and Chen Fanlei. After entering the house, Yang Kai and Yang Kai passed through a dark stone path and turned a corner. Suddenly, a very lively atmosphere greeted them. The air was filled with the fragrance of wine and women, and a burst of crisp and sweet laughter filled the air. At the same time, an unknown low-pitched melody drifted out from somewhere. There was actually a completely different world inside this place. Yang Kai looked around in amazement and found that what he saw was something like an open-air square. On this square, there were countless banquets, and at each table, there were guests who had arrived early and were drinking and enjoying themselves. In the arms of these guests, there were some charming women accompanying them. Each of these women had charming eyes and different temperaments, but without exception, all of them were exceptionally beautiful with fair skin and slim figures. Their clothes were also very different. Some of them were extremely revealing, while others only wore close-fitting gauze, making them look like young married women from good families. Chapter 13:10. This scene stunned Yang Kai as he secretly thought that the place Qin Fan Lei wanted to take him to was exactly as he had guessed. This place was clearly similar to a brothel in a city where ordinary people lived. However, this place was many times more luxurious than an ordinary brothel because all who entered and exited this place were cultivators, and the women accompanying them were also cultivators. At the very least, when Yang Kai swept the place with his divine sense, he did not find any woman with a cultivation lower than Yuan Qi boundary, but their strength was not high either, the strongest only immortal ascension boundary 3rd or 4th stage. The cultivation of the men who were seeking pleasure here was also the same, the highest being a Saint Realm cultivator, only slightly higher than the cultivation of these women. Qin Fan Lei's interest in this kind of place greatly surprised Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at him, Yang Kai could not help but be dumbfounded. Qin Fan Lei seemed to have lost his soul at this moment, his mouth wide open as he stared blankly at the exaggerated scene in front of him, as if the visual impact had made him lose the ability to think or act, his face flushing red. Kai Yang slowly shook his head, but just as he was about to wake him up, a woman dressed like a young woman suddenly walked over. This woman's face was like a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes were like stars, bright and dazzling. Her chest was towering, and her waist was graceful. Gracefully arriving in front of the two young men, she bowed. "This mistress greets the two young lords." As she spoke, she glanced over at Qin Fan Lei intentionally or unintentionally, covering her mouth as she giggled. However, this was obviously not the first time she had seen such a scene, so she didn't care too much and instead asked, "The two young lords look unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting our joyous Union Pavilion?" Yang Kai glanced over at Qin Fan Lei and saw that he still seemed to be in a daze. Sighing slightly, he knew that he could not count on him and nodded gently, "This is indeed our first time here, but we have been admiring this place for a long time. This time, we were passing through Black Crow City and decided to come take a look." "So that's how it is." The young woman nodded lightly when she heard this, and then she stroked the beautiful hair by her ear and revealed a wisp of a flirtatious expression intentionally or unintentionally. She puckered her lips and said with a smile, "Then are the two of you satisfied? If you are, then how about I arrange a room for the two of you?" Seeing that Yang Kai and Qin Fan Lei's cultivation wasn't weak, she knew that the two of them would definitely not be willing to stay in this square for too long, so she took the initiative to make the suggestion. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He nodded and let her make her own arrangements. The young woman responded and led the two of them through the square, heading straight for the exquisite pavilions at the back. At the same time, in a private room deep inside Joyous Union Pavilion, an old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged across from each other. The old man had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation while the young man was a third-order Saint King. The old man was calm and composed, silently circulating his cultivation method, not in a hurry. On the other hand, the well-dressed young man seemed to have something on his mind, frowning from time to time as he looked outside. "Yu Han, your heart needs to be tempered a bit more," the old man said lightly without raising his eyelids. The young man opposite him was startled when he heard this, and a look of guilt appeared on his face as he respectfully said, "What seventh grandfather says is right, Yu Han is still too young." The old man smiled lightly, opened his eyes, and looked at the young man opposite him. "You don't have to blame yourself too much. After all, this matter is related to your future, so it's only right that you put some effort into it. Although our Wang family isn't a small family, it isn't a great family either. In this generation, you are the most promising one, being able to enter the Extreme Path sect and even cultivate to the Third Order Saint King realm. If you have the opportunity, breaking through to the Origin Returning realm is not impossible. When that time comes, you will be one of the pillars of my Wang family, and your background is much better than this old master's. Presumably, you will go further than this old master in the future. Seventh grandfather's praise is too excessive. Yu Han can reach where he is today all thanks to the family's support. If I really succeed in my cultivation in the future, I will definitely not disappoint the family. With your words, I can rest assured. If it weren't for you and some other clansmen came to ask this old master for help, this old master would never have agreed. Although I have obtained a position as a steward of Joyous Union Pavilion, you should know that this place is secretly supported by Imperial City Sect. On top of that, there is also the City Lord's Master's shadow. If something were to happen here, my Wang family would not be able to bear the consequences. Yu Han understands, but this time, the person we are dealing with is only a second-order Saint King, and we won't attack him directly. We just need to create some trouble for him, so there shouldn't be any problems. If not for this, how could I have agreed to your nonsense? The old man snorted lightly before immediately changing the topic and asking with a chuckle, the woman you fancy really comes from a great force like Clear Sky Sect. Indeed. The young man on the opposite side seemed to regain his spirit and immediately said, not only does she come from Clear Sky Sect, but her status there is also not low. On top of that, her net worth is quite high, at least 1 million Saint Crystals. 1 million? The old man was startled when he heard this and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. She's just a trivial third-order Saint King, how could she have such a huge net worth? Her luck was quite good. Last time, she found a Saint Crystal lode in the Lu Yen Desert and mined there for 5 months, collecting nearly 10 million Saint Crystals. After returning to Clear Sky Sect, she handed over most of it to the sect, but still kept a portion for herself. So that's how it is. The doubts in the old man's heart vanished, and he pondered for a moment before he said, if it's like this, then it's even more impossible to let her go so easily. You must obtain this woman. So long as you're able to obtain her heart, then your future cultivation will be smooth, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Yu Han also thinks so, otherwise he wouldn't have taken action to deal with that little brat surnamed Yang. I don't think that little brat has any good intentions towards Sister Qin. As long as this matter is exposed, Sister Qin will definitely not want to see him again. That's a good idea, but are you sure he'll come here? The old man asked again. The young man smiled. I'm not too sure, but I'm at least 80% sure. Let's hear it. The old man asked with interest. The young man immediately explained to him, and the old man nodded from time to time with a look of approval on his face. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly called out from outside. The old man's eyes flashed and after listening for a moment, he shouted, they really came. Really? The young man was overjoyed. The old man looked at the young man with a smile and tossed him something. Your plan is good, you can carry out the next step. You can handle this matter yourself. This is this old master's steward token. With this token, others will cooperate with you on some insignificant matters. The young man took the token and quickly kowtowed. Many thanks, seventh grandfather. In another room of Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai and Qin Fan Lei were temporarily placed here to rest. The young woman who had led them here was nowhere to be seen, so besides Yang Kai and Qin Fan Lei, there was no one else in the room. There was a pot of spirit tea on the table, but Yang Kai didn't drink a single drop, while Qin Fan Lei drank cup after cup, seemingly trying to use the spirit tea to extinguish the raging flames in his body. While he was drinking tea, Yang Kai just looked at him with a smile. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, Brother Qin, is this your first time here? Qin Fan Lei nodded, a look of embarrassment on his face as he suddenly looked up at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang seems to be quite familiar with this place. Could it be you have some experience in this place? Nonsense. Yang Kai said with a straight face, it's also my first time here. Ah. Qin Fan Lei let out a hollow laugh, not knowing if he believed him or not. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Qin Fan Lei meaningfully and asked, Brother Qin shouldn't have come to this place for no reason, right? You don't look like someone from this place, so is there a reason? Can you tell me a thing or two? Qin Fan Lei smiled bitterly and asked, Did Brother Yang see through me? It's just a guess. Yang Kai didn't deny it. Since that's the case, this Chen won't try to mystify things. Chen Fan Lei took a deep breath and calmed down a lot before saying, "Does Brother Yang think this place is just a place to have fun? Is it not?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Naturally not. If it was just to have fun, there are several other places in Black Crow City, so there was no need for me to come here. Chen Fan Lei said a few words before his expression returned to normal. After all, he was a Saint King realm cultivator, so he still had some mental fortitude. Is there something special about this place that attracted Brother Chen? Yang Kai asked curiously. In fact, it's not some kind of unspeakable secret. Anyone who knows about Joyous Union Pavilion should have come here with the same purpose as this Chen. Although this Joyous Union Pavilion is purely a brothel, there is a group of well-trained women who specialize in dual cultivation. These women cultivate a very strange dual cultivation secret art that is very useful for breaking through bottlenecks. Dual cultivation secret art to break through bottlenecks. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Chen Fan Lei wanted to do here. Chen Fan Lei nodded gently. Last time, I wanted to use the Thunder Pond to break through my current bottleneck, but unfortunately, I was obstructed by the Silver Knight Thunder Beast and failed. However, after soaking in the Thunder Pond for a few days, I felt that I was just one step away from breaking through. If I relied only on hard work, I didn't know how long it would take me to succeed, so I came here to give it a try. If I'm lucky, I may be able to save a lot of effort and herbs, but if I'm unlucky, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just return to my sect and continue cultivating. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Chen Fan Lei, who felt so much pressure just from being stared at by two trivial maidservants, would shamelessly come here. It turned out that he wanted to use this place to break through his bottleneck. Everything made sense now. Could it be that Brother Chen found this method by himself? Yang Kai asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Oh, it was Brother Wang who told me. When I was discussing my bottleneck with him this morning, he told me that there was such a secret place in Black Crow City. I originally wanted to find Brother Wang, but unfortunately he never returned, so I could only ask Brother Yang to help me. I hope Brother Yang won't blame me, Chen Fan Lei said apologetically. Chapter 1311. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned meaningfully. Brother Chen asked me to accompany you because he thought highly of me. How could I blame you? Speaking of which, I'm also very interested in this place. Brother Yang. Chen Fan Lei stared at him in amazement. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Chen misunderstands. I'm just interested in their dual cultivation secret art that can help one break through bottlenecks. However, if this is really the case, then this dual cultivation secret art is simply too powerful. You should know that the biggest obstacle to our cultivation is bottlenecks. Often, a single bottleneck can delay one's cultivation for a lifetime. If this dual cultivation secret art is really so powerful, it would be enough to become the foundation of a sect. There would be no need to open a Joyous Union Pavilion here. Brother Yang means... Although Chen Fan Lei wasn't a schemer, that didn't mean he was stupid. He could more or less understand the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Isn't there some hidden dangers in using dual cultivation to break through bottlenecks? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at him seriously. I don't know, brother didn't tell me. Chen Fan Lei couldn't help but frown. After hearing Yang Kai's words, he suddenly became vigilant. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. If a bottleneck could be broken through with the help of dual cultivation, wouldn't it be too simple? I don't know if Brother Chen has ever come into contact with a dual cultivation method before, but most of the dual cultivation methods in the world are actually extremely insidious. They harvest yin to supplement yang, or harvest yang to supplement yin. Dual cultivation methods will only benefit one party. Since this Joyous Union Pavilion can exist here, the dual cultivation method should not be one that harvests yang to supplement yin, but rather one that is similar to the former. By sacrificing one's own primordial yin or yuan qi, the guests who come here can help increase their cultivation and break through their shackles. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining his understanding of the dual cultivation method. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, Chen Fanlei should have already heard about it. After all, he wasn't an ignorant youth. Even if he hadn't come into contact with the dual cultivation method himself, he should have at least heard about it from others. And Yang Kai himself had cultivated the dual cultivation technique, so he naturally had the right to speak about it. If that's the case, then there might really be hidden dangers. After all, if I don't have a special cultivation method to refine other people's primordial yin or yuan qi, even if my cultivation level increases temporarily and I break through the bottleneck, it may cause my foundation to be unstable. Chen Fanlei pondered for a moment before muttering, but if that's the case, why did Big Brother specifically mention such a place? If he hadn't suddenly left, I would have thought he wanted to bring me here. Maybe Brother Wang didn't mean it and you misunderstood something, Yang Kai said casually. So that's how it is. Chen Fanlei gently nodded. Then what should I do? Since there is such a hidden danger, I can't hold onto my original plan. I would rather spend more time in seclusion and cultivate than let this dual cultivation method ruin my foundation, especially with a woman I don't even know. After sobering up, Chen Fanlei finally regained his usual cleverness and got up. Brother Yang, let's go now. Since we've already come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're being too rude to others, and if we just leave like this, we might end up offending the owner of this place. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Chen Fanlei scratched his head, a helpless and bitter smile filling his face. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Yang Kai to this place. Now, even if he wanted to leave, he had to be careful. Could it be that we're really going to? Chen Fanlei looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he was looking forward to it, but also somewhat hesitant. Yang Kai laughed. That depends on Brother Chen's own intentions. Of course, dual cultivation methods should be avoided if possible, but if it's just for pleasure, it doesn't matter. Brother Yang, you must be joking. Chen Fanlei's face turned red. At that moment, Yang Kai's expression changed and he turned his head towards the door. There was a soft knock on the door and the young woman who had led the two of them in before returned and said softly, "Two young lords, this mistress has been rude." As she spoke, she pushed open the door and walked in, followed by two maidservants. One of them was carrying a fragrant wine pot, while the other was carrying a plate of spirit fruits. Gracefully walking forward, they placed the things in their hands on the table and obediently stood behind the young woman. The young woman sat down beside them and asked, "May I ask if the two young lords have come here to seek pleasure or do you have some other request?" "What do you mean by seeking pleasure? What if I have some other request?" Yang Kai raised his brow and asked calmly, as if he was a seasoned veteran, causing the young woman to not dare underestimate him. The young woman pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with infinite charm, causing Chen Fanlei's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Gently opening her red lips, she said, "If you are simply looking for pleasure, our joyous union pavilion has many excellent aptitude and beautiful girls for the two young lords to choose from. I guarantee the two of you will be satisfied. Moreover, whether it is in terms of cultivation or beauty, these girls are far superior to the other places in Black Crow City. Of course, in terms of price, they are not something those places can compare with." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "The price is not an issue as long as you are satisfied with it, but what is the highest cultivation of your pavilions, young woman?" The young woman smiled sweetly. "Young lord's vision is quite high, but in terms of cultivation, young lady Hong Yu is a second-order Saint King." Second-order Saint King? Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Chen Fanlei, both of them seeing the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Neither of them had expected there to be such a woman here. After all, with such a high cultivation, it was basically possible to enter one of the great sects, much better than wandering around here. The young woman continued, "However, young lady Hong Yu only marries twice a year. After those 2 times, no matter what the price is, she will not marry. Of course, whether she marries or not is up to her. If she doesn't like it, even if young lord offers a high price, it will be useless. This young lady Hong Yu seems to have a bit of a temper. Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand. There's no need for such trouble. Very well. The young woman seemed to be relieved and asked eagerly, "May I ask if the two young lords have any other requests? I heard that your noble sect has a group of women who specialize in dual cultivation that can help one break through bottlenecks. Is this true?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The young woman gently nodded. Our Joyous Union Pavilion does have such a group of women. Moreover, of the guests who come here, as long as they are Saint King Realm cultivators, 8 out of 10 come here because of this. It seems that the two young lords are the same. We have recently encountered some bottlenecks in our cultivation and have been unable to break through, so we decided to come here. If that's the case, then that's easy to handle. If you don't mind, how about leaving everything to this mistress? I'm sure the two young lords will be satisfied, the young woman asked with a smile. Good, Yang Kai gently nodded. The young woman slowly got up and walked out. It seemed like she was going to arrange something. But when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, young masters, I'll say this first. Although some of the guests here are able to smoothly break through their bottlenecks with the help of dual cultivation, not all of them can succeed. If the two young masters are unable to achieve their wishes, rest assured we understand this point. If we really are unable to achieve our goals, it's because our opportunities are not good enough. We won't blame you." The young woman nodded with satisfaction before really leaving. After she left, Chen Fanlei looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had specifically asked for a woman who had cultivated a dual cultivation secret art. Yang Kai also didn't show any intention of explaining anything to him. Chen Fanlei thought about it for a while before steeling his heart, thinking that it was just a spring breeze. As long as it wasn't dual cultivation, he would be fine, so he simply picked up the spirit fruit on the table and began eating. A short time later, the young woman returned, but this time she was accompanied by a dozen or so young and beautiful women. These women's looks and figures were truly outstanding, each of them as beautiful as a flower, but the most remarkable thing about them was their cultivations, all of them first-order saints. This kind of cultivation was far higher than any of the women in the outside world. With these dozen or so women standing there, their fragrances suddenly filled the room, like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, a particularly enchanting sight. Chen Fanlei's eyes flashed a green light as he looked around, satisfied with all of them. Yang Kai, on the other hand, remained calm and didn't say anything. The young woman observed from the side and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she didn't say anything and simply clapped her hands lightly. The group of women who had entered walked out and soon were replaced by another group of women. The cultivation of this second group of women seemed to have improved again, with one of them now being a second-order saint. This time, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The young woman was even more surprised, her brow furrowing slightly as she clapped her hands once more, and a second group of women walked out, replaced by a third. "Two young lords, are you still not satisfied?" After waiting for a moment, she saw that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of interest, so her pretty face couldn't help sinking as she asked coldly. After all, the women who had entered this time were all of the highest quality in their Joyous Union Pavilion, and there was even a third-order saint cultivator among them. One of the young men seemed to be quite satisfied as he seemed to already have an appetite, but the other was a bit irritating as he didn't show any signs of interest, causing her to wonder if he was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai smiled lightly, ignoring her annoyance as he slowly said, "Your noble establishment should have more than this, right? If so, that would be quite disappointing." The young woman snorted and waved her hand, allowing the third group of women to walk out as she grit her teeth. "This young lord's vision is truly extraordinary. Our Joyous Union Pavilion does indeed have higher quality girls, but there aren't many of them and their prices are quite high. I just don't know if two young lords can afford them." Chapter 13:12. Like I said, the price is not an issue, as long as you are satisfied. Yang Kai smiled lightly before tossing a space ring towards the young woman. The young woman caught it and swept it with her divine sense. After seeing the number of saint crystals inside, her beautiful face changed slightly, but in the next moment, a smile appeared on her face, her previous annoyance instantly forgotten as her beautiful eyes flashed. This young lord is truly generous. Since that is the case, this mistress will not dare disappoint you. Saying so, she flipped her hand and put the space ring away, but from the look on her face, it was obvious she was very satisfied with the price Yang Kai had offered. With a wave of her hand, a silver light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he wasn't on guard. Opening his hand, he caught all the silver lights. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that what he had caught was actually a mirror as thin as a cicada's wing and silver in color. On each of the mirrors, there was a beautiful figure. Their expressions were different. Some were angry, some were happy, some were sitting, and some were standing. They were so lifelike that it was as if a real person was sealed in them. Their beautiful eyes made one's heart tremble. However, Yang Kai soon discovered something special about these mirrors. The figures on these silver mirrors only made a few simple movements, repeating the same process over and over again. These girls are our Joyous Union Pavilion's signature beauties, each of them a first-order Saint King, and each of them is a virgin. If young lord had not taken out so many saint crystals at once, this mistress would not have been able to make this decision. I believe they should be able to meet the requirements of 2 young lords, but if you are still not satisfied, this mistress can only express her deep regret. First-order Saint Kings. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression indifferent, still unable to see anything as he continued to examine the silver mirrors in his hand. There weren't many of these silver mirrors, only 7 or 8 in total, but they were obviously some kind of special artifact that could record several images, allowing those who looked at them to feel as if they were seeing them with their own eyes. As such, even though the beauties on these silver mirrors only made a few simple movements, they were still able to perfectly display their graceful bearing. If Yang Kai had simply come here to seek pleasure, each of these beauties would have met his requirements, but since learning that Chen Fanlei had come here because of Wang Yuhan's inadvertent reminder, Yang Kai, he knew something was wrong with this trip. At this point, how could he not realize that Wang Yuhan clearly had bad intentions towards him? Yang Kai's methods were extremely clever, and his plans were interconnected, so he had not exposed himself. Yang Kai had been stalling, deliberately making things difficult. Mainly, he wanted to see what Wang Yuhan was trying to do. Yang Kai didn't really intend to seek pleasure here, so he quickly examined each of the silver mirrors, slowly shaking his head as soon as he saw one before tossing it to Chen Fanlei, who had been staring at him from the side. After examining 3 or 4 mirrors in a row, Yang Kai still seemed to be indifferent, causing the young woman to become somewhat impatient, but thinking about how the other party had already paid so many saint crystals in advance, she didn't become angry and instead just waited quietly. When Yang Kai examined the 5th silver mirror, he glanced at it casually, but in the next moment, his complexion changed and his eyes flashed a terrifying light. Even his aura suddenly fluctuated as he stared fixedly at the beautiful figure in the silver mirror in his hand. The young woman had been observing Yang Kai's expression all this time, so how could she not notice the change in his expression? Chuckling lightly, she asked, "Has young lord found a beautiful woman?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and a complicated light flashed across them, causing the young woman to be startled. But soon, that expression disappeared and she returned to normal. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yes, I have indeed taken a fancy to someone. This woman meets my requirements very well. I've made Madam laugh." Saying so, Yang Kai tossed the silver mirror back to the young woman. The young woman caught it, looked at the figure in the silver mirror and murmured, "It's her." And, for young lord to take a fancy to her, his vision is not bad. "What is this girl's name?" Yang Kai asked casually. The young woman giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, please don't take offense. It's not that this mistress cannot tell you, it's just that Joyous Union Pavilion has a rule that all the girls who marry here will not reveal their true names, but young lord can call her you." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he gently nodded and asked, "Then what kind of secret art does she major in?" This time, the young woman frowned and hesitantly asked, "Isn't young lord asking too much?" "Mistress, please don't take offense. It's just that this one came here to use dual cultivation to break through the bottleneck, so naturally I want to know what kind of secret art she cultivates. Otherwise, if there is a conflict between us, wouldn't that be terrible? Young lord is a very cautious person. This is also reasonable. The young woman listened to this and didn't know whether she really believed him or not, but she still smiled and said, "In that case, there is no harm in telling young lord. Miss Yu originally cultivates an ice attribute secret art, but this does not conflict with young lord's secret art because her current dual cultivation method does not rely on the power of the ice attribute. So, no matter what attribute secret art you cultivate, it will not conflict with her. If you really have such concerns, this mistress will naturally inform you in advance." So that's how it is. Yang Kai took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision, nodding, "Good, then it's her." The young woman saw that Yang Kai had made up his mind and gently clapped her hands. A woman who looked like a maidservant immediately walked in and ordered, "Take this young lord to Ice and Snow Pavilion." The maidservant nodded and led the way. Yang Kai looked at Chen Fan Lei and grinned, "Brother Chen, help yourself." Good. Chen Fan Lei nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Yang Kai followed the maidservant out the door. After walking a few thousand meters and disappearing into the darkness, Yang Kai's face suddenly sank and his body trembled slightly, as if he was unable to suppress his emotions. He never expected that he would meet such a person in this kind of place, let alone one from Tong Xian realm. How could he not be shocked? Originally, he didn't dare to be too sure. After all, the world was so big, so how many people were there who looked the same? But when he learned that the other party's name was Yu and that she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, coupled with her first order Saint King cultivation, Yang Kai immediately determined that this Yu was really the person he knew. It had been more than a decade since Yang Kai stepped into Tong Xian realm's territory, but he had never met anyone he was familiar with in Tong Xian realm's territory. Now, the first person he had met was not only related to him, but had also ended up in this kind of brothel. Most importantly, she should have been with Su Yan. Now that she was here, where was Su Yan? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as a series of thoughts crossed his mind. Finally, with the help of his powerful mental fortitude, he managed to suppress his emotions and began chatting with the maidservant, trying to inquire about this woman named Yu. But whether it was because Joyous Union Pavilion's rules were too strict or because this maidservant's status was too low and she really didn't know anything, no matter how Yang Kai asked, he couldn't get any useful information out of her, causing the maidservant to feel extremely guilty and constantly apologize. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only sigh softly and prepare to inquire about this Yu in detail when he met her. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pavilion. The pavilion was built quite exquisitely, and it was unknown what material it was made of, but it actually faintly emitted a chill. Arriving here, the maidservant bowed and said, "Young lord, please come in. Lady Yu usually meditates and cultivates in this loft. Since today is her wedding day, she must have received the news and is waiting for young lord." "I understand." Yang Kai waved his hand and sent the maidservant away before striding into the loft. There was no one on the first floor, but Yang Kai's divine sense had already locked onto a person on the second floor. After realizing that this person's aura was indeed that of someone he knew, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly walked upstairs. The sound of footsteps rang out like a drum, causing a certain woman on the second floor to tremble in fear. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light, but very quickly, as if she had thought of something, her face darkened, and she smiled bitterly. She only sat quietly at a round table, waiting expressionlessly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived on the second floor, pushed open the door, and entered a snow-white room. Everything in this room was pure white. Whether it was the curtains or the bedding, everything was white. Coupled with the faint chill in the air, it gave one the illusion that they had entered a world of ice and snow. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw the woman sitting there. She looked faintly uneasy and had her head lowered, showing no intention of getting up to greet him. A few strands of her hair were draped over her chest, giving her an incomparably lonely and helpless appearance, causing anyone who saw her to feel pity for her. Yang Kai walked straight towards her, causing the woman's tender body to tremble slightly, as if she was a little panicked, and a pained expression appeared on her face, but she still sat in place without moving. It wasn't until Yang Kai came to her side that she sighed as if she had accepted her fate and stood up to greet him. This mistress greets honored guest. May I know when honored guest would like to begin? She had obviously received the news and had kept her head down from beginning to end, not even glancing at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid of something. Moreover, she didn't have the slightest bit of emotion and went straight to the point. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just quietly looked at her, causing you to feel even more uneasy. Being pierced by his gaze, you felt as if her entire body had been seen through and her tender body couldn't help but tremble. After a long while, this esteemed guest did not have any intention of making a move. You frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something again, a sigh came from the other side. Then, a vaguely familiar voice sounded in her ears. Elder Qian Yu, long time no see. Chapter 1313. Although it was just a faint greeting, when the words Elder Qian Yu entered her ears, the woman opposite him trembled violently as she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Immediately, a look of surprise and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had recognized Yang Kai but wasn't quite sure, a complicated look on her face. What's wrong? Does Elder Qian Yu not recognize this Yang? Yang Kai smiled at her. Yang Kai! Qian Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. It's really you. In this kind of place, besides me, who would know you are Elder Qian Yu? Yang Kai raised his brow. Qian Yu's expression became even more strange as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, both wanting to laugh and wanting to cry. After struggling for a long time, she finally calmed down and a touch of cordiality appeared in her eyes, as if she had found a family member she had not seen for a long time. Taking a deep breath, her full breasts heaved up and down as she called out, I never expected to meet you here. Yang Kai grinned, I didn't expect that either. Right, let's sit down and talk. Qian Yu suddenly recovered and quickly said. Yang Kai nodded and sat down. Qian Yu also sat down, and as their eyes met, both of them fell silent. Obviously, both of them had a lot of questions they wanted to ask, but for a while, they didn't know where to start. Qian Yu's mood was unstable, but so was Yang Kai. This Lady Yu, in front of him turned out to be Elder Qian Yu of Tongxian Realm's Ice Sect. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with this woman, at most they could be considered acquaintances. However, she had taught Su Yen cultivation before, and although they weren't master and disciple in name, there was still some friendship between them. After Meng Wuya brought Xia Ningchang and Su Yen back to Tongxian Realm through the void corridor under the central capital, because Meng Wuya had to remove the profound heavenly seal demon commander Zhang Yuan had placed on him, he couldn't protect Su Yen all the time, so he had entrusted her to Ice Sect, a hidden sect. Later, Yang Kai also came to Tongxian Realm and after many inquiries, he also rushed to Ice Sect, where he met Elder Qian Yu and even fought with her. At that time, in Ice Sect, in addition to Qian Yu, Yang Kai vaguely remembered there were several other Saint Realm elders. One of them was Qian Hao, Elder Qian Yu's brother, while Ice's Ice Sect, Sects Ice Sect, Ice Sects, Ice's Masters' elders, Isis. At that time, Yang Kai only had a transcendent realm cultivation and was able to fight against several Saint Realm Masters of Ice Sect. It was all thanks to his soul-devouring insects that he was able to force out Ice Sect's sect master, Xianxia, and after a long conversation, he was able to fuse with Su Yan's soul and reach the grand accomplishment stage of his yin-yang joyous unification art. Less than 20 years had passed since then, and the elder-level character that Yang Kai had to look up to had now fallen into a lonely and desolate state. She even seemed to have some freedom, unable to make her own decisions, and could only wait here for guests to choose. Using a dual cultivation secret art to help others break through bottlenecks, the vicissitudes of time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Moreover, his cultivation was now higher than Elder Qian Yu's. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind before Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he smiled. I heard that Lady Yu used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art. May I ask where Lady Yu came from and how she ended up here? Qian Yu frowned and subconsciously glared at Yang Kai, but after seeing the strange light in his eyes, she suddenly understood and replied faintly, I indeed used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art, but that has nothing to do with honored guest. As for how I ended up here, honored guest has nothing to do with it. Yang Kai didn't seem to care and just smiled indifferently. Since that's the case, this Yang won't ask. However, when we begin our dual cultivation secret art, it's only natural that we communicate more, so this Yang would like to have a long talk with Lady Yu to enhance our mutual understanding. What does Lady Yu think? Since it is honored guest's request, this mistress will naturally cooperate, Qian Yu replied indifferently. Yang Kai gently nodded and began chatting casually with Qian Yu about some trivial matters, most of which were interesting rumors about various places. Qian Yu listened with great interest, and although her expression remained cold, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of curiosity. After a long silence, Yang Kai's voice paused and his expression became serious as he nodded lightly to Qian Yu. Good, the divine sense monitoring us has left. Qian Yu's expression also became solemn as a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yang Kai, you're still somewhat unfathomable. Back then, you were just a transcendent yet dared to break into Ice Sect alone. Now that you've come to Joyous Union Pavilion, you're actually able to detect the divine sense monitoring us. How did you do it? The divine sense monitoring them here must belong to an origin returning realm master. If Qian Yu hadn't noticed Yang Kai's strange look, she wouldn't have cooperated with him so much. However, Qian Yu clearly sensed that Yang Kai's cultivation was just a second-order Saint King, which greatly surprised her. Yang Kai smiled lightly, my divine sense is slightly stronger than an average cultivator's. It's more than just slightly stronger. Qian Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head, not wanting to get to the bottom of this matter, instead eagerly asking, why are you here? I also want to ask you this question. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at her solemnly. It's a long story, Qian Yu smiled bitterly. Qian Yu smiled bitterly, picked up the cup and teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Yang Kai. After sorting out her thoughts for a moment, she said, presumably you now know why our ice sect has been hiding in that glacier world all this time, right? And I understand a little. It is said that you were there to guard the bone race. Yang Kai nodded lightly, recalling some memories of the past. But the bone race's resurgence was too fierce, something our ice sect had not anticipated. Among them, there was even an unrivaled existence, and our ice sect was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. With just a few Saint Realm masters, it was impossible to resist. Fortunately, when the seniors of Ice Sect killed the Bone Race, they seized a star shuttle which was controlled by each generation's Ice Master. After Ice Sect was destroyed, Ice Master Xianxia knew that she could not escape with us, so she could only take the risk of breaking into the Star Field's gate near Ice Sect. By relying on the power of that star shuttle, we were able to enter Star Territory. I also inquired about this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Since we entered Star Territory, how could we appear here? What about Ice Master Xianxia? What about Su Yan? Where are they now? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Qian Yu's expression darkened. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly went pale as a bad feeling filled his heart. Qian Yu saw his expression and immediately knew he had misunderstood, quickly waving her hand and saying, you don't need to think too much. Although I don't know where they are now, Ice Master Xianxia and Su Yan should be fine. How can you be so sure? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Because of this. Qian Yu suddenly flicked her wrist and two crystal-clear ice beads appeared in her palm, each of them about the size of a fingernail, pure and flawless. As soon as he saw these two ice beads, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared at one of them, unable to move his eyes away. He felt Su Yan's aura from this ice bead while the other one contained Xianxia's aura. What are these? Yang Kai looked up at Qian Yu. These are ice soul beads condensed using one of our ice sect's secret techniques. As long as the bead exists, the owner exists. If the bead shatters, the owner dies. Qian Yu explained softly, each ice soul bead corresponds to one person. We were afraid of being separated from one another in Star's territory, so we condensed them as a precaution. I have their ice soul beads and they also have mine. Since these 2 ice soul beads haven't shattered, it means they are still alive." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. As long as Su Yan was fine, he felt relieved. Although he didn't know where she was now, one day the 2 of them would meet again, Yang Kai firmly believed. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Can you give me this ice soul bead?" Xianxia smiled lightly. "Of course, that's not a problem after all, you are the closest person to Su Yan in this world." Saying so, she handed over the ice soul bead that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai thanked her profusely before reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Su Yan's appearance and the smile she gave him all those years ago, a trace of tenderness flashing across his eyes. Yang Kai sensed the aura of this ice soul bead for a moment before carefully storing it into his black book space. After doing this, Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body and mind relaxed greatly. The invisible pressure that had been weighing down on his heart for so long also dissipated at this moment, and the Saint Qi in his body began to circulate uncontrollably, causing the nearby world energy to surge violently. After learning that Su Yan was fine, Yang Kai felt the pressure in his heart disappear and his aura began to fluctuate, showing faint signs of breaking through on the spot. For a long time, although Yang Kai hadn't spoken much about Su Yan to anyone, even if it was just for himself, he would only occasionally think about her, but this kind of worry and concern had subtly become a stumbling block on Yang Kai's path forward, and also a shackle in his heart. Now, under the impact of Su Yan's aura, this shackle had broken, and with the ice soul bead, Yang Kai was naturally able to relax. After refining the profound Yin sunflower water in Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared to the peak of the Second Order Saint King realm. Now, almost 2 years had passed and he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Today's events were just a prelude. Even without today's events, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to break through in 3 months at the earliest and half a year at the latest. He had rushed back to Dragon Cave Mountain in a hurry because he wanted to prepare for this breakthrough. The abnormalities in his body naturally didn't escape Qianyu's eyes and she stared at him suspiciously. Qianyu smiled happily and was about to congratulate him when Yang Kai frowned, forcibly suppressing the tumbling of his Saint Qi, blushing slightly before returning to normal. Chapter 13-14. The world energy that had been stirred up by Yang Kai's aura also returned to normal at this moment. "Why did you give up this opportunity?" Qianyu's eyes flashed a strange light as she asked regretfully. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, I'll come back here sooner or later. What I want to know now is what happened after you entered Star Territory and how you were separated." Qianyu heard this and smiled bitterly, but still nodded. "Very well, if you're so worried, it's not the best time to break through." Immediately, Qianyu began explaining the situation after Ice Sect's group entered Star Territory. Through her description, Yang Kai learned that the situation they encountered after entering Star Territory was far more dangerous than his own. Needless to say, the star field storm and the asteroid sea were also extremely dangerous. After all, their physical strength and divine sense cultivation were not as good as Yang Kai's, so after entering Star Territory, they were unable to easily resist the dangers in front of them. If it weren't for Xianxia and the others fully defending themselves, with Su Yan's cultivation, she would have long since fallen. Even so, 2 of Ice Sect's Saint Realm elders failed to escape from the star field storm and died, leaving behind only Ice Sect's Xianxia, Su Yan, Qianyu, and Qian Hao, the brother and sister Qianyu. The remaining 4 people wandered Star Territory for several years, and just as they were in despair, they suddenly discovered a void corridor. Although they didn't know where this void corridor in Star Field led to or what kind of dangers lay ahead, if they gave up this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. So after some discussion, the 4 of them rushed into the void corridor. However, the void corridor seemed to be somewhat unstable and branched off into many forks, so the group inadvertently became separated. After Qianyu passed through the void corridor, she found herself on Shadowed Star. As for the others, she didn't know where they had gone. After hearing this, Yang Kai's face darkened. If they had all separated after passing through the same fork, then Ice Master Xianxia, Elder Qian Hao, and Su Yan must have all arrived on Shadowed Star, but they had all taken different forks in the void corridor. Who knew where these forks would take the remaining 3? Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that there was a 90% chance that the remaining 3 were not on Shadowed Star, because there was a faint connection between him and Su Yan that would only grow stronger as his strength grew. Yang Kai had once used a drop of golden blood to circle Shadowed Star, so if Su Yan was really on Shadowed Star, he would definitely have noticed. There was actually a fork in the void corridor. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused, but the world was big and filled with all kinds of strange things. He was just a small character in the Second-Order Saint King realm, so there were many things he couldn't understand. The existence of the Ice Soul Bead showed that these 3 people were still alive, but Yang Kai didn't know where they were on Shadowed Star's territory. After Qianyu arrived on Shadowed Star, she appeared near Black Crow City. At that time, she had passed through the void corridor and was extremely weak. Unfortunately, in that situation, she had encountered a few cultivators who harbored evil intentions towards her. Seeing her extraordinary beauty, they decided to kill her. Fortunately, an origin-returning realm master who happened to be nearby rescued her and brought her back to Joyous Union Pavilion. Since then, Qianyu had been living in Joyous Union Pavilion and was given a dual cultivation opportunity by her savior. As time passed, Qianyu gradually understood what kind of shady business this place was and what kind of fate awaited her. Fortunately, her cultivation was not low, having reached the First Order Saint King realm, but not everyone could visit her. Occasionally, there would be a few honored guests who would pay a high price, but none of them would choose her, allowing her to survive until now. Today, when Qianyu received news that an honored guest was about to visit, she was about to be married. Qianyu's heart was filled with anxiety, but how could she have known that this honored guest would actually be Yang Kai? When Qianyu was telling the story, Yang Kai didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. As if she was holding back a lot of bitterness, Qianyu wiped a few tears as she spoke. This wasn't surprising though. In the past, she was an elder of Ice Sect, and although she wasn't famous, she was still considered one of Tong Xian Realm's top characters. However, after coming to Star's territory, she hadn't even had time to see the splendor of Star's territory before escaping death several times. After she finally settled down, she was placed under house arrest here and became a prostitute. The difference between now and then was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her. Speaking of which, Qianyu was barely his elder, but as a successful cultivator, she had quite a bit of experience in maintaining her youthful appearance, so it was impossible to tell her true age from her appearance alone. Yang Kai couldn't comfort her like he had comforted his peers. That would be overstepping his boundaries. After Qianyu calmed down, Yang Kai said, "If I were to let you see the Star territory you lost again, would you still be able to recognize it?" "I wouldn't dare say I would be able to recognize it 100%, but I do have some impressions of some of the nearby stars." Qianyu gently nodded. "Good." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "When you have time, tell me the characteristics of those stars." "Naturally, that's not a problem, but with just these, how can you determine their location?" "You don't need to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods." "Oh right, you just said you had some kind of seal placed on you? If it's convenient, can you let me take a look?" "Naturally, you can take a look, but don't act rashly. The one who placed this seal is the origin-returning realm master who rescued me and is also one of the owners of Joyous Union Pavilion. She usually meditates in a secret room here, so if you disturb her, it won't be good." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After Qianyu stretched out her hand, he stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, sending his Saint Qi into Qianyu's body. As he investigated, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. After a long time, he withdrew his fingers and showed a thoughtful expression. "This seal isn't too vicious. It seems that person just didn't want you to run away." I tried to run away a few times, but every time she activated this seal, I felt powerless and couldn't run far." On top of that, if I hadn't been on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm a few years ago, she wouldn't have tolerated me acting so presumptuously. A few years ago, Xianyu was just a Saint Realm cultivator, but the price of a Saint Realm woman and a Saint King Realm woman was completely different in Joyous Union Pavilion, so even if Xianyu had a bad record of running away, that person only punished her slightly and didn't really intend to harm her. After Xianyu successfully broke through to the Saint King Realm, that person couldn't wait to push her out and make her a dual cultivation partner. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, the reason she had rescued Xianyu at that time was probably because she had such intentions. After all, Xianyu seemed to have no one to rely on and her cultivation wasn't low. On top of that, she was still a virgin, so it was undoubtedly much more cost-effective than Joyous Union Pavilion cultivating such a woman from scratch. That's all for me. What about you? What's the situation on Tongxian Realm? Is the bone race raging? Xianyu tidied up her appearance and asked nervously. Although she had already come to Star Territory, for her, Tongxian Realm was still her home. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but worry about it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. You don't need to worry about the bone race, they have already been wiped out. When I left, Tongxian Realm was thriving. During the demon race, the relationship between the monster race and the human race has also become much more harmonious because of the common enemy. The bone race has been wiped out? Xianyu looked surprised and asked, how did they do it? Yang Kai then briefly explained how Tongxian Realm's 3 clans had joined forces to fight against the bone race, causing Xianyu to be fascinated and smile constantly. Under her questioning, Yang Kai also told her some of the things that had happened after he entered Star Territory. Compared with Xianyu's experience, Yang Kai's journey was undoubtedly much more exciting and dangerous. As soon as he entered Star Territory, he was captured and placed in the starship's power room to have his Saint Qi extracted to supplement the starship's energy, almost dying in the process. After an accident in the chaotic abyss, his starship was destroyed and he was stranded on the floating continent where he was restrained by Guizhou. After finally escaping from the floating continent and heading to Water Moon Star, he inexplicably became enemies with Shui Yu's 3rd young master of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. On his way to Rainfall Star, he almost died. After unlocking the soul chains and escaping from Rainfall Star, Yang Kai fell into a deep sleep for several years before being protected by the blood-red crystal and drifting all the way to Shadowed Star, where he encountered Wu Yi and the others from the Haiku family and was rescued. Yang Kai didn't stop until the recent opening of Lu Yan's Sandfield. Of course, Yang Kai subconsciously ignored the erotic battle with Shui Yu's 3rd young master on the Dead Star, and in his narration, Shui Yu was just a man. After listening to Yang Kai's story, Xianyu couldn't help feeling a mixture of envy and admiration. She was envious of Yang Kai's freedom and unfettered freedom, but she also admired him for braving so many dangers along the way. Yang Kai's original intention in entering the star field was to find Su Yan, which gave Xianyu a good impression of Yang Kai. She felt that Su Yan had not entrusted her life to the wrong person. Moreover, from his concern for Su Yan just now, it was clear that even after so many years, Su Yan's weight in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. After a moment of silence, Xianyu suddenly smiled mysteriously as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "Looking at you, it seems you're living quite comfortably, even having the time and energy to come to such a place." Yang Kai gawked for a moment before immediately understanding that Xianyu was speaking up for Su Yan, quickly waving his hand. "Elder Xianyu misunderstands, I actually came here for a reason." "Naturally there is a reason, every man who comes here will say the same thing, but considering your performance just now, I will give you a chance to explain yourself on behalf of Su Yan. If you really have something important to do here, then that's fine, but if you don't, don't blame this elder for speaking ill of you the next time she sees Su Yan." Xianyu looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he quickly calmed down and explained why Chen Fanlei had invited him here while also mentioning his suspicions about Wang Yuhan. Chapter 13-15. Xianyu was able to become an elder of Ice Sect and cultivate to the Second Order Saint Realm on Tongxian Realm. so she was naturally an intelligent person. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? After pondering for a while, she said, "If that's the case, you really have a reason for coming here. However, that Wang Yuhan is really quite scheming. The plan he devised is actually quite intricate and watertight. This person can't be underestimated." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said slowly, "If he just wants to smear my name and make Chen Shitao look down on me, that's fine. But if he has other malicious intentions, Although he had guessed some of Wang Yuhan's intentions, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Originally, he had stayed here with the intention of deliberately finding trouble to force Wang Yuhan to reveal his true intentions, but he hadn't expected to see Qian Yu here, so naturally, he had taken advantage of the situation and come to this ice and snow pavilion. "You're still so unruly," Qian Yu muttered in shock. Qian Yu stared at this scene in a daze. Wasn't the situation in front of him similar to when he had single-handedly broken into Ice Sect and caused havoc? Whether it was at that time or now, Yang Kai's strength wasn't at the peak, but he dared to do things that ordinary people didn't dare. After thinking about it for a while, Qian Yu said, "But since you dare act like this, you must have something to rely on. I won't try to persuade you, but you must be careful. I don't want to have to collect the corpse of an old acquaintance here." "Don't worry, if I can't beat him, I'll run," Yang Kai grinned. "But first, you have to tell me, what is the background of this Joyous Union Pavilion?" "Background?" Qian Yu frowned. "I don't know much about the specifics. After all, since I came here, I haven't had much contact with outsiders, but from the conversations of some of the maidservants, I know that there are 3 Origin returning realm masters guarding this place all year round. On top of that, this Joyous Union Pavilion seems to be a secret property of a sect called Imperial City Sect with the support of this place's city lord." Imperial City Sect? Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment. He felt as if he had come into contact with this sect's disciple before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. Since he couldn't remember, it shouldn't be anything important, so Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Rubbing his chin, he muttered, "With 3 Origin returning realm masters guarding this place, the security is quite tight." Seeing the strange light in his eyes, Qian Yu's beautiful face paled as she shouted, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled, "It's not what you think. I have no enmity with this place. Naturally, I won't do anything bad here. I just want to take you away." "Take me away?" Qian Yu's face lit up with joy, but it quickly dimmed as he smiled bitterly. "You want to take me away? Easier said than done." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Of course there are difficulties. They are not big, but they are not small either. Since you were able to come to Ice and Snow Pavilion, you must have paid a lot of Saint Crystals, right? I don't know where you got those Saint Crystals from, but if just one night of pleasure costs so much, the price you would have to pay to take me away would likely be at least 10 times that. Do you even have that many Saint Crystals?" Obviously, in her opinion, it was impossible for Yang Kai to pay such a high price. Just one night of pleasure here would cost an astronomical number of Saint Crystals in Qian Yu's opinion. However, Yang Kai smiled happily and said confidently, "You don't need to worry about that. I can still take out a few trivial Saint Crystals." A few trivial? Qian Yu couldn't help covering her red lips as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she was trying to get to know him all over again. She couldn't figure out how Yang Kai could have such a huge net worth. "I just don't know if Joyous Union Pavilion will release you. It stands to reason that a woman like you who has lost her primordial Yin after receiving an honored guest shouldn't be treated seriously by Joyous Union Pavilion." Yang Kai said before suddenly showing a trace of embarrassment. This Yang's words were a bit rude. "Please don't take offense, Elder Qian Yu." Qian Yu's pretty face blushed slightly, giving her a somewhat delicate and charming look, but she quickly recovered and slowly said, "It's nothing, what you said is true, but do you think those people from Joyous Union Pavilion won't be able to tell whether I have lost my primordial Yin or not? If you want to redeem me while I'm still a virgin, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. "That's true, I'm afraid Joyous Union Pavilion will raise the price. But it doesn't matter, there is no deal in this world that cannot be negotiated. It just depends on whether the appropriate price can be paid. You and I both came from Tong Xian realm, being able to meet here is heaven's will. In any case, I won't allow you to remain here." Hearing this, Xianyu showed a trace of gratitude on her face and didn't say anything more, but she was also faintly looking forward to it in her heart. If she could leave this place, how could she have stayed here until now? But today, Yang Kai's arrival had finally given her a glimmer of hope. If she missed out on this opportunity today, she may have to spend the rest of her life here, reduced to a prostitute. Immediately, Yang Kai asked about some more details about Joyous Union Pavilion. Qianyu naturally told him everything she knew, but there were many things she didn't understand, so she couldn't provide Yang Kai with any help. After an hour, Qianyu summoned the maidservant of Joyous Union Pavilion and gave her some instructions. The maidservant glanced over at Yang Kai with some surprise before leaving with a complicated look on her face. After waiting for about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the young woman who had dealt with Yang Kai before appeared in the loft and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Apparently, she had heard some information from the maidservant. Qianyu personally served tea and then stood beside Yang Kai, her expression faintly nervous. The young woman took a few sips of tea before calmly opening her red lips and exhaling, "I heard that young lord intends to redeem Lady Yu and return her freedom?" Yang Kai nodded calmly and got straight to the point. "I am very satisfied with this Lady Yu, so I want to take her away from here. I wonder if your Joyous Union is willing to let her go." The young woman giggled when she heard this and glanced over at Qianyu, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes before she said, "If this mistress is not mistaken, Er's primordial Een seems to have not been picked. Since young lord has not done such a thing, why do you insist on taking you away?" Yang Kai frowned. "Naturally, I have my own reasons. Does your Joyous Union need to inquire about this?" "Young lord, please forgive us. It's just that our Joyous Union Pavilion has very few precedents of girls being redeemed, so this mistress has to be cautious." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pondered for a while before saying, "In that case, I really should give your Joyous Union an explanation. Yes, Lady Yu and I are indeed innocent. What I want is the ice attribute secret art she cultivates. It will be useful for my future cultivation." Ice attribute secret art? If that's the case, this mistress is puzzled. There are countless cultivators who cultivates this secret art, so why does young lord only want Lady Yu? Saying so, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai chuckled. "There are indeed many cultivators who cultivates this secret art, but there aren't many who can hit it off with me. If I were to say that Lady Yu and I fell in love at first sight, would you believe me?" The young woman couldn't help giggling. Qianyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, also blushed slightly, giving her a bashful appearance. "It seems that Lady Yu doesn't believe me, but this is the truth. This one has nothing to hide." Yang Kai didn't try to justify himself. In any case, he firmly believed this was the reason. The young woman frowned and suddenly got up, walked over to Qianyu's side, intimately holding her arm, and smiled at Yang Kai. "Young lord, please don't blame this mistress. It's not that this mistress is being careful, it's just that Yu is a disciple that our Joyous Union Pavilion has cultivated since she was a child. The price we have paid is not small. On top of that, this mistress and Yu are like sisters, so I really don't want her to leave. I want her to stay with me for a while. Cultivated since childhood, like sisters." Yang Kai gave a faint smile, but the smile on the young woman's face didn't diminish in the slightest as she calmly stared at Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't known Qianyu for a long time and knew her origins, he likely would have been deceived by her. This woman's ability to speak such blatant lies was quite good. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became serious as he waved his hand and said, "Lady Yu, please state your price. Since you haven't flatly refused, there is still room for negotiation. Give me a number and I'll see if I can afford it. Let's talk about it, it's just a transaction." The young woman curled her lips slightly before turning around and returning to her seat, faintly saying, "Since young lord is so straightforward, This mistress won't beat around the bush. Indeed, our Joyous Union Pavilion's young lady has been redeemed before, but no Saint King Realm young lady has ever been redeemed. Young Lord wants to set a precedent. If you really want to do this, the price you will have to pay will not be small. Tell me about it. Yang Kai looked at her faintly. The young woman's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced over at Qian Yu and said, if Lady Yu had already lost her primordial Yin, that would naturally be a different matter, but now that she is still a virgin, the price will be much higher. Lady Yu isn't mistaken, right? Yang Kai suddenly sneered, I've already paid the Saint Crystals tonight, so it stands to reason that Lady Yu's primordial Yin already belongs to me, yet you still want to use it to bargain? Indeed, the young woman smiled tenderly, but young lord didn't take Yu's primordial Yin, right? That's naturally a different matter, but if young lord wishes to go back on his word, this mistress won't stop you. How about we discuss this matter again after you've completed your dual cultivation? She seemed to be certain that Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing, so when she spoke of this, she had a confident expression on her face. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold while Qian Yu's expression didn't look any better. No matter who it was, being bargained like this in front of their eyes, especially when it was related to their purity, their expression would become very ugly. Chapter 13:16. Listening to the meaning of this young woman's words, if they took Qian Yu's primordial Yin now, the price for her redemption would undoubtedly be much lower. This was what Yang Kai and Qian Yu had been worried about before, but how could Yang Kai do such a thing? He could only pinch his nose and accept this loss. Yang Kai's heart was filled with depression. With a cold expression, he said, this one cannot accept young lady's proposal. You have a point. Seeing him compromise, the young woman immediately smiled happily and continued, not to mention the resources consumed to cultivate you. The dual cultivation method that young Lady Yu cultivates is a secret of our Joyous Union Pavilion. Since young lord intends to redeem her, have you thought about how to deal with Yu's secret cultivation method? Could it be that young lord intends to buy this dual cultivation method as well? Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he suddenly realized that he had overlooked this issue. However, his mind quickly changed and he immediately refuted, young lady must be joking. Your pavilion's dual cultivation method is indeed amazing, but as far as I know, I'm afraid it has many hidden dangers, right? The young woman heard this and shot a cold glance at Qian Yu, seemingly thinking that Qian Yu had revealed something. Yang Kai lightly said, rest assured, young Lady Yu didn't tell me anything about this dual cultivation method, but I know that there is no such convenient secret cultivation method in this world. Your pavilion's dual cultivation method is indeed unique, but there must also be some hidden dangers. The young woman's complexion changed a few times, but she didn't try to deny it and instead nodded. I didn't expect young lord to be such a well-informed person. Yes, our Joyous Union Pavilion's dual cultivation method does have some hidden dangers, but this is not a secret. Many people know about it, even the guests who come here are aware of it. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. Is it convenient for young lady to tell me? It doesn't matter if I tell you. In any case, you can ask around outside and find out. The hidden danger is that if you use this dual cultivation method to break through your bottleneck, you may not be able to improve your cultivation in the future and will stop here. I see. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since you know that there are hidden dangers, why did you come here to break through the bottleneck? Because those customers feel that they have no hope of making another breakthrough in their lives, they naturally don't care about any hidden dangers. If they come here, they might be able to advance to the next level and fulfill their wishes. If it were young lord who had been stuck at a bottleneck for hundreds of years and was unable to make any progress, what would you do if you knew that our Joyous Union Pavilion had an opportunity to help you break through? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said seriously, I'm afraid he can't resist the temptation. That's right, even if this dual cultivation technique has hidden dangers, it is still a rare and good cultivation technique. Young master wants to redeem Yuer, and Yuer has cultivated this dual cultivation technique. Who knows if young master has any ideas about this cultivation technique? You know that very well. Why do you have to threaten me with this? Yang Kai snorted coldly. I'm not stupid enough to ruin my bright future by relying on a dual cultivation. The young woman chuckled. I'm not threatening you, but I have a duty to remind you of this. However, if young lord insists on taking Yuer away, there is still room for negotiation. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. If Yuer cultivates this dual cultivation technique to the deepest level, even if young lord pays a high price, this mistress will not dare to let her go. Fortunately, Yuer has not cultivated this technique for a long time and has not touched the later levels, so there is room for negotiation. This mistress has 2 proposals, but I don't know which one young lord will choose. Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai and waited for Yang Kai to signal her to continue before casually saying, the first proposal is very simple, you just need to abolish Yuer's dual cultivation technique. As soon as these words came out, Qian Yu's face paled and her tender body began to tremble. Yang Kai also couldn't help frowning. Although Qian Yu had been forced to cultivate this dual cultivation technique after coming to Joyous Union Pavilion, she had already cultivated it. If he really abolished it, it would inevitably affect her foundation. If she was lucky, she would only lose some of her yuan qi and would have a chance to recover after some rest. If she was unlucky, no one could say what the consequences would be. So Yang Kai immediately shook his head. This method won't work. Tell me the second one. The young woman seemed to have expected this and smiled before continuing. The second is to make young lord pay a higher price. It's the same as having me buy the first few levels of Yuer's dual cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. You can say that. This mistress is an easy person to talk to, so young lord won't find this difficult, right? This proposal is reasonable, there is nothing difficult about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The young woman's face lit up. Young lord is really straightforward, but the price young lord will have to pay will not be small. Then what kind of price does this Joyous Union Pavilion want? Yang Kai looked at her lightly. The young woman frowned slightly and thought about it carefully for a moment before reporting a number. Qian Yu, who was standing behind Yang Kai, trembled as a trace of despair flashed across her beautiful eyes. This number was simply beyond her imagination. With her little understanding of Shadowed Star, she knew that such a sum of Saint Crystals was enough to buy an excellent origin-grade artifact. Even if she spent her entire life accumulating such wealth, she might not be able to afford it. Yang Kai also seemed to show an awkward expression, no longer displaying his previous cheerfulness as he rubbed his chin and fell silent. Seeing this, the young woman smiled faintly and said, Young lord shouldn't try to lower the price. Since this mistress has quoted such a price, it must be in line with the rules of our Joyous Union Pavilion, so this mistress cannot change it at will. If young lord cannot afford this price, please return to where you came from. Her last sentence was not polite at all, as if she had already determined that Yang Kai was powerless and did not intend to waste any more time with him. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, Such a huge amount of Saint Crystals really makes me feel a bit embarrassed. The young woman sneered but did not answer. Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked, Does your Joyous Union accept collateral? Collateral? The young woman raised her brow. Artifacts, pills, or materials? Yang Kai replied, However, these things are very important to this Yang, so I can only use them as collateral. After I go back, I will collect enough Saint Crystals to redeem them. After all, no one will carry such a large amount of Saint Crystals around with them. What you say has some truth, but it also depends on what you want to use as collateral. If young lord casually leaves a few things here and then disappears, wouldn't my Joyous Union Pavilion suffer a great loss? On this point, young lady can rest assured. Since I want to use them as collateral, I will definitely use some of my most important things as collateral. It's impossible for me not to ask for them back. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and in the next moment, 2 jade bottles, 2 artifacts, and a space ring appeared on the table. Pushing these things towards the young woman, Yang Kai said lightly, Young lady, please check if these are enough. The young woman glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously but did not act polite. directly picking up the space ring and releasing her divine sense to inspect it. After discovering that there were some saint crystals inside, she put it back down without a trace. Although there were many saint crystals here, they were far from enough to cover the price she had just quoted. Picking up one of the jade bottles again, she opened it and sniffed, her beautiful face changing slightly as she poured out a pill from the bottle without hesitation and placed it on the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. A moment later, she showed a hint of surprise, an origin-grade low-rank fire cloud pill, and its quality is so good. Which alchemy grandmaster refined it? Yang Kai did not comment, nor did he have any intention of answering her question. However, the young woman's expression was undoubtedly much more dignified than before, because anyone who could obtain such a bottle of origin-grade low-rank pills must have some kind of relationship with one of those alchemy grandmasters. Their identity was either rich or noble, so she no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. After all, the Imperial City sect behind Joyous Union Pavilion was just a medium-sized sect with no such alchemy grandmaster. After checking the other bottle of pills, she found that they were also origin-grade low-rank pills, further confirming the guess in the young woman's heart. These 2 bottles of pills alone were extremely valuable and were not things that could be bought with saint crystals. The 2 artifacts weren't particularly valuable, both being Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts, but they were still worth a few saint crystals. These 2 bottles of pills were obtained with great difficulty and will be of great use to my future cultivation, so it is impossible for me to give up these 2 bottles of pills. You shouldn't have any doubts now, right? Yang Kai looked at the young woman with a smile. The young woman nodded slowly, the doubts in her heart disappearing. To be honest, even an ordinary origin-returning realm master might not be able to obtain these 2 bottles of pills, so for a second-order Saint King to obtain them, he obviously had extraordinary connections and means. What she didn't know was that these 2 bottles of pills were refined by Yang Kai himself. Seeing her contemplating, Yang Kai didn't intend to disturb her, instead quietly casting a reassuring glance to Qianyu. He could also see that this young woman had obviously been moved by his offer and wouldn't make any excessive demands. Once this transaction was concluded, he would immediately take Qianyu away from Black Crow City and never return. As for the pills and artifacts he had to hand over, how could Yang Kai care about them? The reason why he didn't use Saint Crystals to complete the transaction was because Yang Kai was being cautious. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but if he took out so many Saint Crystals at once, it might arouse the greed of others. Seeing this, Qianyu couldn't help smiling. After a long time, the young woman seemed to have made a decision and raised her head to smile at Yang Kai, but just as she was about to say something, her expression changed and she quickly took out a communication artifact and apologetically said, "My apologies, young lord, please wait a moment." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no harm. The young woman poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in front of Yang Kai, seemingly communicating with someone, her expression constantly changing as she did so. After a while, she put away the communication artifact with a confused look on her face and turned an embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 1317. Sure enough, the young woman smiled apologetically and said, "Young lord, I'm afraid this deal is not possible." Not possible? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Is the price I offered not enough? That's not the case. The young woman shook her head helplessly. It's just that this mistress has just received a message from above stating that no one can redeem you. As for the specific reason, it is inconvenient for me to tell you. When Qianyu heard this, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as her face paled. She had just seen the hope of freedom, but now it had been ruthlessly extinguished. The blow she received was unimaginable. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely ugly as he stared coldly at the young woman opposite him. Seeing the embarrassment and apologetic smile on the other party's face, he immediately understood that this matter was not something she could decide, so even if he became angry with her, it would be useless. Taking a deep breath, he asked thoughtfully, The message you received, did it say that no one can redeem Lady Yu, or did it say that no one can redeem her? Is there a difference? The young woman was stunned. Just answer me, Yang Kai snorted. Seemingly feeling a little ashamed for suddenly going back on her word, the young woman hesitated for a moment before replying, only Yu's name was mentioned, as for the others, no one else was mentioned. I know Yang Kai sneered again, his eyes flashing as he said, young lady, how about this? I still feel that there is no deal in this world that cannot be negotiated, only a price that cannot be paid. If you can promise me to take you away, I will pay you an additional bottle of spirit pills, how about it? Saying so, Yang Kai took out an exquisite bottle, a pained expression appearing on his face as he solemnly handed it to the young woman. The young woman smiled helplessly. Young lord is making things difficult for this mistress. Since this matter has already been spoken, this matter is really not something this mistress can decide. Whether you can decide or not, take a look at the spirit pills in this bottle first. If you really can't agree, I hope you can contact the person who sent the message just now and ask him what kind of price he wants me to pay. The young woman's eyes flashed with surprise as she said in astonishment, it seems that Miss Yu is very important to the young lord. Yu is very lucky to be appreciated by such a person. When she looked at Chen Yu again, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Yang Kai was so insistent on redeeming Chen Yu, it was clear that he valued her very much in his heart. For a woman who had wandered about in the mortal world, this was undoubtedly the happiest thing. She was also a woman, so she naturally felt the same way. So she didn't immediately refuse Kai Yang's request. Instead, she symbolically opened the small bottle and lowered her head to take a look. Her originally indifferent expression changed when she saw the contents of the bottle. Her apricot eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. There was only one pill in the bottle. It was round and rolling, pure white and flawless. It exuded a very comfortable aura. Smelling it, the young woman even felt her mood become stable. She glanced at Yang Kai in amazement and saw the other party looking at her with a faint smile. Not daring to act carelessly, she quickly poured out the pill and placed it on the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. After a long time, she put the pill back down and took a deep breath before turning a strange look towards Yang Kai. Although this mistress doesn't know much about pills, she can barely recognize that this should be a severing demon's pill, yes? Young lady's eyesight is quite good. It is indeed a severing demon's pill. Yang Kai's face twitched as he nodded, seemingly somewhat distressed. This kind of thing is one of the best auxiliary pills for Saint Kings to break through to the origin returning realm. Although it is not as rare as an origin condensing pill, its value is comparable. Young lord, are you sure you want to use this thing as collateral? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not collateral, it's a bargaining chip. Let me take you away and this severing demon's pill will belong to your joyous union pavilion. A bargaining chip? The young woman was overjoyed when she heard this and her expression flickered for a moment before she grit her teeth and said, young lord, please wait a moment, I will help you contact my superiors and see if they are willing to release her. To be honest, if I could really make this decision, this transaction would have been completed long ago, but... She smiled bitterly as she realized how rare and precious this severing demon's pill was. Not daring to neglect, she quickly took out her communication artifact again, poured her divine sense into it, and began communicating with an unknown person. While she was communicating, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he quietly spread out a strand of his divine sense, instantly sweeping through Joyous Union Pavilion. Except for some places with particularly powerful spirit arrays that he did not dare to touch, as well as the places where the origin returning realm masters were guarding, Yang Kai had finished inspecting the entire Joyous Union Pavilion in just a short time. Not long after, Yang Kai obtained the information he wanted and thought to himself, sure enough, he sneered in his heart while calmly withdrawing his strand of divine sense. Looking at the other side of the hall, Yang Kai saw that the communication between the young woman and the unknown person had not yet ended, but the young woman was obviously arguing for something with an ugly expression on her face, seemingly unwilling to give up the severing demon's pill. This was not surprising though. The usefulness of the severing demon's pill was not great, but it was not small either. If the heart demons that appeared during a cultivator's breakthrough were not too strong, naturally there was no need for the severing demon's pill, but if the heart demons that appeared were too strong and interfered with the breakthrough, this kind of pill was necessary. This was very likely to be related to the success or failure of a cultivator's breakthrough. The severing demon's pill in Yang Kai's hand was something he had refined casually for Changqi and Howen to break through to the origin returning realm, but these two had the 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai had brought back from the Lu Yen desert, so they did not encounter any heart demons during their breakthroughs. The severing demon's pill had been saved and was now being used by Yang Kai to trade. He still had a lot of origin condensing pills, but he was not stupid enough to take them out. The value of the two pills was about the same, but the origin condensing pills were undoubtedly countless times more precious. While the young woman was communicating with the other party through her communication artifact, Yang Kai's expression was also uncertain. He had to take Qianyu away, so it would be best if she agreed to the trade, but if she did not, he could only use thunderous means to subdue this young woman and immediately take Qianyu away. Of course, if things really reached this point, he would no longer be able to remain in Black Crow City, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai was not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with Joyous Union Pavilion. After all, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. He was only a second-order Saint King right now, but there were 3 origin returning realm masters in Joyous Union Pavilion. This place also had the support of the local city lord, so it was not easy to provoke them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent as he secretly sent a message to Qianyu, telling her to prepare herself before waiting quietly. After a while, the young woman put away her communication artifact in frustration and annoyance before looking at Yang Kai apologetically and slowly shaking her head. This mistress is really powerless. I don't know why my superiors insist on keeping Lady Qianyu here. Young lord, please return. Yang Kai slowly got up and nodded. Good, since that's the case, I won't embarrass you any further. You can stay here for a while. Saying so, he smiled slyly towards the young woman. The young woman's heart clenched, but before she could react, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended on her knowledge sea, causing her knowledge sea to tumble and her vision to blur. At the same time, she saw the young man in front of her flicker and rush in front of her, his big hand reaching out towards her. The young woman's face was filled with shock as she tried to resist but was unable to circulate her Saint Qi at all. She was also a second-order Saint King cultivator, but when facing Yang Kai, an opponent of the same level, she was unable to fight back, so the shock in her heart could be imagined. The next moment, a scorching hot force rushed into her body from all directions. These forces seemed to be connected to each other and formed a very ingenious seal inside her body that sealed her cultivation. The young woman's tender body went limp and she did not even have the strength to move her fingers as she shouted, "Young lord, what is the meaning of this? Daring to behave so atrociously in Joyous Union Pavilion, you won't have a good end." Yang Kai grinned and flicked his finger, causing the young woman's mouth to suddenly close, no longer able to open her mouth. He then leisurely said, "I'll take her away, but I'll leave her behind. In this transaction, I don't think your pavilion will suffer a loss. On the contrary, you'll make a lot of money. As for the people above, after you regain your freedom, you should investigate them. Perhaps it was some petty thief who used a chicken feather as an arrow to stop you from making this transaction with me. And, after investigating this matter thoroughly, you'll know you won't be punished." The young woman stared at Kai Yang in bewilderment, not understanding the meaning behind his words. She wanted to ask, but she couldn't open her mouth and could only watch as the figures of Yang Kai and Qianyu disappeared from her sight. Feeling extremely anxious, Qianyu forced herself to use one of her secret techniques to shatter one of her earrings. The moment the earring burst, Yang Kai immediately noticed and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Qianyu's waist, intending to quickly take her away from this place. "Want to leave?" A tender voice suddenly came from the void, accompanied by a trace of coldness. Since you dare act presumptuously in Joyous Union Pavilion, you'll stay here for me." As soon as these words fell, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, causing the surrounding air and space to solidify and become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's body, which had just soared into the air, suddenly fell to the ground. Sure. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. This was not the first time he had seen this kind of power, so he immediately recognized it. After landing, Yang Kai immediately shielded Xianyu behind him and turned his gaze towards a certain place. Over there, a beautiful figure flashed and a middle-aged woman leisurely appeared. This beautiful woman wore a light blue palace dress that vividly accentuated her fiery figure. Her pretty face was filled with anger as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. After seeing this middle-aged woman, Qianyu's complexion changed greatly and she exclaimed, "Steward Lien." Hearing Qianyu's shout, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking, feeling troubled. Chapter 13:18. When he was chatting with Qianyu just now, Yang Kai learned that the origin-returning realm master who had rescued her from Joyous Union Pavilion and taught her the dual cultivation method was none other than Manager Lien in front of him. She was a powerful second-order origin-returning realm master and ranked first among the 3 origin-returning realm managers in Joyous Union Pavilion. Below her were 2 managers from the first-order origin-returning realm. If it were the other 2 managers from the first-order origin-returning realm, Yang Kai was confident he could break through their blockade with Qianyu, but with this Manager Lien, he wasn't so confident. After all, there was a great realm gap between the 2 of them. As long as they were entangled, the other 2 origin-returning realm masters would definitely come. At that time, he would have to face 3 origin-returning realm masters alone while also having to take care of Qianyu. The consequences could be imagined. After the accident in the corpse cave last time, Yang Kai didn't dare to use his spatial tear escape rashly while carrying someone with him. As various thoughts crossed his mind, Manager Lien glanced at Qianyu coldly and snorted, Your courage isn't small, actually daring to join forces with outsiders to try to escape from here. It seems that the punishment you received before wasn't enough to teach you a lesson." Saying so, Yang Kai's divine sense flickered slightly and Qianyu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, suddenly let out a pitiful scream as her tender body fell to the ground, her face pale and sweaty. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, but he didn't act rashly. He could tell that this Manager Lien had only activated the seal on Qianyu's body and had no intention of harming her life. After a while, Qianyu's screams gradually weakened and Manager Lien finally shifted her gaze from Qianyu to Yang Kai. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said lightly, "I was wondering who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, daring to take one of my Joyous Union Pavilion's people and escape, but it turns out it's just a little Saint King realm brat. Who gave you such courage? Do you know what the consequences of doing so will be?" Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he helped Qianyu up from the ground and swept her with his divine sense. After confirming that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries, his expression eased a little and he turned his eyes to the middle-aged woman. Faintly he said, "Manager Lien, right? This one is not taking her away realm. I have already made a deal with your esteemed pavilion to redeem her." "What is the deal? Can't I take the woman I've taken a fancy to? Could it be that your pavilions? You even do some murdering and robbing on the side? How dare you?" The middle-aged woman's face turned cold. With a shout, she waved her hand and sent a beam of light towards Yang Kai. Seeing this attack use Yang Yen was Yen. Of Red Union, a black flame suddenly burst from his fist as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and punched out. Fist shadows that were visible to the naked eye shot out, containing scorching power. They immediately collided with Manager Lien's attack. Rumbling sounds rang out as light shot out in all directions. Countless fist shadows collapsed, but Manager Lien's attack also dissipated midway as it was completely blocked. Yang Kai still stood in place without moving, but when Manager Lien saw this scene, a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai. Although she hadn't used her full strength in that blow just now, she had at least used 30% of her strength. What's more, The other party was still wrapped in her sure, yet he was still able to easily resist her attack, which greatly surprised Manager Lien. Forget about a mere second-order Saint King. Even a peak Saint King Realm Master wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. She had thought that she would at least be able to punish Yang Kai for his presumptuous words. Seeing that her attack had failed, she didn't try again, instead staring at Yang Kai suspiciously as a thoughtful light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She could also tell that Yang Kai was not an ordinary cultivator and was likely an elite among elites. Being able to possess such strength in the second-order Saint King realm, his background was definitely not low, so before she figured out Yang Kai's origins, it would be inconvenient for her to take action again, lest she provoke a powerful enemy for Joyous Union Pavilion. The commotion here had naturally alarmed the entire Joyous Union Pavilion. A moment later, the other two masters from the First Order Origin returning realm arrived, and after seeing the scene in front of them, they were both surprised and quickly gathered around Manager Lien to inquire about what had happened. On the other side, a figure quickly rushed over and landed directly beside Yang Kai, asking in amazement, "Brother Yang, what happened?" It was Qin Fan Lei. However, looking at his robes and his appearance, it was obvious he hadn't done anything yet and had rushed over as soon as he heard the commotion. Yang Kai glanced at him with a wry smile and whispered, "It's not convenient to explain right now. I'll tell you later." Qin Fan Lei didn't ask any more questions and instead quietly glanced towards the opposite side. At a glance, his heart filled with bitterness, never having expected that the first time he entered a brothel in his life, he would cause such a big commotion. The three Origin returning realm managers of Joyous Union Pavilion had gathered here and were pointing at Yang Kai, but it was impossible to tell what they were talking about. In all directions, countless guards from Joyous Union Pavilion had surrounded this place, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Qin Fan Lei couldn't help feeling a bit of regret in his heart. He felt that he really shouldn't have come to this damned place today, provoking this kind of trouble for no reason. After a while, the three Origin returning realm masters seemed to have reached a conclusion, and Manager Lien turned to Yang Kai with a sullen face and shouted, "You just said you have redeemed you? Who did you make this transaction with?" Reporting to Manager Lien, it was this junior servant. A voice called out. It was the young woman who had been talking to Yang Kai before. The seal Yang Kai had placed on her wasn't very strong and was only meant to stall for time, so after a short period of time, she had broken through the seal on her own and regained her freedom. Arriving here, she happened to hear Manager Lien's question, so she didn't dare to neglect and immediately answered. "Shao Qing, what happened? Did he attack you?" Manager Lien saw that something was wrong with the young woman and asked with a cold expression. "This junior servant is fine and this young lord has no malicious intent." The young woman actually put in a good word for Yang Kai, obviously really moved by the price Yang Kai had just offered. Even so, daring to attack someone in Joyous Union Pavilion is not taking us seriously. Manager Lien didn't say anything, but the other old man in blue robes coldly snorted as he stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. Manager Wang is right, this matter will be noted down for the time being, but what about the deal this little brat just mentioned? Manager Lien asked the young woman. The young woman hesitated for a moment before whispering the various conditions she had discussed with Yang Kai and the obstacles they had encountered. The three stewards of Joyous Union Pavilion all listened to her, each of them wearing different expressions. When Manager Lien heard that Yang Kai had actually paid such a high price to redeem Qianyu, she was naturally surprised. Although she was still a little annoyed by Yang Kai's previous actions, the coldness on her face had undoubtedly dissipated greatly. Manager Wang, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something and intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards a nearby loft, a look of disappointment flashing across his eyes. The last Origin returning realm steward, on the other hand, remained indifferent. After the young woman finished speaking, Manager Lien nodded lightly, and, according to the rules of the pavilion, since this little brat is willing to pay such a high price, there is no harm in agreeing. You also have the right to agree. Manager Wang, Manager Su, which one of you insisted on keeping you? What is the meaning of this? It's none of my business, I've been in retreat all this time. Manager Su, who looked indifferent, slowly shook his head. Manager Lien heard this and turned her eyes to the old man surnamed Wang. The old man surnamed Wang wore a helpless look and was about to speak when Yang Kai grinned and said, I'm afraid Manager Wang doesn't know about this matter, right? What do you mean? The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression turned cold. Come out. Yang Kai suddenly shouted coldly as a golden thread shot out from his hand and flew directly towards a nearby loft. The golden thread disappeared in a flash, as if it had broken through space and flew off to some unknown location. In the next moment, a scream of panic rang out from the loft as Saint Chi burst out from inside, but it quickly subsided. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and the golden thread flew back to him again. At the other end of the golden thread was a male cultivator who was frantically trying to break free. Boy, you dare! Manager Wang saw this and suddenly shouted, raising his hand to attack Yang Kai. If you dare move, I'll crush him right now. Yang Kai sneered as the golden thread in his hand suddenly released an extremely dangerous aura. Manager Wang's face changed and he didn't dare to act rashly again, but his eyes were filled with fire as he glared at Yang Kai, wishing he could swallow him whole. Taking back the golden thread, Manager Wang brought back the man who had been tied up. Manager Lien finally showed a look of shock. With her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was naturally able to clearly see what had just happened. The cultivator hiding in the nearby loft was a third-order Saint King, but he had actually been captured by this second-order Saint King youth in less than a breath of time. This young man, just what is his background? How did he possess such powerful combat power? Moreover, the golden thread in his hand was quite strange, somewhat similar to an artifact, but it wasn't. The aura it gave off was also quite strange. Manager Lien's face became gloomy as she secretly felt that this young man was not to be trifled with. Perhaps he had a powerful background, one that Imperial City sect could not compare to. Brother Wang. After Yang Kai brought the man in front of him, Chen Fanlei couldn't help shouting as he stared at the other party in surprise. Brother Wang, why are you here? Didn't you say you had something to do outside? Wang Yuhan's face was extremely ugly and he was in no mood to answer Chen Fanlei's question. Instead, he cast a pleading look towards Manager Wang not far away, his mouth squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, a look of unwillingness filling his face. Also surnamed Wang. The beautiful middle-aged woman's eyes flashed as she seemed to realize something, turning to the old man surnamed Wang with a faint smile and asking, Manager Wang, what is the relationship between you and this boy? Chapter 1319. The old man surnamed Wang wore a bitter expression and replied honestly, I've let Manager Lien see a joke. This boy is one of this Wang's descendants and is currently a disciple of Extreme Dao sect. On this trip to Black Crow City, he came here to visit this old master. Visit? The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded lightly. It's rare for him to show such filial piety, but it's not as simple as visiting, is it? Why is Manager Wang's manager token in the hands of this little brat? As she spoke, she suddenly opened her hand and an invisible suction force appeared, sucking in the token in Wang Yuhan's hand. It was the token Manager Wang had given to Wang Yuhan before. The old man surnamed Wang's face instantly became gloomy and resentful. He didn't know that Wang Yuhan would be so bold as to use his manager token to communicate with the young woman named Xiaoqing on his behalf and obstruct Joyous Union Pavilion's transaction. If he had known, how could he have so easily handed over his token to the other party? His original intention was simply to not intervene in the affairs of the younger generation and to make things easier for his grandnephew. Now that such a thing had happened and even alarmed the beautiful middle-aged woman, things would likely not end well. Faced with the questioning of the beautiful middle-aged woman, the old man surnamed Wang didn't know how to answer and could only remain silent. Manager Lien was also a smart person and after only a moment of thought, she was able to guess what had happened. Her expression becoming cold, she quietly sent a message to the old man surnamed Wang. I don't care what kind of grievances your descendant has with that little brat, but a trivial outsider daring to intervene in the affairs of Joyous Union Pavilion and even obstructing the transaction, you should know the consequences. The old man surnamed Wang's heart clenched and his expression became even more bitter. The beautiful middle-aged woman snorted and continued, "But since things have already become like this, I can't blame you in front of outsiders. This time, the price that little brat offered was not low, so as long as he still wants to take you away, the transaction can still be completed. Manager Wang, this time you will be fined a year's salary. Do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare. I'll follow Manager Lian's decision." The old man surnamed Wang heard this and his expression relaxed slightly. "Also, your descendant should never set foot in Joyous Union Pavilion again. Otherwise don't blame this mistress for being impolite." The beautiful middle-aged woman warned again. The old man surnamed Wang naturally nodded in agreement. While the two were communicating with each other through divine sense, Yang Kai naturally saw it. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, judging from the current situation, it didn't seem to be a bad situation and there was still room for maneuver. A moment later, the beautiful middle-aged woman finished dealing with old man Wang's matter and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Yang Kai, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile as she said, "Little brat, although the price you offered was very tempting and was more than enough to redeem you from this place, daring to forcibly take her away without our full consent and even attacking Xiaoqing, you really don't take us seriously." Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he grinned and cupped his fists. Junior's actions just now were truly reckless. I hope several seniors can be magnanimous and forgive him. Sister Xiaoqing, this one will also accompany you here for a moment. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that the previous obstruction was all Wang Yuhan's doing? The beautiful middle-aged woman and the others were obviously very satisfied with the price Yang Kai had paid. The only problem now was that Yang Kai's actions just now had damaged the reputation of Joyous Union Pavilion. After all, the commotion here wasn't small at all. Many guests from the nearby lofts who had come here to seek pleasure were peeking around with curious expressions on their faces. If the beautiful middle-aged woman really let him go so easily, the dignity of the three managers would be swept to the ground. The other party only needed a way out of this embarrassing situation, so Yang Kai was naturally happy to cooperate. Seeing him act so tactfully, the beautiful middle-aged woman's smile blossomed even more, but she still turned to the woman named Xiaoqing and coldly said, "Xiaoqing, what do you think? This little brat attacked you just now. If you want to teach him a lesson, just say so. I won't let him off so easily." The young woman glanced at Yang Kai and whispered, "Although this young lord attacked this junior servant just now, he didn't hurt this junior servant at all. He only slightly restricted this junior servant's freedom. This junior servant wasn't injured. This matter is entirely up to Manager Lian to decide." Good. The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded with satisfaction before hesitating for a moment before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "How about this? The previous transaction is still valid, but the content of the transaction needs to be modified." "Modified?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Yes, I don't want you to pay a bigger price, lest you say I'm bullying you. Since you want to take you away so badly, you must really like her. I can't break up a pair of lovebirds, so what harm is there in fulfilling your wish? However, the things you put up as collateral will be used as bargaining chips in this transaction. You don't need to redeem them, just treat them as your punishment. After this transaction, you and my Joyous Union Pavilion will no longer have anything to do with each other. Joyous Union Pavilion will not settle accounts with you in the future." The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Obviously, the 2 bottles of origin-grade pills that Yang Kai had put up as collateral were quite tempting to her. This. Yang Kai showed an extremely awkward expression. "What? You still don't agree?" The beautiful woman's face became cold. "If that's the case, then this transaction is invalid. Leave you behind and I'll talk to you about your disrespect to my pavilion." Yang Kai's face twitched as he forced a smile and said, "Senior must be joking. Junior is very satisfied with Senior's proposal and wouldn't dare disagree. Since that's the case, we'll do as Senior says, but before that, Junior has a request." Seeing Yang Kai really agree, a touch of joy flashed across the depths of the beautiful woman's eyes, but she still maintained a calm expression and said, "Boy, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. This request is as simple as lifting a finger for senior." Yang Kai didn't show any fear and responded calmly. "Let's hear it for now. If it's too excessive, there's no need to ask." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "This one just wants to ask senior to lift the seal on Lady Yu. If that's all you have, I can satisfy you." The beautiful woman nodded lightly. After all, the seal on Chen Yu's body was planted by her, so how could it be lifted by her? Immediately beckoning to Chen Yu, she called out, "Come over here." Chen Yu glanced over at Yang Kai subconsciously, and seeing Yang Kai nod to her, she slowly walked over. Yang Kai stood in place calmly and waited quietly. In fact, a seal placed by a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not necessarily impossible for him to lift, but it would definitely take some time and effort. Perhaps during this period of time, he would even have to come into physical contact with Chen Yu, which made him quite worried. Now that he could ask the other party to help him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Judging from his performance just now, these people from Joyous Union Pavilion probably thought they had obtained a great bargain in this transaction. Lifting the seal didn't take much time, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, Chen Yu returned with a happy look on her face. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her inquisitively, she quickly nodded, indicating that the seal on her body had been completely lifted. "All right, let's end this matter here. Boy, take you and get out of here. Treat her well in the future. If you dare make her do anything dangerous, I won't let you off." The middle-aged woman waved her hand and ordered him to leave. Yang Kai didn't know how much sincerity there was in the latter half of her sentence, but he guessed that she was just trying to win his heart. In any case, she didn't need to pay any price for her words. Taking Chen Yu and Qin Fan Lei with him, Yang Kai left. Wang Yuhan also wanted to leave, but under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged woman, he didn't dare to move and could only cast a pleading look towards his senior. Manager Wang was so angry that he couldn't even protect himself right now, so how could he have the leisure to pay attention to Wang Yuhan? After Yang Kai and the others left, the beautiful woman coldly snorted and said, "Manager Wang, take your descendant and come with me. I need to explain this matter to you." In front of others, it was not convenient for her to embarrass this old man surnamed Wang, but how could she not hold him responsible? The old man surnamed Wang wore a bitter expression as he nodded, glaring fiercely at Wang Yuhan before following the middle-aged woman. Inside Flying Spirit Hall, Yang Kai's group of 3 returned and entered Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Along the way, Chen Fan Lei kept glancing over at Chen Yu, a look of great confusion on his face. He really couldn't understand why Yang Kai had only gone out to have fun once but had actually brought back a woman. Moreover, from the conversation he had with the people from Joyous Union Pavilion, it seemed that in order to bring back this woman, Yang Kai had paid a huge price. What's so special about this woman? Chen Fan Lei was puzzled. Yang Kai didn't explain anything to him, and Chen Yu simply followed Yang Kai's lead. While enjoying her freedom, she was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's growth and wealth. When she first met Yang Kai, his cultivation had been several minor realms lower than hers, but now he had surpassed her. On top of that, he had even taken a blow from Manager Lien in Joyous Union Pavilion and remained unscathed. Presumably, among Saint Kings, he was one of the best. The price he had paid to redeem himself was something Chen Yu didn't even dare imagine. He had left Tongxian realm later than she had and entered the Star territory, so how was he able to grow so much in such a short time? How was he able to accumulate so much wealth? Chen Yu was deeply shocked. As soon as the 3 of them entered Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion, they saw Chen Shitao and Lu Ying chatting with Yang Yun in the reception area on the first floor. However, from the anxious expression on Yang Yun's face, it was obvious she wasn't good at dealing with others. As soon as she saw Yang Kai return, her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly got up. "You're back? Sister Chen and Sister Lu Ying have been waiting for you here for more than an hour. What business do 2 young ladies have with me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. It's nothing, it's just that Fan Lei isn't in his room, so I came to look for him. It seems he really was with little brother Yang. Oh, who is this girl? Chen Shitao suddenly looked at Qian Yu with a puzzled expression. Chapter 1320. Faced with Chen Shitao's inquiry, Yang Kai only explained that Qian Yu was an old acquaintance of his and didn't go into too much detail. Even if Chen Shitao was suspicious, she wasn't stupid enough to get to the bottom of this. On the other hand, Yang Yenyun's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Qian Yu thoughtfully, her heart filled with suspicion. Chen Shitao and the others didn't know the details of Yang Kai, but Yang Yenyun couldn't be clearer. Yang Kai came from the outside world and wasn't a native of Shadowed Star, but now an old acquaintance of his had appeared. Could it be that this First Order Saint King woman also came from the outside world? Chen Shitao hadn't expected that Qian Yu not only came from the outside world, but also came from the same place as Yang Kai. After the host and guests took their seats, Chen Shitao immediately began asking Chen Fan Lei where he had gone and why he hadn't returned yet. Chen Fan Lei's face flushed red as he turned a pleading look towards Yang Kai, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't tell his big sister that he had nothing better to do at night and had gone to visit a brothel with Yang Kai, right? On top of that, he was the one who had brought Yang Kai there, so if he really said that, he wouldn't be scolded afterwards. Seeing Chen Fan Lei's awkward look, Chen Shitao seemed to have guessed something and turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. Little brother Yang, where did you and Fan Lei go last night? Why do I smell a strange scent of rouge? Yang Kai glanced over at Chen Fan Lei and saw him winking at him, smiling bitterly and saying, Brother Chen, if nothing had happened tonight, I wouldn't have said anything, but with so many things happening tonight, it's probably impossible to conceal them, so please tell me the truth. Hearing this, Chen Fan Lei immediately became dejected. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and began to recount the events of the night. After hearing that the two of them had really gone to that kind of brothel, Chen Shitao's pretty face became so cold it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped from it. But when she heard that there were so many twists and turns to this matter, and that Wang Yuhan was involved, she couldn't help feeling shocked. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the hidden dangers and dangers of the dual cultivation secret art to a cultivator, her beautiful face couldn't help turning pale as she hurriedly asked, Fan Lei, you didn't really? Chen Fan Lei quickly waved his hand. No, thanks to Brother Yang's warning in advance, I only had a brief conversation with that girl about life. Other than that, nothing else happened. Hearing this, Lu Ying couldn't help giggling, and even the annoyed and worried Chen Shitao couldn't help smiling. After entering that kind of brothel and paying the money, not only did he not take any substantial action, he even dragged a woman to talk about life. Perhaps only Chen Fan Lei would do such a thing, and the woman accompanying Chen Fan Lei was probably also confused. However, because of this, Chen Shitao finally relaxed. After pondering for a moment, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. So, the reason why Fan Lei went to that kind of place was because of Wang Yuhan's unintentional words? And little brother Yang was just pulled along by Fan Lei to give him some courage. Whether it was unintentional or not, I don't know, but he went to Joyous Union Pavilion one step ahead of me and targeted me at every turn, hindering me from doing what I wanted to do, Yang Kai said lightly. Chen Shitao's expression changed slightly as she thought about it. Wang Yuhan should understand Fan Lei's temperament very well and know what to say at what time and how it will affect Fan Lei. It seems that his ultimate goal is little brother Yang, and Fan Lei is just a springboard. Hateful, in order to deal with little brother Yang, he actually doesn't care about Fan Lei's future. Where is the image of a brother? If he really succeeds this time, wouldn't Fan Lei be unable to take another step forward in the future? Wang Yuhan's actions this time seemed to have really touched Chen Shitao's reverse scale, causing her to become extremely annoyed, her eyes flashing a cold light. Fan Lei, don't have any dealings with this kind of person in the future. After returning to Extreme Path Sect, you must report this matter to your master. Ah, I must report to master, then about entering Joyous Union Pavilion? Chen Fan Lei suddenly hesitated. Naturally, you must tell him everything. What's wrong? You don't want to? If you don't want to, I'll go to Extreme Path Sect myself. Chen Shitao glared at him and shouted. Chen Fanlei didn't dare to refute and immediately nodded obediently. He believed that after this incident, even if Wang Yuhan wasn't afraid of being expelled from Extreme Path Sect, he would still be severely punished, and the former was more likely. Chen Shitao remained silent for a while before suddenly remembering something and calming her anger. She politely bowed to Yang Kai and said, "This time, it was all thanks to little brother Yang. Otherwise, Fan Lei would not have known he had been caught in a trap. This mistress offers her thanks." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "I'm afraid I've implicated Brother Chen in this matter. It's not his fault. And, now that things have gotten to this point, there's nothing more to say, but I do have one more thing to tell Sister Chen." "What is it?" "Little brother Yang, there's no harm in asking." Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out something that looked like a piece of dead wood. It was completely charred black and had no aura or smell, as if it was just a piece of dead wood that could be found anywhere. "Does Sister Chen recognize this thing?" Yang Kai asked. "This is..." Chen Shitao frowned and looked at it hesitantly, seemingly unable to recognize it for a while. "Oh, is this beast drawing incense?" Chen Fanlei called out in surprise. "It seems that Brother Chen has some understanding of this thing, so he should also know where it came from, right?" Yang Kai looked at him. "And, Brother Wang and I used this thing before to lure out a monster beast that was good at concealing itself. This thing is very useful. As long as it is lit, it can attract a nearby monster beast. Moreover, it is colorless and odorless, so our cultivator can't detect its aura," Chen Shitao explained. "It turns out that Brother Yang also has this beast drawing incense, but it seems to have burned out already. Where did Brother Yang get it?" "Grand Burial Valley, next to the Thunder Pond." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chen Fanlei's expression froze for a moment while a thoughtful look flashed across Chen Shitao's beautiful eyes before her expression changed drastically as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "Actually, I didn't find this thing, it was Yang Yenyun who found it. When he was collecting the thunder liquid, he accidentally found it. If it weren't for Yang Yenyun's deep understanding of strange things, I'm afraid he would have missed it." Yang Kai handed the beast drawing incense to Chen Shitao before turning to Chen Fanlei and asking, "Brother Chen, it's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own petty heart, but dare I ask if your brother Wang has been to the Thunder Pond before?" "Little brother Yang means..." Chen Shitao's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Sister Chen already knows, so why bother asking?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chen Shitao gently nodded before turning to Chen Fanlei and asking, "Fanlei, has Wang Yuhan been to the Thunder Pond before?" "And he has been there before. A few years ago, he accompanied another brother there. That brother cultivated the same secret technique as me and also broke through with the help of the Thunder Pond, so when I was about to break through this time, Brother Wang proposed to go there." Chen Fanlei scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chen Shitao ground her teeth and said coldly, "Wang Yuhan, it seems that the last time we were in danger in the Thunder Pond was also his doing." "Impossible!" Chen Fanlei exclaimed. "Why would Brother Wang do such a thing? On top of that, if it weren't for Brother Yang arriving in time, I'm afraid he would have lost his life." Chen Shitao shook her head. "I don't know the specifics, but if my guess is correct, when Wang Yuhan went to the Thunder Pond a few years ago, he should have discovered the Silver Night Thunder Beast, but at that time, it should have only been an 8th Order beast. As you can see, the Silver Night Thunder Beast broke through to the 9th Order not long ago. This was something Wang Yuhan did not expect, so he even put himself in danger. As for why he did this, probably because he wanted to create a dangerous situation and take advantage of the opportunity to save the beauty and win her heart." Yang Kai chuckled and finished Chen Shitao's sentence. Chen Shitao blushed and glared at Yang Kai, but she did not deny it, apparently agreeing with Yang Kai's guess. Chen Fanlei heard this and wore a look of shock, muttering to himself, "How could Brother Wang be such a person?" The crisis in the Thunder Pond and the changes in Joyous Union Pavilion were all related to Wang Yuhan, making Chen Fanlei unable to accept this for a while. "Fanlei, you haven't seen much of the world yet, so it's understandable that you can't recognize people clearly. In the future, you just need to be more vigilant. This time, you met a noble like little brother Yang who saved you from danger several times, but next time, you may not be so lucky, Chen Shitao said earnestly and earnestly. Chen Fan Lei nodded subconsciously. While she was teaching Chen Fan Lei, Yang Kai stood silently to the side. In fact, he had not intended to expose the matter of the beast drawing incense from the beginning. After all, although Wang Yuhan had used some tricks, he was still pursuing a beautiful woman, so there was no need for him to ruin things. However, tonight's events had made him extremely uncomfortable, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite to Wang Yuhan. He didn't mind stepping on this kind of petty villain a few more times. After such an incident, Chen Shitao was no longer in the mood to remain, so she immediately took Lu Ying and Chen Fan Lei out of Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion and returned to her own residence. Looking at her appearance, it seemed she intended to teach Chen Fan Lei a good lesson. After they left, Yang Kai turned to Chen Yu and said, "You rest here for 2 days, after that, you can leave with us." Then he introduced Yang Yen and Chen Yu to each other. When they learned that Chen Yu actually came from the same world as Yang Kai, Yang Yen was taken aback, but for some reason his attitude towards Chen Shitao was neither cold nor warm, but when facing Chen Yu, a woman he had just met, he became more enthusiastic, returning to his room with her as if he had a lot to say to her. Chen Yu also wanted to ask about Yang Kai's situation, so naturally, she didn't refuse. After everyone was done, Yang Kai returned to his room to rest alone. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai stayed inside Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion, and after these 2 days of getting along, the relationship between Chen Yu and Yang Yen seemed to have become much more harmonious. At noon on the 3rd day, a maid from Flying Spirit Palace came to report that Chen Shitao and the others had arrived. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and released his divine sense, calling out to Chen Yu and Yang Yen before heading downstairs. Chapter 1321. Sure enough, Chen Shitao brought good news. The Origin Returning Realm senior Chen Fan Lei knew had returned on time last night, and when Chen Fan Lei went to ask him this morning, the other party had agreed without any hesitation. Now that everything in Black Crow City's space array had been prepared, Yang Kai could leave for Heavenly Fate City at any time. Even the cost of using the space array for Yang Kai's group of 3 was paid by Chen Fan Lei. Yang Kai was not surprised by this. After all, the Chen family siblings were people who knew how to repay kindness. A trivial amount of Saint Crystals was nothing to them, so Yang Kai did not act politely and immediately called out to Yang Inflammation and Chen Yu before following Chen Shitao to the location of Black Crow City's space array. Every city's space array was heavily guarded by experts, and Black Raven City was no exception to this rule. When they entered the main hall where the space array was located, Yang Kai immediately noticed the auras of at least 4 Origin Returning Realm cultivators hiding nearby. Next to the space array, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar was talking to Chen Fan Lei, a warm smile on his face as he nodded slightly from time to time, seemingly having a good relationship with Chen Fan Lei. Yang Kai immediately knew that this middle-aged scholar was the senior the Chen family siblings had mentioned. Seeing Yang Kai and the others arrive, Chen Fan Lei excused himself from the middle-aged scholar and quickly greeted them with a smile. "Brother Yang, I have not failed to live up to your expectations. Everything has been prepared." "Many thanks, Brother Chen." Yang Kai cupped his fists politely before following Chen Fan Lei to the space array. Chen Fan Lei pointed to the middle-aged scholar and said, "This is Senior Jiang Wenjie. He was able to use the space array so easily this time. It was also Senior Jiang who helped us." "Many thanks, Senior Jiang." Yang Kai gently nodded to the middle-aged scholar. The other party swept his eyes over Yang Kai for a moment before smiling lightly. "Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Nephew Yang doesn't look very old, but just like Nephew Chen, you are already a second-order Saint King. In the future, your future will be limitless." Jiang Wenjie had only said this out of respect for Chen Fan Lei's face. He didn't have a deep friendship with Yang Kai, but since the other party had praised him so highly, Yang Kai naturally had to act humble. Shortly after, Jiang Wenjie ordered someone to open the space array. After Yang Kai bid farewell to the Chen siblings, he led Yang Inflammation and Chen Yu into the space array. In the next moment, the space array shone brightly, and space force fluctuations rippled out. Just as the figures of Yang Kai and the other two blurred, Jiang Wenjie suddenly looked at Yang Kai. His lips moved. A light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't have time to ask anything before a slight dizziness enveloped him. On the other side, on a space array many tens of thousands of kilometers away from Black Crow City, Yang Kai's trio appeared. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, so this kind of long-distance transmission wasn't too taxing for him. He could even use this kind of transmission to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. However, whether it was Yang Inflammation or Chen Yu, neither of them could accomplish this feat as easily as Yang Kai. After a single transmission, both of them felt dizzy, but it wasn't a big problem. Circulating their Saint Qi slightly, they dispelled the discomfort in their minds. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Inflammation's expression became confused while Chen Yu asked in surprise, "Is this the heavenly fate city you mentioned? Why is there no one here?" "This isn't heavenly fate city." Yang Kai's face sank as he finally understood what Jiang Wenjie meant when he sent him a divine sense message at the last moment, telling him to be careful along the way. Looking around, although this place was also a large hall with a space array at their feet, it was very dilapidated. Clearly, this wasn't the heavenly fate city from his memory, but rather an abandoned city. "Yes, this isn't heavenly fate city." A gloomy voice suddenly called out from the side, causing Chen Yu and Yang Inflammation to be startled at the same time. Turning their heads to look, they saw a familiar face with a smug and ruthless grin on his face as he stared at Yang Kai, as if there was some kind of deep hatred between the two of them. Seeing this person's face, Kai Yang understood everything. Looking at him, he grinned and said, "Brother Wang, it really is a small world." Wang Yuhan sneered, "I've been waiting for you here. This is the place I chose for you to be buried. Brother Yang, see if you're satisfied." Good, as a burial place, this is indeed a good place, but I don't know if it's yours or mine." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, "Steward Wang is also here, right? Since you're here, what's the point of hiding? Just show yourself." Saying so, he turned his head and looked towards the nearby ruins. An old man with a gloomy face slowly emerged from the ruins. Not only that, but behind him were several Saint King realm cultivators, all of whom were glaring at Yang Kai with unfriendly gazes. One or two of them even turned their eyes towards Chen Yu, a hint of obscenity flashing across their eyes. Seeing this situation, Chen Yu's face paled. How could she not know that she had just stepped into the gates of hell? Although she didn't know the specifics of what had happened, she could faintly guess that there had been a problem with the previous transmission. "Young man's tone isn't small, you really don't know how high the heavens are." The old man surnamed Wang coldly snorted. Wang Yuhan laughed wildly as his expression became fierce. "Yang Kai, when you ruined my plans time and time again, you never thought you would have such a day, but now it's too late to regret." "Regret? You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai just stared at him indifferently, not showing the slightest trace of surprise or panic, which greatly surprised Wang Yuhan. He had thought that the other party would definitely be panicked, and it would be best if he could force him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Then Wang Yuhan would humiliate and torture him to avenge himself, but how could he have known that this kind of intimidation would have no effect at all, causing him to feel a strong sense of powerlessness? Although Yang Kai knew that Wang Yuhan would definitely not give up, he had never imagined that there would be an abandoned city here where the space array could still be used. In his imagination, the three of them would pass through Black Crow City and teleport directly to Heavenly Fate City. Even if Wang Yuhan wanted to retaliate, he wouldn't have any chance, and Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other party at all. He hadn't expected that his group would be teleported to this place, nor did he expect that the old man surnamed Wang would have such great ability to get Black Crow City to cooperate with him. That Jiang Wenjie from before must have known something about the situation, which was why he had reminded Yang Kai at the last moment, which could be considered as returning Chen Fanlei's favor. As for whether Yang Kai lived or died, he probably didn't care. After all, there was no friendship between them. A long night is fraught with dreams. Let's begin. Seeing Yang Kai so calm, the old man surnamed Wang inexplicably had a bad premonition, decisively waving his hand and shouting, "This little brat is a bit unusual, I'll deal with him myself. I'll leave those two women to you. Sister Yu is still a virgin and has cultivated Joyous Union Pavilion's dual cultivation technique, so she should be of great benefit to you. As for the other girl, I want her." Wang Yuhan smiled coldly. "Understood, old man Wang, leave that girl to young Master Wang." The several Saint King realm masters behind old man Wang also nodded quickly, all of them staring towards Qianyu with lewd smiles, causing her blood to run cold. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he pushed his Saint Qi, and a layer of black flames suddenly appeared around his body, making him look like a burning black fireball that exuded an extremely strange and terrifying aura. Immediately after, a long black sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with a wave of his hand he sent out a series of sword waves. A grain of rice dares to release its brilliance. Old man Wang saw that Yang Kai actually dared to take the initiative to attack and immediately became furious, coldly shouting as he sent out an invisible force with him as the source. Under the influence of this force, the sword waves that shot out were actually impeded, as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed greatly reduced, and as they broke through space, the sound of friction and cutting could even be heard. Although old man Wang was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, he had immersed himself in this cultivation for many years and had a deep understanding of Shi, so he was able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance with a single move. Seeing this, Wang Yuhan and the other Saint King realm masters were overjoyed and were just about to take action when the several sword waves suddenly twisted and turned into black streaks of light, as if they were snakes that had been given life. Shaking their heads and tails, these black streaks of light instantly regained their original speed and arrived in front of the Saint King realm masters in the blink of an eye, opening their jaws and biting towards them. Yuan control technique. Old man Wang's eyes twitched as he was greatly surprised, instantly condensing his Shi. At the same time, Wang Yuhan and the other Saint Kings also quickly moved to block these black streaks of light. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, a series of explosions rang out as the fanged snakes that had been blocked instantly exploded, transforming into pitch-black demonic flames that shot out in all directions. Although they weren't able to injure anyone, it still caused them to be flustered for a moment, causing them to be in an incomparably sorry state and revealing fearful and terrified expressions. Old man Wang's face went pale. He was confident in his identity, and because of Wang Yuhan's request, he did not intend to take the initiative to kill Yang Kai, only intending to slightly restrain Yang Kai and allow Wang Yuhan to personally avenge him, but how could he have known that a moment of carelessness would almost cause his grandson to suffer such a great loss? Yuan control technique was an extremely profound technique that was not something a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and comprehending Shi would one be able to grasp the secrets of Yuan control technique. But today, he had witnessed it from a mere second-order Saint King realm cultivator, so how could he not be shocked? On top of that, the other party's black flames also seemed to be quite strange. When old man Wang used his divine sense to investigate them, he actually felt an aura that frightened him greatly. It was as if once he was contaminated by these flames, the consequences would be dire. Old man Wang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly condensed and strengthened his Shi before sending it towards Yang Kai. Yang Yun and Qianyu, who were standing beside Yang Kai, both let out muffled groans as they felt as if their hands and feet had been shackled by invisible shackles, unable to move or even circulate their Saint Qi. Chapter 1322. With an origin returning realm master attacking with all his strength, Yang Kai was naturally affected. The moment his figure slowed down, an overwhelming number of attacks began to rain down on him. It was Wang Yuhan and the others who had taken advantage of this opportunity to launch attacks. These attacks included martial skills and artifacts, each one filled with anger, clearly intending to kill Yang Kai on the spot. As long as Yang Kai died, these two women would not be a threat to them at all. In the face of such an attack, Yang Kai simply flipped his hand and a shield with a purple aura appeared in his hand. Immediately after, a strong wind and earth attribute aura burst out from the shield. Suddenly, a gust of wind and sand rolled up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, a small sandstorm formed around Yang Kai's trio, completely covering their figures. A loud bang rang out as the attacks and artifacts bombarded the sandstorm but were unable to penetrate it in the slightest as they were all swallowed up by it. Seeing this situation, Wang Yuhan's expression became cold. Back in Grand Burial Valley, he had seen Yang Kai use this origin-grade high-rank artifact, so he naturally knew how extraordinary it was. Now that he was personally attacking it, he understood just how powerful this shield's defense was. With such a defensive artifact, as long as the cultivator wielding it did not run out of Saint Qi, it was not something a few Saint King Realm Masters could break. It could be said that once the sandstorm surrounded Yang Kai and the others, they were in an invincible position. Good. The old man surnamed Wang's eyes lit up as he excitedly declared, "This old master wants this artifact." Saying so, he opened his hand and condensed a giant palm formed from his Saint Qi and directly grabbed towards Yang Kai and the others. These 5 fingers were like 5 mountains falling down, and even before they had reached the sandstorm, Yang Kai felt as if the world itself was under his control. At the same time, an almost imperceptible golden light suddenly flew out from the sandstorm and transformed into golden threads that cut through the air. The huge Saint Qi palm formed by the old man surnamed Wang only lasted a breath of time before it was cut into pieces by these golden threads and collapsed, no longer posing a threat. The golden threads that filled the sky also disappeared at this moment. Before Wang Yuhan and the others could react, the golden threads had already flickered and arrived in front of them. Once again, they covered the sky and converged into a giant net that enveloped the Saint King Realm cultivator. Be careful of these golden threads. The old man surnamed Wang hurriedly warned as he tried to suppress the golden threads with his shirt. But what terrified him the most was that, not only was the golden threads not obstructed in the slightest, instead his aura had been cut into pieces. There was no way it could take shape. Impossible! The old man surnamed Wang's face's face to the heavens and shouted in shock, "Demon Blood Secret Technique. This is the Demon Blood Secret Technique. You are a cultivator from? Face. He finally recalled the origin of this golden thread through some of his own experiences. However, what Yang Kai couldn't understand was why the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique was golden in color. After all, he had heard that Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were red. As for the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique, it was one of the few secret techniques on Shadowed Star that could break sure. Whether I am a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple or not is none of your business. Yang Kai's figure was hidden in the sandstorm, his expression indifferent as he waved the golden threads in his hand, catching Wang Yuhan and the other Saint King Realm cultivator off guard. At the same time, Yang Kai issued a vague order with his divine sense. Wang Yuhan and the others were all third order Saint Kings, so their strength was not weak. Seeing the old man surnamed Wang act like he was facing a great enemy, how could they not use their strongest defensive methods to defend themselves against this golden silk? 1 or 2 of them even began using their secret techniques in preparation to evade. However, what shocked them the most though was that before they could do anything, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their knowledge seize, causing their minds to become unstable. Unable to circulate their Saint Qi and artifacts, they could only watch helplessly as the golden thread descended upon them. With a loud chi-chi sound, the golden threads disappeared in a flash and were once again taken back by Yang Kai. Wang Yuhan and the other Saint King Realm cultivators stood motionless in place, their eyes filled with horror, as if they had seen something unbelievable. "Yuhan!" The old man surnamed Wang shouted in a trembling voice. "Seventh Master." Wang Yuhan opened his mouth to respond, a pleading look on his face, but before he could finish his words, his body suddenly split apart and turned into a pile of minced meat. Voila. The other Saint King realm cultivators also suffered the same fate as Wang Yuhan, all of them shattering like a mirror, their wounds neat and smooth, as if they had been cut open by some kind of sharp weapon. With just a single blow, all of these Saint King realm cultivator had fallen. The scene was extremely horrifying and the smell of blood filled the air. The old man surnamed Wang stared at the place where Wang Yuhan had fallen and the neatly arranged pieces of his body, his eyes going bloodshot as he flew into a rage. He was unable to accept such a scene. The other party was just a second-order Saint King realm cultivator. How could he have killed so many opponents who were no weaker than him in an instant? This scene made him feel like he was in a dream, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After staring blankly for a while, he turned his head towards Yang Kai's position and grit his teeth as he shouted, "Little brat, you dared to kill my grandson. What kind of conspiracy did you use? Scheme?" Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand, dispersing the sandstorm that had been enveloping him, revealing his figure once again. Staring at the old man surnamed Wang mockingly, he said lightly, "When you die, you'll understand." "Ignorant brat, you think you can kill this old master?" The old man surnamed Wang laughed in anger, his Saint Chi fluctuating violently as the murderous intent in his eyes thickened. Obviously, he was enraged by Wang Yuhan's death. As soon as his voice fell, a yellow bell suddenly appeared in his hand. This yellow bell was only the size of a palm and looked quite ordinary, but Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. The other party had the strength of an origin-returning realm master, yet he had actually used an artifact to deal with a mere second-order Saint King. Although this old man was somewhat angry, it was obvious he was using his full strength. Just as he was preparing to guard against the strange power of the yellow bell, the other party's wrist suddenly shook, and the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. When the sound of the bell entered his ears, Yang Kai actually felt his heart beat violently. Immediately, the blood in his body began to flow faster, and an uncontrollable violence began to spread out from his body. This old master has never used this soul-bearing bell on a Saint King realm cultivator before. It is your honor to die under this bell. The old man surnamed Wang grit his teeth and shouted as he gently shook the yellow bell in his hand again. As soon as this sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's heartbeat began to beat again. This beating was extremely strange and exaggerated, and after 2 beats, Yang Kai actually felt a severe pain in his chest, as if his heart was about to burst. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly realized that any origin-returning realm master could not be underestimated, especially an old cultivator like this old man surnamed Wang. Although his cultivation was unable to advance at all, his means of killing enemies were becoming more and more profound as he grew older. Pushing his Saint Chi to forcibly suppress the pain and violence in his heart, Yang Kai summoned the 100 Mountains picture and sent out a series of mountain phantoms towards the old man surnamed Wang's head. Thunderous booms rang out incessantly, but the old man surnamed Wang simply ignored the mountain phantom. He opened his mouth and spat out a small, pitch-black flag. The small flag expanded in the wind, instantly expanding to a radius of more than 100 feet, covering the old man surnamed Wang's head. When the mountain phantom came crashing down, strange phantoms with indistinct faces suddenly rushed out from the small flag. These phantoms slammed into the mountain, preventing it from falling even a bit further. "Little brat, use whatever means you have, this old master will let you die with understanding." The old man surnamed Wang shouted wildly, as if Yang Kai was his prey. Yang Kai sneered, "Old dog, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not fighting you one-on-one. You're counting on these 2 little girl." The old man surnamed Wang looked towards Qian Yu and Yang Inflammation sarcastically, but before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed as he saw Yang Inflammation take out an exquisite pagoda-like artifact and gently toss it into the air, causing it to float mid-air. This pagoda had 7 floors, each of which exuded a different color. After the 7-story pagoda floated into the air, it began to rotate in different directions and at different speeds. As it rotated, a beautiful melody suddenly resounded throughout the world. This melody was extremely beautiful, as if many people were playing different instruments in unison. The rhythm was also very pleasant to the ears. Mixed with this melody was an invisible force that spread out, not only purifying Yang Kai's violence and dispelling the pain in his heart, it even covered up the sound of his opponent's soul-bearing bell. A sound attack artifact. The old man surnamed Wang stared at this scene in disbelief, the corners of his eyes twitching. His shur had been broken by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, and the power of his soul-bearing bell had also been suppressed by this 7-story pagoda. He suddenly realized that these people seemed to have come here specifically to restrain him, causing him to feel both angry and uneasy. Yang Kai had already taken a step forward, the demonic flame sword in his hand slashing out a shocking sword wave towards the old man, laughing as he said, "Old dog, just because Wang Yuhan was jealous, you want to kill me? You really are a competent elder. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Arrogant little brat." How could the old man surnamed Wang put this sword wave in his eyes? Pushing his Saint Chi, he pushed his hand forward and directly broke this sword wave. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a burst of pain in his knowledge sea, as if something was wreaking havoc inside it, causing him to pale in fright. Before he had time to investigate his knowledge sea though, another jet black sword wave appeared in front of him. The old man surnamed Wang once again stretched out his hand in an attempt to break this attack. The sudden change in his knowledge sea made it impossible for him to investigate this attack, so when his hand came into contact with this jet black attack, he realized that it was not a sword wave at all. He cursed in his heart and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. That pitch-black attack was like the sharpest weapon, directly cutting through his palm. Like a hot knife through butter, it cut through all the way to his shoulder without any resistance. Half of his arm strangely disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by an invisible beast. Chapter 1323. In a moment of carelessness, half of his arm had disappeared, shocking the old man surnamed Wang and causing him to stumble back a few steps. After steadying himself, he glared at Yang Kai in shock and anger, a look of disbelief filling his face. He, an origin-returning realm master, had actually been injured to such an extent while fighting a second-order Saint King cultivator. If he were to speak of this, no one would believe him. Condensing his Saint Chi to his severed arm to prevent the blood from flowing out, the old man surnamed Wang took out a pill from his space ring and tossed it into his mouth, staring at Yang Kai with a look of dread. Since the other party had the means to injure him, he could definitely kill him. It wasn't until now that he had time to investigate the abnormalities in his knowledge sea. If it weren't for the changes in his knowledge sea just now, he wouldn't have been struck so easily. He would definitely have been able to see the strangeness of that attack, so he really wanted to know what had happened to his knowledge sea. After a quick investigation, the old man surnamed Wang paled and shouted in shock, "Soul-devouring insects? How is that possible?" Under his investigation, he was surprised to find that in his sea of consciousness, there were countless tiny insects that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. These insects were very subtle and silent, hibernating in his sea of consciousness, as if they were waiting for some order to attack. The changes in his knowledge sea just now were obviously caused by these soul-devouring insects devouring his soul. The reason why those Saint Kings were unable to withstand Yang Kai's attack was most likely also because of these insects, otherwise, how could they have failed to avoid being cut by the golden silk? After understanding this, the old man surnamed Wang broke out in a cold sweat. He had naturally heard of the soul-devouring insects, but although ordinary soul-devouring insects were notorious, he didn't put them in his eyes. With his powerful strength as an origin-returning realm master, he was fully capable of expelling them. However, these soul-devouring insects were obviously not ordinary and had clearly evolved. The old man surnamed Wang tried to expel them with his divine sense, but they refused to budge and continued to hide in the depths of his knowledge sea, becoming a hidden danger to him. If he wanted to completely expel them, It would be impossible to do so without meditating for at least 1 or 2 hours. With this thought, the old man surnamed Wang immediately began to think of retreating, his expression flickering. His shi and the soul-bearing bell were restrained by the other party. Now that he was seriously injured and the soul-devouring insects in his sea of consciousness were waiting for an opportunity to attack, he was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he would be in grave danger. He was very afraid of the attack that could swallow half of his arm. You can actually recognize the soul-devouring bug? You're quite knowledgeable, old thing. But consider yourself unlucky. Your power is useless against me. This young master is your nemesis. Yang Kai laughed sarcastically as he waved his hands and sent out a series of space blades. Each of these space blades was pitch black in color and tore through space. If someone used their divine sense to investigate, they would find that the inside of these space blades was nothing but nothingness, as if there was nothing there at all. In an instant, more than a dozen pitch-black space blades shot towards the old man surnamed Wang. The corners of the old man surnamed Wang's eyes twitched and his expression became extremely ugly as he shouted, "Boy, don't be too arrogant." At the same time, his body suddenly expanded and a mass of black chi spread out, instantly covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. It was unknown what kind of secret art this old man was using to try and conceal his figure. However, when the dozen or so space blades cut through the black fog, they immediately opened up a dozen or so paths through it. Before the old man surnamed Wang could finish his words, he let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged the space blades that approached him. Come, show me all the means you have, this young master will let you die with understanding." Yang Kai grinned coldly and continued to use idle chatter to disturb the old man's state of mind and arouse his anger. However, his hands did not stop, the space blades raining down on the old man like water. The old man surnamed Wang almost coughed up blood in anger. These words were clearly what he had just said to Yang Kai, but now the situation had taken a turn for the worse and the other party had actually returned them to him. As if he had been slapped in the face, the old man surnamed Wang's face burned with unwillingness and bitterness. Under the ravaging of the space blades, he didn't even have the mood to respond and could only silently dodge. If he hadn't realized what kind of attack this was when half of his arm had been swallowed up the first time, now he could faintly guess. After all, the space force fluctuations emitted by the space blades were extremely clear, so he wasn't a fool. The old man surnamed Wang was shocked. He had never known that there was someone on Shadowed Star who could cultivate the Tao of space to the point of condensing it into a blade and use it to attack enemies from a distance. Even Elder Mo Xiaoxing of Heaven Battling Union couldn't accomplish this. It was rumored that Elder Mo was also proficient in the Tao of space. When the space arrays of many great forces were damaged or malfunctioning, they would invite him to repair them, but Elder Mo's use of the Tao of space was on a completely different level compared to this arrogant young man. Not only did the other party possess soul-devouring insects that could restrain him, but he was also proficient in this strange Tao of space. The old man surnamed Wang no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and instead began to treat him as an equal. The space blades seemed endless, ferocious, and unstoppable. Wherever they passed, they swallowed up all that stood in their way, forcing the old man surnamed Wang to dodge in a sorry state. "Old dog, do you only know how to dodge?" Yang Kai shouted as he sent out a few more space blades. Suddenly, the phantom image of a budding lotus appeared in his eyes and he shouted, "Blossoming lotus." The old man surnamed Wang, who was taking advantage of the terrain to dodge the space blades, suddenly paused. Even without meeting Yang Kai's eyes, he felt the phantom image of a lotus appear in his mind. In an instant, it was as if the entire world had disappeared and was replaced by this 7-colored flower bud. In the next moment, the old man surnamed Wang felt the strength of his knowledge madly gather towards a certain place, completely out of his control. The source of this convergence was actually the lotus bud that had strangely appeared. As the strength of his knowledge poured into it, the lotus bud actually bloomed rapidly. Although he didn't know what mysteries this blossoming lotus possessed, the old man surnamed Wang knew that he absolutely couldn't allow it to fully bloom, otherwise, the consequences would be extremely dire. With a scream, the old man surnamed Wang bit the tip of his tongue and forcibly withdrew his attention from the blossoming lotus bud, at the same time causing his knowledge sea to tumble violently. Kong. With a loud bang, the old man surnamed Wang was shaken from the depths of his soul, and his face suddenly went pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His figure staggered and his complexion seemed to have aged several dozen years in an instant. He had used some unknown secret technique to burst open the lotus bud, but at the same time, his soul had also suffered some damage. Xianxia was dumbfounded as she watched from the side, a look of both surprise and joy flashing across her beautiful eyes. When she realized that they had been ambushed, Xianxia thought that this time there was really no escape, but how could she have imagined that the enemies who were so powerful and invincible to her would be easily defeated and killed by Yang Kai? Even the last origin returning realm master, Manager Wang, was not Yang Kai's opponent. If Xianxia didn't know Manager Wang personally, she might have thought he was just a Saint King realm cultivator, but she knew that Manager Wang was a genuine origin returning realm master. Usually, when she saw him, she would tremble with fear and speak carefully, but now, Manager Wang was panicking like a stray dog, no longer possessing the demeanor of a powerful senior. For a time, Xianxu's heart was filled with mixed feelings as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, thinking that Su Yan's vision was really good. When she first met Yang Kai, she had somewhat looked down on him, but how could she have known that Su Yan would have such great foresight? At this moment, Xianxia finally relaxed and glanced over at Yang Inflammation, only to find that the other party's face was indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Only then did she understand that Yang Inflammation had full confidence in Yang Kai and that she had simply been overthinking things. An origin returning realm master is only SOSO. Yang Kai sneered. To be honest, I have no interest in Xianxia Tao at all, nor do I have any intention of obstructing Wang Yuhan. It's just that your grandson is too narrow-minded, insisting on seeking his own death and even implicating you as his elder. If I were you, I would just smash my head against the wall and kill myself. Why bother struggling to survive? Listening to his sarcasm and ridicule, the old man surnamed Wang felt both annoyed and regretful at the same time. If things were really as Yang Kai said, then what was the point of him coming here? Had he come here specifically to be humiliated and die? At this moment, the old man surnamed Wang wished he could grab Wang Yuhan out of the underworld and kill him a dozen times over. Although his face was extremely ferocious, he didn't have much energy left to vent his anger. He knew that even in his peak state, he couldn't do anything to this young man, so if he didn't leave now, he was afraid he really wouldn't be able to. A vicious glint flashed across his eyes as the old man surnamed Wang suddenly pointed his finger. A beam of profound light shot out and struck the flag that had been resisting the 100 Mountains picture. The flag immediately began to tumble as an extremely unstable energy fluctuation emanated from it. Soon after, with a loud bang, the flag exploded, releasing countless bizarre phantoms that flew uncontrollably in all directions. This artifact actually has the power to self-destruct. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly took back the 100 Mountains picture before summoning his purple shield again to protect Qianyu and Yang Yan so they wouldn't be caught in the explosion. After doing this, Yang Kai looked up and found that the old man surnamed Wang was already 1,000 meters away. He had actually fled. Yang Kai coldly snorted as his wind and thunder wings unfurled behind him and his figure disappeared in a flash. So far, Yang Kai had yet to kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, so how could he miss such a rare opportunity? Moreover, judging from the methods used by the old man surnamed Wang, his understanding of Shi had clearly reached a certain level. As long as he killed him and absorbed his spiritual energy as well as his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai might be able to comprehend Shi and prepare to break through to the origin-returning realm. Although the old man surnamed Wang's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he was still injured while Yang Kai had the assistance of his wind and thunder wings, so his speed was naturally much faster. Chapter 1324. The distance of 1,000 meters was quickly closed, and just as he was about to catch up to the old man surnamed Wang, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a shocking energy fluctuation from behind him. Immediately after, a stream of light shot past him and struck the old man surnamed Wang in the back. With a pitiful scream, the old man surnamed Wang fell to the ground and struggled for a moment before falling completely still. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced back in surprise to see Yang Yen in his black robe holding a crossbow-like artifact in his hand and waving it towards him. Yang Kai recognized this artifact as one of his spoils from the battle in Lu Yen Desert. He had obtained it from a cultivator from the Xie family who had once used this artifact to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the other party had failed and was ultimately killed by Yang Kai. However, although this artifact was quite powerful, the price to pay for using it was too great. It required a blood sacrifice and was an evil artifact, so Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it after obtaining it and had simply tossed it into his space ring. Unexpectedly, Yang Yen had refined and improved this artifact at some point and was now using it to deal with an enemy. Since the old man surnamed Wang was dead, it saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai immediately walked over to the old man's body and silently urged the power of his demon eye of annihilation. Soon, the old man's soul was sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified. After removing the old man's space ring, Yang Kai immediately returned. Inside the abandoned hall, Qianyu's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if she didn't recognize him. After using the crossbow artifact, Yang Yen was also somewhat exhausted and his face was obviously pale. It seemed that even though this artifact had been refined and improved by her, the price to use it was still not small. Let's rest for a while, we'll continue on our way. There shouldn't be any more ambushers here. Yang Kai said and handed Yang Yen a bottle of pills. Then he walked towards the space array. He wanted to completely destroy this space array. Regardless of whether the other party had arranged a backup plan, he couldn't leave behind any clues. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Yen hurriedly adjusted his breathing while Qianyu went to collect the belongings of the other Saint King Realm cultivator. A moment later, except for Yang Yun, who was still meditating, Yang Kai and Qianyu were ready. Qianyu handed over the space rings left behind by the others, a look of shock still on her face. Even now, she was still unable to accept what had just happened. Yang Kai glanced at her and naturally knew what she was thinking, waving his hand and saying, "Keep it for yourself, there shouldn't be anything good here, but it's still suitable for you to use. Don't worry about it, when you arrive at Dragon Cave Mountain, you'll understand just how rich they are. These things won't be of much use to you in the future." Qianyu froze for a moment but didn't refuse, replying happily, "I'm looking forward to it." She couldn't help looking forward to Dragon Cave Mountain. Since arriving in Star Territory and arriving at Joyous Union Pavilion, she hadn't met anyone she knew and had no place to rely on. She felt like a tree without roots, water without a source, suffering every day. But now Kai Yang had finally appeared. This allowed her to find a pillar of support, and she couldn't help but be filled with hope for the future. Although Kai Yang was just a junior to her, this junior had now walked ahead of her in terms of cultivation realm, so it didn't matter if she relied on him a little. While waiting for Yang Yen to recover, Yang Kai sat to the side, thinking about the gains and losses of this battle. This was not the first time Yang Kai had fought with an origin-returning realm master, but it was the first time he had killed one. If not for the interference of the soul-devouring insects and the mysteries of the Tao of Space, Yang Kai would not have been their opponent. However, it was also this battle that allowed him to understand that the golden blood thread he cultivated could actually break through Sure. This was a pleasant surprise. When Deng Ning of Demon Blood Temple taught him the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, he had not mentioned this point. Facing an old man surnamed Wang from a first-order origin-returning realm, Yang Kai had to use his full strength, so what if he was facing a second-order or third-order origin-returning realm master? Yang Kai suddenly realized that his cultivation was still too low. After returning from this trip, he should break through to the next realm. Only when his cultivation reached the origin-returning realm would he be able to act without fear on Shadowed Star. Half a day later, after Yang Yen had mostly recovered, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and left the desolate city with the two women. After flying for 2 days, when they passed by a small city, Yang Kai went down to inquire about the direction and learned that this place was only half a month away from Heavenly Fate City, causing him to be overjoyed. He was really worried that this desolate city was further away from Heavenly Fate City than Black Crow City, but it seemed that their luck was quite good. The place Wang Yuhan had chosen to ambush them was not in the opposite direction of Heavenly Fate City. On top of that, this place was Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so with his friendship with Qian Tong, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer, Yang Kai was basically safe here. Along the way, Yang Kai did not say a word as he planned what he would do in the future while Yang Yen and Qian Yu chatted from time to time. Half a month passed by in a flash, and when the group of 3 returned to Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Yu fell in love with this place at first glance. Although Dragon Cave Mountain was not as magnificent and domineering as the other great sects, it had its own unique style. The scenery here was picturesque, and it was like a paradise on earth. After handing Qian Yu over to Yang Yen, Yang Kai went to see the divine tree and learned that it had been doing well during this time. Under its nourishment, the transplanted golden sun fruit tree had become full of vitality and no longer withered. After letting the divine tree swallow a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai immediately announced that he would enter retreat. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai played with a crystal-clear cold bead in his hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. This bead was none other than Su Yan's ice soul bead. If the bead existed, she would exist. If the bead broke, she would die. Although Yang Kai did not know where Su Yan was, as long as this ice soul bead was still there, it meant she was safe. This bead had a trace of Su Yan's aura, which made Yang Kai feel nostalgic. After staring at it for a long time, Yang Kai grinned, held the ice soul bead in his palm, closed his eyes, and began circulating his secret art to break through his bottleneck. Back in Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai's Third Order Saint King bottleneck had already been touched, but at that time, he had been anxious to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts, so he had forcefully suppressed it. Now that he had returned to Dragon Cave Mountain, the first thing he needed to do was naturally break through his current realm. The 10,000-year incense had been burning all this time, giving off a soothing fragrance. The place Yang Kai chose to meditate was under the 9-branched jade crystal tree, where he could comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, so this time's breakthrough was not a hindrance to him at all. In just 10 days, without using any pills or Saint crystals, Yang Kai successfully broke through to the Third Order's Saint King realm. The sound of his breakthrough did not leak out as it was completely blocked by the barriers around the cave mansion, so no one on Dragon Cave Mountain even knew he had broken through. After spending another month or so consolidating his cultivation, Yang Kai began to count his gains from this trip. With a thought, Yang Kai took out another bead and played with it in his palm. This bead was different from Su Yan's ice soul bead in that it was gray and inconspicuous. It was the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him. This was the essence condensed from Dai Yuan's 1,000 illusion-colored glass art after she cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. It was equivalent to a monster beast's monster core and was extremely precious. Dai Yuan had said that if he could refine this colored glass bead, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. Yang Kai had also suffered a small loss before and was deeply aware of this. If he could really achieve what Dai Yuan said, he would have one more method to deal with his enemies in the future. Moreover, the colored glass divine light had some similarities to his demon eye of annihilation. The demon eye of annihilation also had the ability to suppress one's soul, so if he could combine the two, Yang Kai could not say what kind of mutation would occur. After quietly contemplating for a while, Yang Kai came up with a plan in his heart and put the colored glass bead aside before taking out the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. When he was extracting the sun's true essence from the corpse cave, the artifact spirit had suffered some injuries, but after that, Yang Kai learned that this was actually a blessing rather than a curse for the artifact spirit Firebird because it had actually absorbed a trace of the sun's true fire and was currently hiding inside the artifact refining furnace to assimilate it. Now, more than a month had passed, but the artifact Spirit Firebird showed no signs of waking up and was still refining and assimilating the trace of Sun's true fire. However, Yang Kai found that the Sun's true fire seemed to have decreased significantly while the artifact Spirit Firebird's aura had become much stronger. Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact Spirit Firebird had really obtained huge benefits. Ignoring it, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace. Next, Yang Kai inspected the stone mongoose. Like the artifact Spirit Firebird, the stone mongoose had also been injured, but after the stone mongoose spat out the Sun's true essence, Yang Kai had told it to absorb the essence of various minerals to repair itself. Now that he had seen the results, he could not help feeling quite surprised. The stone mongoose's injuries had actually healed, and after being released by Yang Kai, its eyes seemed to have gained a lot of intelligence. However, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was that the stone mongoose seemed to contain an extremely tyrannical fire attribute energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate it, he was unable to see through it. As soon as his divine sense came into contact with this energy, it was incinerated. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai had not expected that the stone mongoose had actually absorbed the Sun's true fire. What's more, the stone mongoose had completed its transformation much earlier than the artifact Spirit Firebird, which made Yang Kai feel pleasantly surprised. As expected of an innate divine technique, even the artifact spirit born from the fire attribute cannot compare to it. The stone mongoose was born with the divine technique to purify minerals, and now that it had absorbed the Sun's true fire, its purification would be even more thorough and perfect in the future. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find another blood essence stone. After all, there was another stone mongoose in his black book space. Without the blood essence stone, that stone mongoose could not truly be born. After confirming that not only was the stone mongoose fine, but it had also profited from its misfortune, Yang Kai gave it an order with his divine sense. The stone mongoose opened its mouth and spat out countless refined minerals, which soon formed a small mountain in front of Yang Kai. Chapter 1325. These things were all swallowed by the stone mongoose in the corpse cave. At that time, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were busy trying to collect the Sun's true essence, so they didn't have much time to deal with the mountains of ores and Saint crystals. So they asked the stone mongoose for help. There were 7 or 8 mountains of various ores and Saint crystals in the corpse cave, and although the stone mongoose had only swallowed about half of them, it was still an astonishing amount. Some of these ores had been absorbed by the stone mongoose to strengthen itself and make up for the damage caused by the Sun's true fire, but most of them were now piled up in front of Yang Kai. At that time, Yang Kai had been in too much of a hurry to check the quality and type of these ores, but since they had been piled up outside, their quality and rarity were definitely not as good as those stored in his space ring. Now, after scanning them with his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to confirm his guess. However, he didn't need to worry about this as all of these ores would be handed over to Yang Yen to deal with. Just as he was about to put these ores back into his space ring, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise as he stared at a certain spot on the mountain in front of him. Waving his hand, a fist-sized, round, white, and flawless object appeared in his hand. Staring at this ball in surprise, Yang Kai soon seemed to remember something and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Circulating his secret art once more, he noticed a huge amount of pure energy seeping out of the ball in his hand, causing his expression to become strange. Staring at the stone mongoose in a daze, he asked in amazement, "You can even purify this kind of thing?" The stone mongoose tilted its head and looked at him without saying a word. Yang Kai smiled slightly, knowing that it probably couldn't express its emotions. After all, the stone mongoose's sentience was limited. Reaching out, Yang Kai took out the cave mansion's barrier token that Yang Yen had given him before and poured his Saint Chi into it to transmit a message. A moment later, the cave mansion's barrier was opened from the outside and Yang Yen walked in quickly, asking curiously, "Weren't you in retreat? Why did you call me?" "Look at this." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tossed the ball over to her. Yang Yan caught it, glanced at him suspiciously, and then began to carefully examine it. After a while, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes widened as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face, as if she had discovered something incredible. Quickly rushing over to Yang Kai, she asked anxiously, "Where did you get this thing? Is there anything else?" Kai Yang pointed at the small mountain in front of him. Yang Yan turned her head and looked over, but when she discovered that there were many round balls like the one she was holding in her hand, she couldn't help becoming slightly absent-minded. Yang Yan's Yang Yen, Yang Yan's Yang to Yang Yen to Yang Yen, S to Yang Twos to Yang Monarch's Yang Stone. "Leave some for me." Yang Kai looked at her with a depressed expression. "What do you want to do with this?" Yang Yen snorted as she covered her space ring with her small hand. "Cultivate. You can tell what this thing was transformed from, right? I just broke through not long ago, so I can use this to better stabilize my realm." Yang Kai scratched his face. "Of course I can tell. This thing should have been transformed by Xiao, right?" Yang Yen picked up the stone mongoose and kissed it a few times on the cheek, leaving Yang Kai dumbfounded and the stone mongoose at a loss. "I never expected Xiao to be able to purify and compress even saint crystals." "This is great. The problem I was worried about was solved just like that, hee." Yang Yan's beautiful eyes stared at the stone mongoose as if she couldn't wait to kiss it a few more times. How could the stone mongoose be able to purify and compress saint crystals? "Didn't you know about this before?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yan shook her head. "I tried before, but Xiao didn't have this ability. However, the stone mongoose was born with the ability to absorb the essence of various minerals and transform them into its own ability. Now that it can do this, I'm guessing it has something to do with the sun's true essence. Although I'm not certain, it shouldn't be wrong." Hearing this, Yang Kai gently nodded. The sun's true essence was said to be the hottest essence extracted from the stars and refined by the stone mongoose, so it wasn't surprising that the stone mongoose's ability had undergone some changes. However, the fact that even saint crystals could be purified and compressed and formed into a spherical object was shocking enough. Within the star territory, the best quality saint crystals known to exist so far were high-rank saint crystals. But this spherical object had broken this common sense and set a new precedent. The energy contained in this sphere was far purer and more abundant than high-rank saint crystals. Yang Kai had sensed it just now and felt that the energy contained in this sphere was equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-rank saint crystals. This didn't mean that the value of this sphere was only equal to that many high-rank saint crystals, it was actually far more valuable than that. Because in theory, the exchange ratio between high-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, and low-rank saint crystals was 1 to 10, but any cultivator knew that the higher the grade of saint crystal, the more valuable it was. The better the quality of saint crystals, the more help a cultivator could provide when breaking through bottlenecks, restoring saint chi, or meditating. At a critical moment, it could even be a matter of life or death. Although the energy contained in this sphere was only equivalent to the sum of 5 or 6 high-rank saint crystals, if it was circulated in large quantities, it could be exchanged for at least 10 or even 20 high-rank saint crystals. Of course, this was only in the early stages of mass circulation. If this sphere were to be sold alone, 10,000, 100,000, or even more was possible. After all, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Of course, Yang Kai didn't have any ideas about this. Judging from Yang Inflammation's performance just now, this saint crystal compressed by the stone mongoose was definitely of great use to her. On top of that, it was very likely to be related to something she had mentioned before, but Yang Kai didn't ask about it in detail. Since Yang Inflammation said she wanted to give him a surprise, all he had to do was wait and see, there was no need to beat around the bush. After determining that these spheres were refined by the stone mongoose after it had refined the sun's true fire, Yang Kai relaxed and asked Yang Inflammation about Qian Yu's situation. After learning that she had arrived here, she had gotten along very well with the cultivator here. Wu Yi had provided her with a lot of cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, so she was now in retreat. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Inflammation left happily, not only taking away the spheres and various minerals, but also the stone mongoose. According to her, if she hadn't seen Yang Kai open the cave mansion's barrier, she would have rushed in to ask Yang Kai for the stone mongoose's help. With the stone mongoose by her side, the efficiency of her artifact refining would greatly increase, which would be of great help to her grand plan. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai opened the cave mansion's barrier again and touched the ring on his finger that Yang Inflammation had specially refined for him, a smile appearing on his face. There were only two things inside this ring. One was the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the other was the sun's true essence. But these two things were also the two most valuable things Yang Kai had obtained on this trip. If either of them were leaked out, it would cause a sensation on Shadowed Star. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out another ancient book, a dignified look on his face as he fell silent. This ancient book was also obtained from the corpse cave and belonged to the ancient Yang sect. At that time, there were too many ancient books, so Yang Kai hadn't carefully examined them. Later, when Yang Inflammation was refining the ring that stored the sun's true essence, Yang Kai had casually browsed through a few of the books and discovered this ancient book, which had aroused his interest. Because this ancient book didn't record any secret art, but rather one specifically used to temper one's physique. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than that of a cultivator of the same level, but this was only possible because of the various opportunities he had encountered over the years, not because he had deliberately cultivated it. Because secret arts specifically for tempering one's physique and cultivating one's soul were extremely rare and precious, even if some were occasionally circulated, they were mostly trash that couldn't even enter the eyes of powerful masters. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't care about them. However, Yang Kai had never expected to obtain the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art in the ancient Yang sect's corpse cave. When Yang Kai first saw it, he thought it was a secret book that introduced the sword Dao, but after carefully examining it, he realized it was actually a secret art for tempering one's physique. Yang Kai had roughly studied this secret art before and knew how profound and rare it was. If what this 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art said was true, then if one cultivated this secret art to the extreme, they would be able to achieve an immortal and indestructible physique. Moreover, after cultivating this secret art to a certain degree, they would be able to condense their blood chi into the profound heavenly 5-element sword chi, which would be extremely powerful when facing an enemy. This greatly excited Yang Kai, but the requirements for cultivating this secret art were also extremely harsh. The strength of one's physique had to be at least twice that of a cultivator of the same rank in order to be able to withstand the pain and devastation of cultivating this secret art. Yang Kai felt that this shouldn't be a problem for him. Secondly, one's vitality had to be extremely vigorous, because cultivating this secret art would cause great harm to one's physique. If one's vitality was even slightly lacking, it was possible to fail in cultivating this secret art and die. The gains simply weren't worth the losses. Yang Kai felt that this requirement wasn't a problem for him. In terms of the strength of his vitality, Yang Kai didn't dare claim to be the strongest master in Star Territory, but with the strange nature of his golden blood, there were few who could surpass him. Thirdly, in order to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, one needed to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements and absorb and refine the energy contained within them. After countless years of accumulation, one would finally be able to form the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. As for what a supreme treasure was, the ancient record of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art gave a rough explanation. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to find materials equivalent to a 10th order monster beast's monster core at the very least. This alone was something no one on Shadowed Star could accomplish. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, and Shadowed Star simply didn't have such a thing. Yang Kai had 2 treasures that absolutely met these conditions: the sun's true essence he obtained on this trip and the profound sunflower water he had previously obtained. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal also met these conditions, but if he really wanted to cultivate it, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to use it. Yang Kai still had some use for it. Yang Kai had not yet reached this point, but it was impossible for him to be trapped on Shadowed Star forever. If one day he really managed to reach the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, he would leave this place no matter what, escape the Shroud of World Principles, and reach the Origin King Realm in the outside world. It was too early to think about such things though, so Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and took out the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him. Placing it in his palm, he silently poured his Saint Qi into it and began refining it. As soon as he began refining this colored glass bead, Yang Kai's expression shook and he immediately showed a look of pleasant surprise, immediately increasing the output of his Saint Qi. Almost imperceptibly, the colored glass bead's colored glass light drilled into Yang Kai's body bit by bit and, under Yang Kai's deliberate direction, converged into his left eye. The colored glass bead was equivalent to the monster beast's monster core, and Yang Kai had only thought that refining and absorbing the energy from the monster beast's monster core would be the most direct way possible, so he had given it a try, but he had not expected it to actually work and be so effortless. This made him overjoyed. Holding his breath, Yang Kai concentrated on absorbing this colored glass bead while continuing to cultivate the golden blood thread in his body. Time flew by and 2 months passed. On this day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at his empty hands, frowning slightly. After 2 months of absorption, the colored glass bead given to him by Dai Yuan was completely consumed by him and no longer existed. However, although he had absorbed the colored glass bead's colored glass light into his body, it would still take some time for him to completely refine it. Now, inside his knowledge sea, the demon eye of annihilation suspended midair was shrouded in a dazzling light. This light was the colored glass divine light contained in the colored glass bead. However, Yang Kai felt that the speed at which it was merging with the demon eye of annihilation was very slow, somewhat different from what he had expected, which made him a little depressed. After all, according to his previous calculations, the demon eye of annihilation and the colored glass divine light were similar and theoretically could be easily merged, but now it seemed that he had been too naive. However, this situation was also within his expectations. In any case, as long as there was enough time, the colored glass divine light would be able to merge with the demon eye of annihilation. It was just a matter of time. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Yang Kai shook his hand and 2 golden threads appeared. One of them shone with golden light and was incomparably sharp. As it trembled, it seemed to be able to cut through space. Its might was unparalleled. However, the other golden thread was clearly inferior. Not only was its color not bright, but the power contained within couldn't be compared to the first one. This golden thread was the second golden blood thread Yang Kai had cultivated. When Demon Blood Temple's disciples cultivated this secret technique, even if they spent their entire lives cultivating it, they might not be able to cultivate 2 golden blood threads because the foundation of this secret technique was one's own vitality. Each person's vitality was limited, and if one used too much, their lifespan would be shortened. In Demon Blood Temple, only the few elders who had reached the second or third order origin returning realm could cultivate 2 or 3 golden blood threads. Anyone below the origin returning realm could only cultivate 1. Even so, these elders were only able to cultivate golden blood threads after wantonly searching for pills that could nourish one's vitality. Otherwise, if they lost too much of their vitality, they would likely die. However, Yang Kai was different. He had several dozen drops of golden blood in his body, and each drop of golden blood could be transformed into a golden blood thread. What's more, golden blood could also be replenished, so in theory, he could cultivate countless golden blood threads. This was why he had chosen to cultivate this secret technique at the time, because this secret technique was simply tailor-made for him. More than a month ago, Yang Kai felt that he had cultivated his first golden thread to its peak. It wasn't that the golden thread had been tempered to its peak, but because he had only obtained the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique. As for how to further temper his golden thread and make it more powerful, Yang Kai had no clue. In desperation, Yang Kai chose to cultivate his second golden thread. With his previous experience, this second golden thread took shape much faster than the first, and Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before it became as powerful as the first one. After cultivating his second golden thread, Yang Kai faintly understood something. He felt that this secret technique was not as simple as he had imagined. If there were enough golden threads, perhaps they could be combined to form other transformations. However, there was no introduction to these transformations in the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique, so Yang Kai guessed that they were hidden in the second half. After cultivating his golden thread to its peak, Yang Kai was unable to continue tempering it, and he had no clue about the transformations and combinations that Yang Kai had guessed. It seemed that if there was a chance in the future, Yang Kai would really have to pay a visit to Demon Blood Temple and obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Only then would he be able to progress further on this Tao. The harvest from this time's retreat was huge, and Yang Kai calculated the time and felt that it was time for him to exit. He remembered that Yang Yen had said last time that she would need to borrow Yang Kai's strength in her ongoing plan, but he didn't know if that time had come. Since he had been in retreat all this time, she definitely wouldn't dare disturb him. Making up his mind, Yang Kai went to take a look at the red candle fruit again. After confirming that the piece of red candle fruit had not withered under the nourishment of the red candle stalk, Yang Kai opened the cave mansion's barrier and walked out. The world energy aura in Dragon Cave Mountains seemed to be much denser than before, and there weren't many cultivators living here. Their cultivations were also quite uneven, so the consumption of world energy was naturally not great. This caused the world energy aura here to become denser and denser, unlike other great sects that had tens of thousands of disciples. Even if they had good earth veins to provide world energy, they could only maintain a balance. All around, Yang Kai looked around but did not see anyone. Not surprised by this scene, Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon found the location of Yang Yen and the others. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that all the important figures on Dragon Cave Mountain had gathered together, as if they were discussing something important. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang slowly walked towards the bamboo house where these people were. But before he even reached the bamboo house, he heard Hao En's voice from afar. "They've gone too far. Aren't they just sitting on the ground and raising the price? Why is this happening?" Immediately, Xianxia's comforting voice rang out. Good, old Hao, sit down first. These youngsters are all calm, so why are you so agitated?" Foreign Elder Chang, what do you think about this? Wu Yi seemed to be asking. Heh, I think there's something strange about this. Xianxia replied with a sneer. Our cooperation with Shadow Moon Hall isn't a matter of just 1 or 2 days. Over the past 2 years, we've imported and purchased many materials from them, but at least 200 million Saint crystals. We've always cooperated with them in good faith, not deceiving anyone, but this time, the price of materials has actually increased. It's really strange. And not only that, they even detained Yu Feng. It's really strange. Hao En seemed to have calmed down and agreed. Also, I've noticed something strange, Wu Yi said thoughtfully. What is it? Since 3 months ago, the shopkeepers and workers of Shadow Moon Hall in Heavenly Fate City seem to have changed a lot. Now, all the people we're familiar with have disappeared. I can't even find Luo Qing. Inside the bamboo house, the group of people looked at each other and suddenly realized that something must have happened inside Shadow Moon Hall. Chapter 1327. Just as everyone was feeling surprised, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open and a figure stepped inside. Everyone was startled at first, but after seeing the face of this newcomer, they couldn't help standing up, Wu Yi happily calling out, Yang Kai, you've come out of seclusion? Yang Kai nodded before sweeping his eyes around, his gaze eventually landing on Qianyu. Finding that her complexion was much better than when he saw her in Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai immediately relaxed, knowing that she was living happily here. To the side, Xianxia and Hao En exchanged a glance, a look of shock flashing across their eyes before they cupped their fists and said, Congratulations, Nephew Yang, for breaking through to the Third Order's Saint King realm. Nephew Yang's cultivation speed is simply unmatched on Shadowed Star. The last time they went to Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai was just a first-order Saint King, but after coming out of Lu Yen Sandfield, he had broken through to the second order, and now he had actually broken through to the third order. Only 2 or 3 years had passed since then, shocking the two of them and making them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Compared with Yang Kai's promotion speed, their aptitude was simply mediocre to the extreme. 2 foreign elders are too polite. This junior only obtained some opportunities to reach this height. Compared to those true geniuses, he is nothing. Yang Kai smiled modestly before changing the subject. Let's not talk about this matter for now. I just heard you talking about Shadow Moon Hall and Yu Feng being detained. What's the situation? Tell me about it. Seeing Yang Kai ask, everyone glanced at each other before Wu Yi took the initiative to explain. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that something bad had really happened in Heavenly Fate City. A month ago, Dragon Cave Mountain had ordered a batch of goods from Shadow Moon Hall. A few days ago, Yu Feng had taken a few Haiku family cultivator to Heavenly Fate City to pick up the goods, but he hadn't expected that the other party would not only fail to fulfill their previous agreement but also raise the price of those goods by more than 30%. Yu Feng naturally wouldn't accept such a price. At that time, he had tried to reason with the person in charge of Shadow Moon Hall in Sky Fortune City, but he hadn't expected that the other party wouldn't budge an inch. Yu Feng had no choice but to ask the other party to refund the deposit. After all, the other party had broken the contract first. Yu Feng felt that even if he didn't buy these goods, he couldn't suffer such a great loss. Who would have thought that the other party wouldn't retreat at all? Not only did they not retreat, they even started beating people up. The 5 disciples that Yu Feng brought with him were all injured. During the battle, Yu Feng and the others naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without a fight. They put up a little resistance and broke several shelves in the shop before being captured by an origin-returning realm master. Not only were they detained, but the saint crystals they had prepared to trade were also confiscated. Only one disciple was allowed to return and inform Dragon Cave Mountain to prepare a large number of saint crystals as ransom. If not for this, Wu Yi and the others wouldn't have known such details. After listening to this, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, his expression as calm as an ancient well. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Their lives aren't in danger, right?" According to the disciple who came back, although the injuries they suffered weren't light, they weren't serious and only needed a few days to recover. Good, that's good. Yang Kai gently nodded before looking up at the crowd and asking, "What do you think is wrong?" "What's wrong?" Wu Yi was startled and shouted, "Everything is wrong." We've been cooperating with Shadow Moon Hall for so long without any twists and turns. We pay Saint Crystals to buy materials and they make a lot of money from us. Over the past 2 years, we've become Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer. They can't wait to curry favor with us, so why would they do something so despicable? Moreover, the people below Shadow Moon Hall definitely don't have the guts to do such a thing. I suspect someone from above is behind all of this. This old man feels the same way. Chang Chi echoed from the side, "Our Dragon Cave Mountain's foundation is still shallow. Although we are sitting on a huge amount of resources, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Perhaps Shadow Moon Hall has become impatient with our business dealings and wants to swallow us whole." "Do you suspect Qiantong?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "It's not impossible," Wu Yi nodded. "It's possible, but I don't think Qiantong has anything to do with this." Yang Kai shook his head. Of all the people present, he had the most dealings with Qiantong. Without even mentioning Qiantong's personality, his friendship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, as well as the fact that he had saved them in Lu Yan's desert, made it clear that Qiantong wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. "I just heard you say that since 3 months ago, all the shops in Heavenly Fate City belonging to Shadow Moon Hall have been replaced? Is that true?" Yang Kai asked again. "And it's true," Wu Yi nodded quickly. "Because I often go in and out of Heavenly Fate City, I'm quite sure about this." "In the past 6 months, has anything unusual happened in Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai frowned. "If we're talking about unusual events, there have been none in Shadow Moon Hall, but there have been some. In the past few months, a lot of unfamiliar faces have entered Dragon Cave Mountain. At first, they just wandered around the periphery, but later, a few of them actually broke in and were trapped in the spirit array. After they were captured, they simply said it was an accident. Because their strength wasn't high, we didn't embarrass them and let them go after giving them a warning. As for the big event, there really was one. What? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Grandmaster Gulin passed away. Wu Yi quickly said, Grandmaster Gulin? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, the origin grade low-rank artifact refiner from Shadow Moon Hall. It happened about half a year ago. Rumor has it that after Grandmaster Gulin repaired an artifact in Shadow Moon Hall, he suffered a huge loss of vitality and didn't have much lifespan left. In the past few years, he hasn't even refined another artifact. Does this have anything to do with us? I don't know the specific situation, but perhaps it has something to do with it. A thoughtful look flashed across Yang Kai's face. I heard from Qian Tong that he and Grandmaster Gulin had a very good personal relationship. Wu Yi pondered for a moment before asking in surprise, what you mean is that Grandmaster Gulin's death affected Elder Qian Tong, and since we have always been sheltered by Qian Tong, we were also affected. Yang Kai grinned, I'm just guessing. Perhaps that old dog Qian Tong is burning the bridge after crossing the river, but if this matter is really related to the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Hall, it's best we stay out of it. And we can't get involved in Shadow Moon Hall's affairs. Wu Yi immediately raised her guard. Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. She hadn't thought about it so deeply before, but after being enlightened by Yang Kai's words, she seemed to understand the essence of the matter. Is there any news from Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener? Yang Kai asked again. Wu Yi shook her head. Shadow Moon Hall announced to the public that the two of them are in retreat trying to break through to the origin returning realm, but I don't know the specifics. Understandable. Forget it, it's better to rely on oneself than others. Since Yu Feng has been detained, I'll make a trip to get him back. Losing St. Crystals is one thing, but I can't let anything happen to him. That's 20 million St. Crystals we're talking about. Wu Yi said with a distressed expression, and what are you going to do about it? If they don't care about face, there's no need to give them any face, otherwise, they'll really think my Dragon Cave Mountain is easy to bully, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Wu Yi was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. If it's really because of the internal struggle of Shadow Moon Hall, we don't need to worry too much. Right now, they're too busy dealing with other matters, so there's definitely no master there. On top of that, I really want to know who wants to target our Dragon Cave Mountain. If I don't go there myself, how can I figure it out? This old master will accompany you. Chang Chi stood up. Howen also said, this old master will go as well. Although old Chang and I don't have high cultivations, we're still origin returning realm masters. Since breaking through, we haven't had a chance to fight anyone. This trip will be a good opportunity to test our strength. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding. Good, then I'll have to trouble two foreign elders. The rest of you don't need to follow me, just stay here. And then you must be careful, Wu Yi exhorted. After the discussion, Yang Kai immediately led Chang Chi and Howen out of the bamboo house, summoned his star shuttle, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. In Heavenly Fate City, in a shop called Gathering Source Hall, Yu Feng and the others were tied up in a room in the inner courtyard. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Clearly, a powerful seal had been placed on them. They were lined up in a row and kneeling on the ground. In front of them, there was a sinister-looking old man sitting on a sandalwood chair. The old man's hair was white, and he held a purple teapot in his hand. His eyes were half closed, as if he was asleep. However, the light and ruthlessness that occasionally burst out from his eyes showed that he was more alert than ever. Tell me, what's the safe route in and out of Dragon Cave Mountain? Tell me and I'll let you go so you don't have to suffer any more physical pain. Next to the old man was a ferocious-looking brawny man, who was holding a 3-finger-thick whip and playing with it as he asked coldly. Bah! Yu Feng spat out a mouthful of spit mixed with some blood, hitting the brawny man's cheek. You want to know the route in and out of Dragon Cave Mountain from Grandfather? Dream on. Grandfather won't tell a bunch of despicable people like you even if he dies. The brawny man remained motionless, allowing the spit to slide down his cheek as he grinned wickedly. The whip in his hand suddenly whistled through the air and landed on Yu Feng's face. With a crisp crack, the right side of Yu Feng's face split open and a piece of flesh flew out. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Yu Feng's entire body was knocked askew and he almost fell to the ground, but he quickly straightened up and grinned. Continue! Even if you beat Grandfather to death today, don't think you'll learn anything from me. When you rush into Dragon Cave Mountain, you'll have a taste of those thousands of spirit arrays. Haha! A series of wild laughter caused the brawny man's face to darken and the old man sitting on the chair to become impatient. These flames were so hot that the surface of the shield was showing signs of melting. This scene caused the old man's soul to leave his body as he realized that if he had been hit by these flames just now, even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. Before he could react, two forces descended from the sky and enveloped the entire room. When he looked up again, he saw a tall and sturdy young man, wrapped in a cold aura, leisurely entering. Behind this young man were two old men, both of whom were First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators just like him. The shur that had enveloped the room was released by these two old men. The old man's eyes narrowed as he knew that the situation was not good. He was the only Origin returning realm master here, so it was impossible for him to fight two people at once. Hurriedly taking out an item from his space ring, he crushed it and breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai. Foreign Elder Chang, Foreign Elder Hao. Yu Feng and the others saw the newcomers and were overjoyed and shouted. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw the tragic injuries on these people's bodies, causing his eyes to shrink as infinite murderous intent surged in his heart. Yu Feng and the others' injuries were already very serious, and their vitality was clearly insufficient. There were obvious signs that their foundations had been damaged. If Yang Kai had come out of seclusion 2 days later, their cultivations would have regressed, but it was not too late now. As long as he provided them with some pills, they would recover in a few days. You're Yang Kai? The old man was taken aback when he heard this and stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly, not showing any intention of responding, instead signaling to Chang Chi with his eyes. Chang Chi understood and immediately stepped forward, condensing his Saint Chi into a sharp blade at his fingertips. First, he unbound Yu Feng and the others, then probed the seals on their bodies, frowning deeply. Although these seals were also issued by the First-Order Origin returning realm cultivator, it would take Chang Chi at least 2 hours to crack them. Obviously, now was not a good time. Leading Yu Feng and the others to Yang Kai's side, Chang Chi whispered a few words to him before standing aside. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the old man and narrowing his eyes. From what you said just now, it seems you already know me? So what if I do? The old man coldly snorted. Yang Kai showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and suddenly asked, Your surname is Xie? The old man's expression changed slightly as he became shocked and blurted out, How did you know? Sure enough. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. When he was discussing this matter with Wu Yi and the others, he had already guessed this. If Dragon Cave Mountain was really implicated because of the internal strife within Shadow Moon Hall, then his side shouldn't have been implicated so deeply. After all, no matter who it was, Dragon Cave Mountain was a big customer, so cooperating with it would only bring benefits and no harm. There was no reason to offend it for no reason. Yang Kai instinctively felt that anyone who would act so unscrupulously against Dragon Cave Mountain must have some sort of grudge with him. As for those who had a grudge against him and were related to Shadow Moon Hall, it was none other than the Xie family. Xie Hongwen was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall while his father, Xie Li, was also a steward of Shadow Moon Hall. Although his status was not as high as Qiantong's, he still had some authority. The Xie family was another force independent of Shadow Moon Hall, but was also inextricably linked to Shadow Moon Hall. There were only two reasons why they would act against him. The first was because they suspected Xie Hongwen's death was related to him. After all, a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall had tipped off Xie Hongwen about Yang Kai's location in Lu Yen Sandfield. In the end, Xie Hongwen was unable to escape from Lu Yen Sandfield, so he must have fallen. This was enough for the Xie family to suspect Yang Kai. So far, no one from the Xie family had come to find trouble with him, probably because they were afraid of Qiantong and his illusory origin-grade artifact refiner. The second reason was that the Xie family was taking this opportunity to test Qiantong's strength. If Qiantong still had the strength to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, then Yang Kai would definitely not stand idly by. Now, it seemed that Qiantong's situation was not very good. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply as he speculated about the situation. However, he was not sure what the truth was, but it should not be far from what he had speculated. As long as he made some inquiries in the future, he would be able to figure it out. Considering all this, Yang Kai's mood suddenly improved. As long as it was not Qiantong who came to deal with him, it did not matter. Moreover, since the Xie family was taking the lead, it meant that the internal disputes of Shadow Moon Hall were really deep. Not only was Qiantong unable to deal with this matter, but his opponents also did not have much energy to pay attention to this side. This way, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples. With the current heritage of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai didn't put a trivial Xie family in his eyes. If the other party dared to provoke him, Yang Kai would let the Xie family know what it meant to not touch a tiger's butt. This old master is Xie Quan. Seeing that he had spilled the beans, the old man no longer tried to hide it and sneered, "Since you know that this old master is from the Xie family, you dare to destroy my gathering source hall? Boy, you are really arrogant." Xie family. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled for a while before touching his chin and looking at Yufeng. "Who beat you up like this?" Yufeng was stunned for a moment before pointing at the brawny man behind Xie Quan. Yang Kai gently nodded, but his face suddenly became ferocious. With a flick of his wrist, a golden thread shot straight towards the brawny man. Xie Quan's face changed as he shouted, "You overestimate yourself." As he spoke, he released his shur, and at the same time, he flicked his fingers to attack the golden thread. In his mind, the attack of a third-order Saint King was something he could easily break with a wave of his hand, so releasing his shur was already quite impressive for Yang Kai. But in the next moment, his eyes trembled because the golden thread actually cut his shur into pieces. He couldn't form it at all, and the chi he sent out had no effect at all. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. In a hurry, a top-like artifact appeared in his hand. As the artifact spun, beams of light shot out from it, forming a barrier in front of the brawny man in the blink of an eye. He was an origin-returning realm cultivator, so it would be too shameful if he allowed his opponent to kidnap someone right under his nose. A scene that shocked him appeared. The barrier couldn't stop the golden thread from breaking in. As soon as it came into contact with the golden thread, it exploded. In the next moment, the brawny man cried out in alarm as his body was swept up by a powerful force and flew straight towards Yang Kai. "Put this old master down." Xie Quan's old face flushed red. Saint Chi burst out of his body as he raised his hand and pushed towards Yang Kai. A huge palm print shot out from his hand, as if he wanted to smash Yang Kai into a meat patty. Yang Kai snorted coldly and pushed out his palm as well. Another huge palm print appeared and collided with Xie Quan's palm print. Not only did it swallow up the other party's palm print, but it also produced a power that covered the heavens and the earth, enveloping Xie Quan instead. Xie Quan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that a third-order Saint King could actually fight him head-on, and even gain the upper hand. Chapter 1329. In the blink of an eye, the brawny man was dragged to Yang Kai's side. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror. He was a third-order Saint King, but in front of this young man who was of the same cultivation level as him, he was powerless to resist, which made his hair stand on end. It was only at this moment that he seemed to think of resisting, but just as he gathered his Saint Chi, Yang Kai gently patted him on the shoulder. The brawny man groaned as his face turned slightly pale, and he could no longer gather the strength in his body. Yang Kai kicked him in front of Yu Feng and the others, snatching the long whip in his hand and throwing it to Yu Feng, saying coldly, "An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye." Yu Feng caught the whip and was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He exchanged glances with his tormented companions and surrounded the brawny man with a grin. In the next moment, the sound of punches, kicks, and whips rang out, mixed with the brawny man's screams and cries for help. Xie Quan's face was livid, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour someone. He looked at Yang Kai and nodded. "Good, young people are indeed full of vigor. This old master wants to see how long you can be arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and suddenly, several figures rushed out from all directions. There were at least a few dozen of them, and they surrounded the ruins of the Gathering Source Hall, glaring at Yang Kai and the others. Although none of these people was an origin returning realm cultivator, their numbers were enough to make Xianxia and Howen pale. Not only that, from all directions of Heavenly Fate City, many people were also flying over, many of them origin returning realm masters. After a short while, the situation took a turn for the worse. Yang Kai and the others, who had been able to gain the upper hand, were now at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers and cultivator realm. Xianxia glanced around and his face sank. He found that there were 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters gathered around. Obviously, they were all helpers called by Xie Quan. He had expected this situation before he came. After all, this was a trip into the tiger's den. It was impossible for the other party not to call for help, but he did not expect the other party to make such a big scene. Secretly glancing at Kai Yang, Xianxia was surprised to find that he was still calm and composed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. This caused Xianxia to be slightly surprised, but at the same time, he was also affected, secretly wondering what kind of card Kai Yang had left behind. "Brother Xie, is this the one who destroyed the Gathering Source Hall?" An old man with a goatee who had rushed over first greeted Xie Quan. His voice was cold as he stared at Kai Yang and asked. Xie Quan cupped his fists and said bitterly, "I am ashamed, but it was indeed this boy who destroyed it." This old master did not expect that he would have 2 origin returning realm masters by his side. This old master was alone and was outnumbered. "I failed to protect him. After this Xie will definitely apologize to your noble hall." The old man with the goatee chuckled and waved his hand. "Brother Xie is too serious. It's just a trivial Gathering Source Hall. If it's destroyed, then so be it. My Shadow Moon Hall is a big family, so we don't care about this little thing. On the other hand, Brother Xie, your junior situation seems to be a little bad, right?" As he spoke, he looked at the brawny man who was being beaten up by Yu Feng and the others and said with a cold expression, "Since this old master and the others are here, you still dare to attack? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Stop it for this old master." As he spoke, a sharp light flashed in his eyes and a powerful divine sense pressure descended from the sky, enveloping Yu Feng and the others. At the same time, Xianxia chuckled meaningfully and also released his own spiritual energy. The 2 divine senses collided in midair and disappeared silently. They were both from the first order origin returning realm, so Xianxia was naturally not afraid of him. They were evenly matched. Yu Feng and the others could not help but stop at this moment and look up at Yang Kai. They had never been surrounded by so many origin returning realm masters before, so they were somewhat uneasy. "Keep fighting. Stop when you've vented your anger." Yang Kai glanced at the many origin returning realm masters, as if he did not put any of them in his eyes. His arrogant expression made all the masters here frown in displeasure. The old man with the goatee seemed to be about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him. "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" The old man stroked his beard. This old master is Shadow Moon Hall's junior manager, Ma Xing Yuan. Junior manager? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. May I ask where Elder Qian Tong is now? Elder Qian? Ma Xing Yuan's face changed slightly, as if he was a little afraid. It was not just him. When Yang Kai mentioned Qian Tong, most of the origin returning realm masters gathered here had the same expression. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that this group of origin returning realm masters was definitely not on the same side as Qian Tong. They were probably his opponents in Shadow Moon Hall, otherwise, they would not show such expressions. It seemed that his previous guess about Qian Tong and the incident in Shadow Moon Hall was not far from the truth. Elder Qian is naturally in Shadow Moon Hall. Boy, you destroyed my Shadow Moon Hall's gathering source hall and injured people here. Don't think that you can get away with it just because you know Elder Qian. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you won't be able to escape, a middle-aged man on the right shouted. Yang Kai glanced at him and chuckled. Of course I won't leave before this matter is resolved. I came here today for two things. As he spoke, he pointed at Yu Feng and the others. Take them away and collect the materials owed by your noble hall. The 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the mischievous look in each other's eyes. A few of them could not help but laugh, obviously mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. Xie Quan looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. Boy, you talk big. You think you can take them away just because you said so? Did you ask for this old master's permission? If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. Yang Kai shouted and pointed his finger. An artifact that looked like an artifact refining furnace appeared out of thin air. The moment this artifact refining furnace appeared, the temperature within 1,000 meters of it rose sharply, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into a sea of fire. Under the urging of his Saint Qi, a yellow sandstorm enveloped Chang Qi, Howen, and the others. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Chang Qi. Chang Qi paused for a moment before quickly flying forward again. Together with Howen, they took Yu Feng and the other disciples and disappeared without a trace. Only the burly man who had been whipping them remained, howling in pain. However, this burly man no longer had a human form and looked extremely miserable. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a demonic flame, which hit the burly man's body and made him completely disappear from this world. This guy was from the Xie family, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. A sharp bird cry rang out again as the 100-meter-long firebird artifact spirit flew over to Yang Kai's head, its pair of bright eyes darting about. Every origin returning realm master who was targeted by this firebird paled. Although they had only fought with this artifact spirit for a short while, everyone could see how terrifying it was. In a one-on-one fight, no one was its opponent, and even if they joined forces, it was impossible to subdue it. Even if this artifact spirit's strength wasn't as good as a third-order origin returning realm master, it wasn't far off. If you dare to move, you will die. Yang Kai's voice was like a cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory, blowing into Xie Quan's ears, causing him to feel a chill in the depths of his heart. Seeing Xie Quan standing in place obediently, a look of satisfaction flashed across Yang Kai's face. He looked up at the other origin returning realm masters and said indifferently, I said that I came here today for 2 things. The first has been completed, so let's talk about the second. What do you want? Xie Quan's voice was bitter. Return all the saint crystals that my dragon cave mountain paid and robbed. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Your saint crystals are in my space ring. Take them if you want, Xie Quan replied through gritted teeth. He had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Yang Kai glanced at his finger and another golden thread flew out and wrapped around Xie Quan's finger. In the next moment, the golden thread flew back to Yang Kai's hand along with the ring. Xie Quan's face turned pale as blood spurted out. He gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, but he still didn't dare to move. Yang Kai's divine sense swept through the ring and a look of ridicule appeared on his face. He sneered, "Isn't this a little too little?" It wasn't just a little, it was half of what he had. The materials that Dragon Cave Mountain had ordered from Shadow Moon Hall were worth 20 million Saint Crystals. There was only 10 million in this ring, and the other half was nowhere to be found. Xie Quan didn't say anything, only turning his gaze to the old man with the goatee, Ma Xen Yuan. Yang Kai immediately understood that they had already divided the Saint Crystals brought by Yu Feng. The other half of the Saint Crystals were probably with this old man with the goatee. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked at Ma Xen Yuan. The latter looked hesitant and unwilling. Obviously, he wasn't willing to give up the benefits that he had just obtained. That was 10 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for the sake of so many Saint Crystals, why would these people from Shadow Moon Hall help the Xie family deal with Yang Kai? After all, the struggle in the hall was already in an abyss of suffering, and there weren't many people who could be sent out. Seeing that Xie Quan didn't seem to want to hand over the Saint Crystals, Yang Kai's face turned cold. A second golden thread flew out and wrapped around Xie Quan's shoulder. Blood spurted out as Xie Quan's arm fell off. Everyone's face changed as they looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. They never thought that this little brat would be so ruthless and merciless, dealing such a heavy blow without saying anything. Xie Quan was also unyielding. First, he didn't make a sound when his finger was cut off by Yang Kai. Now, he didn't make a sound when his arm was cut off. He just looked at Ma Xen Yuan with a ferocious expression. His dry lips twitched slightly as he growled, "Brother Ma, you won't just watch this little brat cut this seer into pieces, right?" Hearing this, Ma Xen Yuan knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million Saint Crystals. After all, the Xie family still had Xie Li in Shadow Moon Hall, and his status was higher than his own. If Xie Quan was really killed by Yang Kai, Xie Li would definitely find trouble with him. So, he gritted his teeth and took off the space ring on his hand. He took out his belongings and threw the space ring to Yang Kai, saying fiercely, "Little brat, the rest of the Saint Crystals are here. Take them and let them go, or don't blame me for fighting you to the death." They thought that they would definitely succeed this time, but who knew that an artifact spirit would mess up their plans? And this little brat called Yang Kai was also very strange. Even now, Ma Xen Yuan still didn't know how he managed to sneak attack Xie Quan and subdue him. While cursing Xie Quan's carelessness in his heart, he also felt some fear towards Yang Kai. If the other party could subdue Xie Quan like a ghost, it didn't mean that he couldn't kill Ma Xen Yuan. After all, Ma Xen Yuan wasn't much stronger than Xie Quan. Is he really a third-order Saint King? Ma Xen Yuan suspected that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. After all, the other party seemed to be at ease. It was obvious that he still had some tricks up his sleeve. After catching the ring Ma Xen Yuan threw to him, Yang Kai checked it and made sure that he wasn't lying. Then, he nodded lightly and put away the two rings. He turned a blind eye to Ma Xen Yuan's harsh words and said indifferently, "I've got the Saint Crystals back. Now, let's settle another account." "What do you want?" Ma Xen Yuan's face darkened. "Old thing, don't play dumb." Yang Kai chuckled, "You detained my Dragon Cave Mountain's disciples and even tortured and whipped them. You don't think I'll just let you off like that, do you? Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Hurt them." Ma Xen Yuan's face was filled with rage as he shouted, "If that's the case, boy, you destroyed so many shops in Heavenly Fate City and killed so many disciples. Shouldn't we settle this with you as well? You brought this upon yourself. My Dragon Cave Mountain has cooperated with your noble palace in good faith for the past 2 years and has never owed you any Saint Crystals, yet you dare to go back on your word. No matter how much you argue about this, no one will stand on your side. What will it take for you to let this go?" Ma Xen Yuan's face was dark. "Compensation," Yang Kai said concisely and coldly snorted, "It's fine if you don't compensate, but I don't know if you can bear the consequences." "Boy, you're threatening this old master." Ma Xen Yuan's face was ferocious. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, I'll take action. 1. Seeing Yang Kai being so aggressive and even counting down, the faces of all the Origin returning realm masters turned cold. While they were furious, they also felt extremely aggrieved. All of them were only First Order Origin returning realm cultivators. They thought that with so many people it would be enough to crush Dragon Cave Mountain, but the development of the situation was not something they could control. 2. As soon as this number came out, Xiaquan shouted anxiously, "Brother Ma." Ma Xen Yuan glanced at him from afar and said with a flicker in his eyes, "Brother Xie, these people were captured by your Xie family disciples, and they were also injured by your Xie family disciples. This matter has nothing to do with our Shadow Moon Hall, right?" Xiaquan's expression froze for a moment before a trace of sadness appeared on his face. How could he not know that Ma Xen Yuan was telling the truth? The main force in dealing with Dragon Cave Mountain this time was still the Xie family, but Ma Xen Yuan's words were too hurtful. After all, the reason why the Xie family took action was because they were instructed by the higher-ups of the Shadow Moon Hall to take the opportunity to test Qian Tong's reaction. Ma Xen Yuan should not have stayed out of this matter. 3. After Yang Kai finished counting, he grinned. "It seems that you're not willing to compensate. Since that's the case, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, the golden thread in his hand trembled slightly. In a flash of golden light, Xiaquan was turned into minced meat without a sound. The smell of blood filled the air. All the Origin returning realm cultivators were dumbfounded, their expressions extremely strange. Chapter 1331. No one would have thought that Yang Kai would actually kill Xiaquan, who was captured by him. The reason why these Origin returning realm masters did not act rashly was firstly because they were afraid of the Firebird artifact spirit, and secondly because of Xiaquan. Xiaquan was subdued by Yang Kai, so naturally, they were afraid of provoking Yang Kai to kill him. After all, they had witnessed Yang Kai's ruthlessness before. If Xiaquan really died, they would not be able to explain it to Xieli. But now, this concern was gone, and the reason was actually Yang Kai himself. This was both surprising and infuriating. Only now did everyone realize that they had completely underestimated this young man's madness and arrogance. Without Xiaquan as a hostage, did he think that he, as Saint King, could stand here and talk to so many Origin returning realm masters as equals? When they thought about how the deaths of Xiaquan and the Xie family disciples would enrage Xieli, they could no longer remain calm. Ma Xen Yuan pointed at Yang Kai from afar, pointing his finger repeatedly. He seemed to be so angry that he could not speak. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you're dead. You're really dead this time. Brother Ma, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and capture him and hand him over to Manager Xie," someone shouted coldly from the side. "With just you?" Yang Kai laughed wildly. If Chang Qi, Yu Feng, and the others were still here, he would have some concerns, but he was the only one left. Even if there was a third-order Origin returning realm master here, they would not be able to stop him. He cultivated the Tao of space so he could tear space and escape at any time. This time was not like the last time in the corpse cave. Not only did he have yang inflammation, but he was also facing a 1,000-year-old corpse general. There were only 7 or 8 first-order Origin returning realm masters here. Wanting to stop him was simply a fool's dream. "I'll first destroy Heavenly Fate City, then I'll settle accounts with you." Yang Kai's voice suddenly turned cold. He pointed his hand and shouted, "Burn!" The Firebird artifact spirit received the order and let out a long cry. The flames on its body rolled, and the fire attribute spiritual energy between heaven and earth once again gathered into its body. In the blink of an eye, its body seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Seeing this scene, many Origin returning realm masters paled and began circulating their Saint Qi around their bodies before summoning their defensive artifacts to protect themselves. In the next moment, the Firebird opened its mouth, and a ball of dazzling light was faintly visible in its mouth. Soon after, it spat it out. A beam of fiery light with astonishing power shot out. The high temperature contained within almost melted the space. It made one's hair stand on end as it flew straight to the ground. The artifact spirit's target wasn't anyone, but the largest shop in the vicinity. Xianxia had made up his mind to turn Heavenly Fate City upside down before deciding what to do next. The people of Dragon Cave Mountain had been bullied to such an extent, so naturally, Xianxia would not let this matter rest. If he were to shrink back this time, it would only leave an impression of weakness, which would only make things worse in the future. After all, this was the first conflict Dragon Cave Mountain had faced since it was built. Before the flame reached the shop was set ablaze by the high temperature, and in the next moment, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the distance and entered the shop. Immediately after, a thin layer of energy barrier wrapped around the building tightly. This was the defensive barrier of this shop, a kind of protective spirit array. As long as one was a slightly larger shop in Heavenly Fate City, it would have one, but depending on the strength of one's financial resources, the power of this spirit array would vary. The barrier of this shop was obviously not weak. The energy barrier surrounding it gave off a faint green light that rippled like water. At a glance, it was obvious it had been carefully arranged. Even so, when the flames came into contact with the restriction, it shook the restriction and almost broke it. The green light dimmed in an instant, and it only lasted for less than 2 breaths before shattering. The flame did not diminish in the slightest as it rushed straight towards the shop. At that moment, an artifact that looked like a round bowl suddenly flew over and expanded to a radius of several dozen meters, directly blocking the entrance to the shop. Caught off guard, the flame rushed into the round bowl. Immediately, a blue light bloomed from the round bowl, gathering the flame and suppressing it. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared strangely above the round bowl, his expression extremely dignified as he poured a few streams of St. Qi into it. With the help of his divine sense, the round bowl quickly shrank back to its original size. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand and took back the round bowl, staring blankly at the tumbling flames inside with an ugly expression. "You've finally come out." Xianxia coldly snorted but did not do anything else, simply standing in place and staring at this middle-aged scholar. When he first stepped into Heavenly Fate City, he had already noticed the existence of this man. After all, this man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Besides him, there was no other master in the entire Heavenly Fate City that Xianxia was afraid of. Otherwise, he would not have been so unscrupulous before. What puzzled him was that no matter what he did, the other party had no intention of showing up. However, Xianxia had been paying attention to him. Now, when the shop was about to be destroyed, this man finally could not help but show up. Xianxia did not know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, but he instinctively felt that the other party should not have any malice towards him, otherwise, he would not have been able to hold back long ago. Blue Jade Bowl. City Lord Fei. The cultivator of the First Order origin returning realm shouted one after another. Hearing them shout, Xianxia immediately understood who this middle-aged scholar was. Heavenly Fate City City Lord, Fei Ji II. Xianxia had never dealt with this person before, but he had heard of his name. More than 2 years ago, when he had a conflict with the Haiku family and the Su family, the two families had come to the City Lord's mansion to ask for help. Unfortunately, in the end, the two families were unable to meet Fei Ji Tuesday. However, the patriarch of the Haiku family, Ian, happened to meet Xie Hong when in the City Lord's mansion and dragged Xie Hong when into that conflict. Today, either you really destroy my Heavenly Fate City, or this City Lord will give you an explanation. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place safely. Hearing him say this, Xianxia's face sank slightly, but after pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Since Senior says so, then Junior will be bold enough to ask for Senior's instructions." With such a master here, he definitely couldn't continue to cause trouble. However, he vaguely heard a different message from the other party's words. This Fei Ji II really didn't seem to be an enemy. The other origin-returning realm cultivators weren't fools. How could they not understand the meaning behind Fei Jitu's words? The City Lord Master clearly wanted to bury the hatchet with the other party. Ma Yuan and the others were shocked. Just as they were about to speak up to stop him, Fei Jitu said loudly, "You've killed people and burned down many of my shops. Even if my Shadow Moon Hall was in the wrong, you've already vented your anger. Originally, it would have been fine if we stopped here, but I can't just let you leave like this. Otherwise, if word gets out, outsiders will only think that this city lord is a coward." Junior understands. Yang Kai gently nodded. Chapter 1332. Seeing that Yang Kai was so tactful, Fei Jitu couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Previously, when he was secretly observing him, he vaguely felt that this little brat was unruly, but he didn't expect him to be such a clever person. At least his efforts were not in vain. Many of the shops in the city had been damaged and burned down, but they were dead after all, so there was no need to investigate. As long as they were rebuilt afterwards, it would be fine. As for the dozen or so people who had died, most of them were disciples of the Xie family and had nothing to do with Fei Jitu's day. Even if everyone here died, he wouldn't care. After pondering for a moment, Fei Jitu said, "This city lord will give you two options. It's up to you which one you choose." Yang Kai pretended to listen attentively. "First, take out the saint crystals you just obtained as compensation. You can't just walk away from murder and arson. Those saint crystals are more than enough as compensation. What do you think?" As soon as he said this, the goateed old man and the others' expressions changed slightly. They immediately understood that their worries were actually true. City Lord Fei really wanted to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Then, they thought of some of the rumors in the hall and immediately felt anxious, not daring to say anything. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before smiling. "Senior's suggestion is not inappropriate, but please forgive this junior for being so bold as to reject it." Fei Jitu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. To be honest, the reason he proposed this kind of compensation was because he was the strongest person here. Furthermore, as a city lord, he felt that Ma Yuan and the others wouldn't refute him. How could he have known that this little brat wouldn't appreciate his good intentions? He immediately became angry and scolded Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He coldly snorted, "You didn't hear what the second option was before you dared to reject it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "One of the purposes of this junior's visit was to retrieve the saint crystals that were stolen. Now that I've obtained them, there is no reason to return them. Senior, please tell me what the second option is." Fei Jitu stared at him for a while before saying, "Since you are so opinionated, then this city lord won't persuade you. The second option is simpler. Don't dodge or evade. Take a blow from me, and as long as you don't die, I'll let you leave." Don't dodge or evade. Yang's eyes narrowed, but Ma Yuan and the others were overjoyed when they heard this sentence. Fei Jitu was already at the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. In terms of strength, he was almost on par with Qian Tong. With such a master personally taking action, even if it was just a single blow, that arrogant brat wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Perhaps he would even die under this blow. While Ma Yuan and the others were secretly overjoyed, they also thought that they had misunderstood Fei Jitu's intentions. It turned out that he didn't intend to let this brat leave safely. It was only because of the difference in status and cultivation that it wasn't convenient for him to bully the weak. But since it was the other party who took the initiative to do so, there was nothing more to say. They immediately looked towards Yang Kai with schadenfreude, secretly anticipating the start of a good show. "You don't dare?" Fei Jitu looked at Yang Kai mockingly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly. With his current strength, he really couldn't deal with a third-order origin returning realm master, but if it was just a single blow, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, even if he was injured with his restorative ability, it shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. This was a good opportunity to test how far he was from a cultivator of this level. On Shadowed Star, the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm was the strongest. If he could really escape unscathed from Fei Ji 2, then he could re-examine his own strength. Little brat, you've got guts? Fei Ji 2's gentle face suddenly showed a grin as he shouted, I hope you don't regret this. Yang Kai's face turned cold. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The firebird hovering above his head let out a crisp cry and turned into a ball of fire that wrapped around his body. The red flames seemed to flow and distort the space around him. Yang Kai then summoned his purple shield and poured his Saint Qi into it, summoning a sandstorm that quickly submerged his figure. In the next moment, a shield condensed from black flames appeared in front of Yang Kai. This was the grand heavenly shield condensed from his own Saint Qi. Just as these three defenses were completed, Fei Ji 2 released a terrifying Saint Qi fluctuation. Immediately after, he took a step forward and, without anyone being able to see him clearly, appeared 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Immediately, a tiger's roar suddenly rang out from his body and a huge tiger head suddenly appeared above his body. This tiger head was illusory when it first appeared, but as Fei Ji 2 poured his Saint Qi into it, it gradually showed signs of solidifying. At the same time, an unparalleled ferocious aura radiated from the tiger head. Ma Xianyuan and the others who were watching from the sidelines all paled and quickly retreated. Although Fei Ji 2 did not deliberately target them, the murderous intent radiating from the tiger head was like a real blade that cut through their bodies, causing them to shiver. The City Lord Master was serious. Everyone was overjoyed. Little brat, be careful. Fei Ji 2 shouted. The tiger head floating above his head suddenly opened its bloody mouth and, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, pounced towards Yang Kai with an unstoppable momentum. Yang Kai's face sank as he frantically pushed his Saint Qi. In the next moment, the solidified tiger head collided with the outermost grand heavenly shield. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and the dozens of grand heavenly shields were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. The tiger head, on the other hand, did not lose any momentum as it pounced towards the second layer of the sandstorm. The sandstorm was driven by the power contained within the purple shields, so it was extremely powerful. As soon as the tiger head fell into it, it was stopped by the power of the wind and sand. Its figure suddenly became sluggish and showed signs of stopping. However, Yang Kai was not happy. Instead, he was shocked and his face became even more solemn. Fei Ji 2 sneered. As he urged his divine sense, the tiger head suddenly spat out a gloomy light. As soon as the gloomy light appeared, it exploded and tore a hole in the sandstorm. At the same time, the tiger head took advantage of the opening and the sandstorm could no longer stop it. In the blink of an eye, the huge tiger head arrived in front of Yang Kai. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect, and with a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier surrounding his body began to spin rapidly, making him look like he was on fire, exuding an astonishingly high temperature. The tiger's roar and the bird's cry intertwined and lingered on. Ma Xianyuan and the others craned their necks to see if Yang Kai was seriously injured or dead. However, their vision was blocked by the sandstorm and they could not see anything at all. They were so anxious that they could not help but stomp their feet. However, a few people were able to deduce from Fei Ji 2's surprised expression that Yang Kai was not seriously injured. With a boom, the sandstorm suddenly dispersed and once again condensed into a shield that flashed with purple light and flew to the side. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure also retreated quickly. His face was slightly pale. The Firebird artifact spirit that had been circling around him had unknowingly returned to hovering above his head. Although the tiger head's color had dimmed significantly, it still chased closely behind Yang Kai, as if it wanted to kill him. In mid-air, Yang Kai's face turned ruthless. He waved his hands and a series of pitch-black spatial blades shot out towards the tiger head. Seeing this, Fei Ji-tu frowned slightly. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed and he cried out in alarm, "Stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out and arrived in front of the tiger head. He reached out with one hand and sucked the tiger head into his body. With the other hand, he took out the blue jade bowl. A dazzling blue light blossomed from the bowl and went towards the spatial blades. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blue light instantly dimmed, causing Fei Ji-tu's face to twitch as he couldn't help showing a pained expression. This blue jade bowl was an artifact Yang Kai had refined for many years and was also the one he relied on the most. The blue light stored in this bowl possessed all kinds of strange powers. In the past, Yang Kai had used this bowl's blue light to avert danger many times, but now he clearly felt that the blue light in his bowl had actually decreased somewhat, and he couldn't tell where it had gone. Thinking about the strange blade that was emitting spatial fluctuations, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. It would take him at least several years to replenish the blue light he had lost, and he would also have to consume some precious treasures. At this moment, Yang Kai even had thoughts of killing Yang Kai. Even when facing an opponent in the same realm, no one had been able to make him suffer such a big loss. Yang Kai had never expected a mere Saint King realm to be able to achieve such a feat. When Fei Ji-tu summoned the blue jade bowl, Yang Kai didn't attack again and instead retreated lightly, taking back his shield. Taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai's pale face finally restored a trace of redness. Calmly staring at Fei Ji-tu, his brow furrowed slightly, his expression slightly strange. Fei Ji-tu looked at his blue jade bowl and then at Yang Kai, his face becoming extremely ferocious. Yang Kai chuckled, "Senior, you've made your second move." Fei Ji-tu's expression froze for a moment before he smiled bitterly, staring deeply at Yang Kai before waving his hand dispiritedly. Go. Don't ever set foot in my heavenly fate city again, or don't blame this city lord for being impolite. Many thanks for Senior's leniency. Chapter 1333. In the ruins of Heavenly Fate City, Ma Xianxia and the others stood quietly in place, their faces gloomy and the atmosphere extremely solemn. They never thought that Yang Kai would really be able to survive a single blow from Fei Ji-tu and escape unscathed. They all saw the power of that move and knew that Fei Ji-tu did not go easy on him. None of the origin returning realm masters here could safely withstand such a move, but it was blocked by a third-order Saint King youth. While Ma Xianxia and the others were shocked, they also felt a deep sense of dread towards Yang Kai. That little brat was only a third-order Saint King, yet his performance was already so eye-catching. What would happen if he really broke through to the origin returning realm? Everyone present were all old foxes, so they naturally understood the principle of nipping danger in the bud. Especially when they saw Kai Yang's deep gaze before he left, they didn't doubt that in the future, once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would seek revenge. After hesitating for a while, Ma Xianxia cupped his fists and stammered, "City Lord Master, are we really going to let him go just like that? If we're not going to let him go, then what do you want?" Fei Ji-tu glared coldly at Ma Xianxia as he had nowhere to vent his anger. "But that little brat killed the Xie families." "The Xie family?" Fei Ji-tu coldly snorted. "You also know that he was from the Xie family. What does the life or death of the Xie family have to do with me?" Ma Xianxuan's expression became gloomy and he did not dare to say anything more. If you don't want to let him go, you can chase after him now, as long as you have the confidence to keep him here." City Lord Master must be joking. The group looked extremely embarrassed and no one dared to mention Yang Kai again. "Since you don't have confidence in your own strength, then stay put. If anyone dares to question this City Lord's words, then don't blame this City Lord for not giving you face. Also, do you really think that old fart Qian Tong won't be able to come back? Hee, you better pray that you made the right choice this time. Otherwise, you won't have a place in the Shadow Moon Hall in the future." The group of people looked at each other in dismay. Just as they were about to inquire more carefully, they saw that Fei Ji too had already flicked his sleeve and disappeared on the spot. "Brother Ma, what should we do?" From what City Lord Fei said just now, there seems to be some twists and turns in the struggle within the hall. Is it rumored that Elder Qian? Someone looked at Ma Xenyuan and asked. "That's right, Brother Ma. Didn't you say this time's plan was foolproof? If not, how could we have come here to cooperate with the Xie family to deal with a mere Saint King?" Someone else asked. Ma Xenyuan's face turned ashen as he impatiently said, "If you ask this old master, who should this old master ask? This old master only heard it from his superiors. How could I know the specific situation? If you really want to know, you might as well ask Manager Xie and see what kind of answer he has." Manager Xie. Hearing Ma Xenyuan's evasive words, everyone knew that they had been fooled this time. Regret filled their hearts, but when they thought about Qian Tong's ability, they all paled, cupped their fists, and left. Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai returned with a pale face. As soon as he entered the mountain, he saw Wu Yi, Yang Yen, and Qian Yu waiting for him. Seeing him appear, the three women looked happy and quickly came forward to greet him. "Are you hurt?" Wu Yi couldn't help calling out when she saw Yang Kai's pale face. "It's nothing serious. How are you, Feng and the others?" Yang Kai waved his hand and asked. "They're already healing and should be fully recovered soon. If you hadn't come back, Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder Hao would have made another trip to Heavenly Fate City." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Tell them there's no need to go. This matter ends here. Shadow Moon Hall shouldn't be making any more moves, but for now, try not to go out as much as possible. Be careful of the Xie family's actions." "I know, I'll keep an eye on them and make sure they don't go out," Wu Yi quickly responded, then immediately said with concern, "You also need to heal quickly." Yang Kai nodded and walked towards his cave mansion. Fei Ji too was worthy of being a peak third-order origin returning realm master. Although that move didn't seem to be anything special, Yang Kai still understood its fierceness. However, his opponent hadn't used his full strength, something Yang Kai knew. Being able to injure him without using his full strength, it seemed that the gap between him and a third-order origin returning realm master was still quite obvious. Taking out a few bottles of pills from his space ring, Yang Kai poured out a few and stuffed them into his mouth before closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Yang Kai's injuries were not serious, but his aura was somewhat unstable. After meditating for half a day, Yang Kai had recovered. After all, the golden blood in his body had a powerful restorative ability, so this kind of minor injury was nothing to him. Releasing his divine sense and realizing that it was already late at night, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly got up, opened the cave mansion's barrier, and quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain, using his movement skill to fly straight towards Heavenly Fate City. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in the city and followed the route in his memory all the way to the location of the City Lord's mansion. After another cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the City Lord's mansion. Although this was his first time here, he was able to grasp the situation of the entire City Lord's mansion with his divine sense. Tonight, the City Lord's mansion was a bit strange. It was quiet all around with not a single person in sight. Even the cultivator who was usually in charge of guarding the place had been removed tonight. The people in the City Lord's mansion did not know why this was happening, only that it was an order from the City Lord's master that no one was allowed to walk around the mansion tonight. Once discovered, they would be killed without mercy. Under this strict order, naturally no one dared to offend the dignity of the City Lord's master. Aware of this, Yang Kai swaggered around the City Lord's mansion. After a few turns, he arrived in front of a room inside the City Lord's mansion. Just as he stood there, Fei Ji2's voice came from inside the room. "Since you're here, come in and sit down." Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and generously pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, Fei Ji2 sat on a chair and looked at the door with a smile. After Yang Kai walked in, he waved his hand and closed the door again with a burst of Saint Qi. Yang Kai's expression did not change. He walked directly to another chair beside Fei Zhitu and sat down calmly. I knew that you were very bold during the day, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. Aren't you afraid that this is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave? Fei Zhitu sneered. Senior is joking. If you really wanted to deal with this junior, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Just do it directly, Yang Kai replied lightly. Fei Zhitu's eyes flashed and he nodded. Good, this old man Qian Tong didn't misjudge you. You're quite the character. May I ask why Senior sent a message to this junior during the day? Yang Kai asked with a solemn expression. During the day, after he fought with Fei Zhitu, the other party had suddenly sent him a message and asked him to come to the city lord's mansion again at night, which really puzzled Yang Kai. Although he didn't know the whole story, he could guess that it had something to do with the recent changes in Shadow Moon Hall. If I said that I wanted to ask you for a favor, would you believe me? Help. Yang Kai frowned. What kind of help? Let's not talk about this for now. First, I want to ask you, what do you think about the recent events in Shadow Moon Hall? Fei Zhitu asked in a low voice with a dignified expression. Yang Kai shook his head. Junior has been in retreat on Dragon Cave Mountain all this time and does not know much about the outside world. I hope Senior can enlighten me. So that's how it is. Fei Zhitu gently nodded. In that case, this city lord won't beat around the bush with you. The reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain is being targeted this time is actually because of the internal strife in Shadow Moon Hall. In this regard, my Shadow Moon Hall owes you. After all, over the past few years, your Dragon Cave Mountain and my Shadow Moon Hall have cooperated very well. Both sides have benefited greatly from each other. However, the reason why your Dragon Cave Mountain can exist and live in peace is mainly because of Qian Tong's protection. Now, Qian Tong has encountered some trouble and some people want to deal with him, so they took advantage of your grievances with the Xie family to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain first to test Qian Tong's reaction. After saying this, Fei Zhitu stared at Yang Kai, but unexpectedly did not see any surprise on his face, asking in amazement, You already knew? Yang Kai chuckled, I guessed. Amazing. Fei Zhitu's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. Since you guessed this a long time ago, it's much easier to explain. Simply put, Shadow Moon Hall was originally divided into two factions, one headed by Qian Tong and the other headed by an elder named Feng Zhen. The two of them had different philosophies and were often at odds with one another. Moreover, one of these two elders was in charge of artifact refining and artifacts while the other was in charge of alchemy and alchemy. The other elders and stewards who were subordinate to these two were basically balanced. So over the years, although these two factions had some conflicts, there was no major friction. But now, because of an incident, this balance has been broken. Grandmaster Guolin's death? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he remembered this matter. Qian Tong and Grandmaster Guolin had a very good personal relationship, so with Grandmaster Guolin's death, Qian Tong's side had lost a heavyweight, so it was inevitable that the other faction would become disloyal. Yang Kai thought his guess was right, but Fei Zhitu sneered and shook his head. Grandmaster Guolin's death was just a trigger. What really caused these two factions to fall out was something else. What is it? Yang Kai was stunned. Speaking of which, you've also seen that thing before, Fei Zhitu whispered, the red candle fruit. That's it. Yang Kai suddenly realized. In Shadow Moon Hall, the Temple Master's cultivation isn't the strongest. The truly powerful ones are Qian Tong and Feng Zhen. Both of them are most likely to break through to the Origin King realm, but there is only a small piece of the red candle fruit, so everyone wants it. How do you think the situation will develop? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Yang Kai's face flashed a look of understanding. 2 years ago, when Lu Yen Sand Field opened, a red candle fruit appeared in the third layer. Although it was cut into several pieces by Lung Qing of Star Emperor Mountain, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer managed to grab a piece and bring it back to Shadow Moon Hall. The temptation of a supreme treasure rumored to be able to help an origin-returning realm cultivator break through the shackles of cultivation was too great, so it wasn't surprising that the original balance in Shadow Moon Hall was broken. Chapter 1334. In fact, Qian Tong is not the kind of person who likes to fight with others, but the red candle fruit is too important. If he can really break through to the Origin King realm, then my Shadow Moon Hall will become the #1 great force on Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain will not be able to compete with my Shadow Moon Hall. Although this hope is very slim, it is still hope. Since that old fart Qian Tong thinks so, Feng Zhen naturally thinks so as well. As a result, the conflict between the two sides broke out and Shadow Moon Hall is now in a state of chaos. Fei Ji too said with some distress, "If this matter is not handled properly, my Shadow Moon Hall will suffer heavy losses at best, but at worst, it may even be destroyed." Is it that serious? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. The grievances between the elders and stewards of Qian Tong's faction have been building up for a long time now, and it has always been the sect master who has been suppressing them, so there hasn't been any major trouble, but this time, even the sect master is powerless to do anything. In fact, if it were not for the hall master's advanced age, this red candle fruit would have been the most suitable for him to take, but the hall master could not bear to waste the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit, so he did not use it. If an internal war really breaks out in my Shadow Moon Hall, heh boy, do you understand what it means to say that no egg can remain unbroken when the nest is overturned? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. How could he not understand what Fei Ji too was trying to say? If Shadow Moon Hall really fell apart, Dragon Cave Mountain would bear the brunt of it. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was still within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, so no one could say what would happen when the time came. But soon, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent as he stared at Fei Ji too and said, "Senior does not need to make it sound so scary. Junior only wants to know which faction you belong to." Fei Ji too raised his brow and could not help laughing. This city lord is tired of fighting and scheming against others, so I asked the hall master to place me in Heavenly Fate City as the city lord. Which faction do you think I belong to? Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I heard Senior's words were filled with concern and worry for Elder Qian, so I thought you and Elder Qian were on the same side." Nonsense. Qian Tong, that old fart. Fei Ji too coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to curse, but halfway through his words, he stopped and waved his hand. "Forget it, in short, I owe Qian Tong a big favor, so this time I want to repay him." What does that have to do with me? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Why did Senior call this junior here so late at night? Fei Ji too stared at Yang Kai and said with a solemn expression, "Qian Tong is in trouble." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. "You don't look like an ungrateful person. Your Dragon Cave Mountain has been able to develop steadily these past few years thanks to Qian Tong. Don't think he hasn't taken care of you. If it weren't for him sitting in Heavenly Fate City, I'm afraid you would have already been eaten to the bone. A few trivial youngsters who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dare to take over a mountain and call themselves kings. How inexplicable. Let's not talk about our Dragon Cave Mountain for the time being. City Lord Fei, please tell me about Elder Qian. If there is anything I can help with, I will not refuse," Yang Kai said lightly. There were some things he didn't need to be reminded of as he was well aware of. The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had been able to remain so stable these past few years was indeed due to Qian Tong's care, but hearing Fei Ji too say this still made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable and his tone immediately became cold. However, when Yang Kai swept his divine sense across this strange insect's body, a message suddenly came from inside and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai was startled, but he quickly calmed down and listened quietly. The message was indeed left by Qian Tong in this insect. Through his perception, Yang Kai immediately understood Qian Tong's situation. Indeed, as Fei Ji too said, Qian Tong was trapped in an ancient ruin and could not escape. He had no other choice but to send this insect to Sky Fortune City to ask for Fei Ji too's help. This insect is called a breath insect and can be considered an ancient variant. It doesn't have much use and is only suitable for sending messages. Because it can ignore all barriers and restrictions, it is very convenient to use. Don't be fooled by its bloated appearance, it can move very quickly. Fei Zhitu explained after Yang Kai finished his investigation. Yang Kai gently nodded, a dignified look flashing across his face as he returned the breath insect to Fei Zhitu's day. From the investigation just now, Qian Tong's condition was not very optimistic. The message left in the breath insect seemed to have been left after he was injured. After such a long time, Yang Kai did not know how he was doing. City Lord Fei, may I ask why Elder Qian went to explore the ancient ruin at such a critical juncture? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. Fei Zhitu coldly snorted, how would I know what he's thinking? After a pause, he continued, but I guess he doesn't want the conflict in the Shadow Moon Hall to really erupt, so he wants to find a balance to stabilize the current situation. You also know that he had a good personal relationship with Grandmaster Gulin before, and with Grandmaster Gulin's prestige and connections, he was able to completely suppress Fengzhen, but now that Grandmaster Gulin has passed away and the other side has an origin-grade alchemist, the balance naturally no longer exists. The ancient ruin was discovered by Grandmaster Gulin a long time ago, and the reason why Grandmaster Gu was able to become an origin-grade artifact refiner was thanks to the ancient ruin. Qian Tong went to explore the ancient ruin at this time because he wanted another person to take this opportunity to break through their bottleneck and become an origin-grade artifact refiner. Once that person succeeded in becoming an origin-grade artifact refiner, the initiative would once again be in Qian Tong's hands. Right, I forgot to tell you, Qian Tong also brought someone with him. That person is a Saint King-grade artifact refiner and can be regarded as Grandmaster Gulin's successor. Then Elder Qian is quite thoughtful. Yang Kai could not help showing a trace of admiration on his face. Good intentions? Fei Zhitu sneered and said disdainfully, I think he has nothing better to do. Originally, with his means and connections, as long as he was ruthless enough, even without Grandmaster Gulin, he could have made Fengzhen beg for death, but instead he chose to explore some ancient ruins far away. If that wasn't the case, then what was? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. City Lord Fei seems to have a good relationship with Elder Qian. You don't need to comment on this City Lord's relationship with him. Fei Zhitu's face turned cold. I called you here this time to ask for your help in getting Qian Tong out of the ancient ruin, lest he really die of old age there. How can this junior help in this matter? City Lord Fei, please make it clear. Since the ancient ruin can trap Qian Tong, with my insignificant cultivation, wouldn't I be courting death if I ran in? You're quite cautious. Fine, this City Lord will make it clear, otherwise you won't be able to rest easy. What I am interested in is not your strength. You are indeed extraordinary, a trivial third-order Saint King being able to contend with so many origin-returning realm masters, but that is also because you are relying on external forces. The fact that you were able to withstand my blow was most likely due to the power of that artifact and artifact spirit. With your strength, you will only be a burden if you go in, but your artifact spirit is quite good, I want to borrow its power. Yang Kai curled his lips, understanding why Fei Zhitu had specifically called him here so late at night. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to the artifact spirit. There is an ice road in the ancient ruin that is extremely dangerous. Your artifact spirit doesn't seem to be born from ordinary flames. Even my blue jade bowl was unable to refine its flames. With its help, this City Lord can easily lead people through that ice road. Suddenly, he smiled and said with a sly look on his face, if you want benefits, then I'll give you benefits. Brat, did you kill Xia Hong, one of the Xia family? Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he quickly said, City Lord Fei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed Xia Hong one? Don't play dumb with me. Fei Zhitu coldly snorted, do you think others don't know about this? Do you think you did it without anyone noticing? Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this man wasn't trying to deceive him, so he quickly put on a humble look and asked, Please explain clearly, senior. Fei Ji sneered meaningfully. Many people know about the grievances between you and Xia Hongwen. Last time, when the Lu Yen sand field opened, Xia Hongwen deliberately brought 2 Xia family Saint King Realm disciples to take revenge on you. Many people know about this, but after he went in he never appeared again. Clearly, he died in the Lu Yen sand field. Lu Yen sand field is full of dangers. Even if he died inside, what does it have to do with me? Yang Kai looked indifferent as he flatly denied. Then do you know that the Shadow Moon Palace has a kind of secret technique that can be used by the elders on their juniors? Once the junior meets with any mishap, the secret technique will be transferred onto the person who inflicted the fatal blow. Not only does Xia Hongwen have this secret technique, but also the elite disciples of Wei Guchang and Dong Xian. Do you understand what this city lord is trying to say? Yang Kai's expression was one of shock. If Fei Ji wasn't lying to him, then he must have used this secret technique to transfer the secret technique. Yang Kai's killing of Xia Hongwen was likely no secret. There are only 2 reasons why the Xia family hasn't done anything to you. The first is because they fear Qian Tong, and the second is because you rarely show yourself after returning from the Lu Yen sand field. Your Dragon Cave Mountain is filled with spirit arrays, so the Xia family's masters can't determine whether the source of this secret technique is on you or not, but as long as you leave Dragon Cave Mountain once, the fact that you killed Xia Hongwen will be exposed. Fei Ji grinned meaningfully. As long as you follow this city lord, not only can I help you dispel the maggot-like secret technique, but I can also promise you that the Xia family will no longer cause trouble for your Dragon Cave Mountain in the future and can even restore your former trading relationship with Shadow Moon Hall. Isn't that great enough? While he was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to check his body, and a moment later, his face became ugly. Yang Kai didn't know when, but a faint energy had appeared in his body. This energy was hidden deep within his body, and if he hadn't checked it inch by inch, it would have been impossible to discover it. Even with Fei Jitu's reminder, Yang Kai still had to check his body 3 times before he was able to discover the existence of this energy. It seemed that this was the secret technique of Shadow Moon Hall that could transfer the secret technique. It was really well hidden. You were able to find it? Fei Jitu looked at him in surprise. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Fei Jitu could see some clues from the other party's expression. This secret technique was extremely well hidden. As far as Yang Kai knew, this secret technique on Xia Hongwen was planted by Xieli. Xieli was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so even a cultivator in the same realm would not necessarily be able to discover the existence of this secret technique. So how did this third-order Saint King in front of him accomplish it? Fei Jitu couldn't help marveling, secretly wondering if the other party had used some kind of artifact to achieve this. Yang Kai didn't answer his question though, instead trying to wrap the weak energy in his demonic flame and refine it, but he quickly discovered that although this energy was very weak, it was extremely difficult to refine and would take at least a few days to completely eliminate it. However, since he had found it, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Fei Jitu with a solemn expression and said, "Senior's proposal just now, I agree with half of it. After this matter, Dragon Cave Mountain can restore its trade relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but the price will need to be negotiated. As for the Xie family, this junior only has one request." "Let's hear it." Fei Jitu glanced at him. "Shadow Moon Hall must not intervene in the grievances between me and the Xie family," Yang Kai shouted. Fei Jitu raised his brow in surprise. He had thought that Yang Kai wanted to ask Shadow Moon Hall to suppress the Xie family and prevent them from causing trouble for Dragon Cave Mountain, but how could he have known that this little brat's tone would actually be so bold? From what he had just said, it seemed he wanted to take the initiative to deal with the Xie family. After understanding this, Fei Jitu suddenly showed a look of interest. Although the Xie family was not a top family, it still had many origin returning realm masters, and its patriarch was even a second-order origin returning realm master. With Dragon Cave Mountain's current strength, could it really compete with them? Was this little brat still dreaming? Of course, Fei Ji too didn't want to pay attention to the grievances between Yang Kai and the Xie family, nor did he bother to think about whether this little brat had eaten some kind of bear's heart or leopard's gall, daring to make such wild claims. Immediately nodding, he said, "That's not a problem. As long as Qian Tong can be released, I can guarantee that even if you destroy the Xie family, Shadow Moon Hull won't say anything. Of course, that's only if you have the ability to do so." Obviously, he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Yang Kai didn't try to argue with him, instead deciding on a date and place to meet before leaving the city lord's mansion alone. After Yang Kai left, Fei Ji too frowned. "That's not right. Why didn't this little brat ask this city lord to help him expel the secret technique from his body? Does he have a way?" After thinking about it for a while, Fei Ji too slowly shook his head, too lazy to think about it. In any case, the Xie family already knew that Xie Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so it didn't matter if the secret technique was expelled or not. On Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai returned without alerting anyone. The date he had agreed to meet with Fei Ji too was 3 days later. After all, he still had to make some preparations and couldn't expose his whereabouts, otherwise he might be discovered. Taking advantage of these 3 days, Yang Kai wanted to refine the weak energy in his body. Chapter 1336. At dawn in the east, the darkest time before dawn, a figure quietly shot out from Dragon Cave Mountain and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, 1,000 kilometers north of Heavenly Fate City, this figure reappeared. It was Yang Kai who had come at the appointed time. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai immediately flew towards a small hill not far away. At this moment, 2 people had already arrived at the top of this hill and were sitting cross-legged in meditation. Both of them were men who didn't look very old, and surprisingly, they were only third-order Saint Kings. Yang Kai didn't hide his figure and directly flew up to this hill. As soon as he stood firm, the 2 men opened their eyes and glanced over at him faintly. One of them, who looked a little older, didn't show any intention to speak and simply closed his eyes again indifferently. The other man, on the other hand, looked at him with interest and nodded faintly. Yang Kai also nodded to him, but neither side had any intention of speaking. The mountain was not small, so while Yang Kai was suspicious in his heart, he quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged. When he heard Fei Ji too say that this operation would be dangerous, Yang Kai thought he would bring a lot of origin-returning realm masters with him. After all, the other party had said that if it weren't for the power of the Firebird artifact spirit, Yang Kai wouldn't be qualified to participate in this operation. How could Yang Kai have known that as soon as he arrived at the appointed place, he would see 2 cultivators with the same cultivation as him? Although he was suspicious, Yang Kai also knew that since Fei Ji too had brought them along, he must have his own plans. These 2 either had some kind of special ability that Fei Ji too could rely on or were elites among elites. Looking at it now, the former was more likely. Atop the hill, none of the 3 made a sound, and for a while, it was extremely quiet. After about half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and stared into the distance where a streak of light was rapidly approaching. Obviously, this was another cultivator who had come to join them. Because Fei Ji too's operation this time was very confidential, everyone had split up to act, something Yang Kai had expected. After the streak of light approached and landed on the hill, a beautiful figure appeared. It was actually a woman with an enchanting figure, a pretty face, and a head of shiny black hair that was quite eye-catching. However, this woman's cultivation was actually a third-order Saint King, which puzzled Yang Kai. Including himself, there were 4 third-order Saint King cultivators gathered here, so where had Fei Ji too gone? Was he counting on these 4 Saint Kings to rescue Qian Tong? Thinking so, Yang Kai's face sank. However, after the woman landed, she was surprised to find that the 3 best spots here had already been occupied, causing her brow to furrow. The man who had expressed his friendliness to Yang Kai before stood up happily and cupped his fists. "So it is Sister CC. It has been a year since we last met. I trust Sister CC has been well since we last met. Listening to his tone, he seemed to know this woman, and looking at his expression, it seemed he was quite interested in her. The woman named CC glanced at him and said indifferently, "Kai-he? You actually came?" City Lord Fei's vision is not very good, even inviting an array master like you. It seems the future of this trip is uncertain. Despite being ridiculed by her, the man named Kai-he did not show the slightest annoyance and simply said, "In fact, City Lord Fei invited my father before, but unfortunately, my father is in retreat and cannot go out, so I have come in his place. I'm afraid I will have to cooperate with Sister CC on this trip, so I hope Sister CC will not be stingy." As a member of the Kai family, Kai-he naturally found Yang Kai quite pleasing to the eye. As for Du Cc, she found a place to sit down casually and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. After waiting for about half an hour, several figures suddenly and strangely appeared on the hill. This startled the three Saint King Realm Masters except for Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai had a strong divine sense and was able to detect them, so his expression was calm. After seeing that the person who came was Fei Ji too, Kai-he and the others breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to cup their fists and salute. Chapter 1337. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took a look at the cultivator who had arrived with Fei Ji Tuesday. Of the three origin returning realm masters, one was a middle-aged man about the same age as Fei Ji Tu and was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the other two were first-order origin returning realm cultivators, an old man and an old woman. However, although these two were only first-order origin returning realm cultivators, their auras were quite deep and profound, unlike those who had just broken through to the origin returning realm. They should have been immersed in this realm for many years and possessed profound cultivation. The appearance of these origin returning realm masters made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. It seemed that Fei Ji Tu was not unprepared, and in the current situation, secretly gathering so many origin returning realm masters was definitely not an easy task. After all, the rescue of Qian Tong was presided over by him, so it was not convenient for him to transfer manpower from Shadow Moon Hall. At the same time, he also had to conceal this operation from the public. Having so many origin returning realm masters participating in this operation was already beyond Yang Kai's expectations. What's more, with a third-order origin returning realm master leading the team, there shouldn't be any problems in terms of safety. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether there were any dangers hidden in the ancient ruins. After a few words with Kai-he and the others, Fei Ji Tu smiled and said, "It seems that you little brats already know each other. That's good too. On this trip, all of you will need to contribute, so it's better for you to get to know each other first. Whether this trip succeeds or not, this city lord will remember this favor. When you return, tell your patriarchs that if they need this Fei's help in the future, just let me know." Kai-he, Du Cc, and Lian Guang heard this and showed a touch of joy at the same time as they hurriedly expressed their thanks. "Good, since everyone is here, let's go." Fei Ji Tu waved his hand and summoned an origin-grade low-rank star shuttle before leading the way. Yang Kai thought that Yang Kai was going to introduce the other three origin returning realm masters to him and the others, but the other party had no intention of doing so at all. After being stunned for a moment, he also summoned his star shuttle and followed. When he was chatting with Kai-he before, Yang Kai had learned from him that this trip to the ancient ruins was to rescue Qian Tong. But as for where this ancient ruin was, Fei Ji Tu did not reveal anything. Now that everyone had gathered, he still showed no intention of explaining himself. Yang could not help cursing in his heart, but he did not take the initiative to ask and instead just follow behind him. The three origin returning realm masters who came with Fei Ji Tu all seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, glancing at him from time to time with their divine senses. This was especially true for the old man. When Yang Kai could not help but look back, the old man actually smiled and nodded in an amiable manner, making Yang Kai quite puzzled. He had no idea what kind of medicine this old man was trying to sell. Although the second-order origin returning realm cultivator and the old woman did not show such obvious goodwill, there was still a hint of intimacy between them. Although he understood that these three people didn't have any malicious intentions towards him, Yang Kai still felt a little apprehensive, so he didn't say anything and just hurried along. For him, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had many things to attend to right now, and if it weren't for Qian Tong encountering trouble this time, he wouldn't have left Dragon Cave Mountain and would have instead gone into retreat to continue cultivating his various secret techniques. Chapter 1338. While the group was talking, Fei Ji too seemed to have understood something, and after putting away the animal skin blueprint, his figure flickered and he flew into Fallen Emperor Mountain. Our little friend should go first, this old master will bring up the rear. Right, try not to resist the emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain, just try to comprehend it silently, Ning Xianxia kindly exhorted again. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Yang Kai gently nodded before rushing into Fallen Emperor Mountain with Kai He, Du Si, and Lian Guang. After the four Saint Kings entered, Ning Xianxia and the other two origin returning realm masters followed behind. In Fallen Emperor Mountain, it was true that one would not encounter any beasts or venomous snakes, but here, one would often encounter some crazy cultivators who would attack indiscriminately. These cultivators had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate, but for various reasons, they had stayed here for too long, causing their minds to be overwhelmed by the emperor pressure and falling into a state of madness. Every year, countless cultivator would come here, and accidents would occur quite frequently in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In addition, there were also some cultivator with evil intentions who would use this place as a good place to kill and plunder. However, there were 4 origin returning realm masters in Yang Kai's group of 8, and with a master like Fei Ji Tu leading the way, there was no need for them to worry about encountering such problems. As soon as he stepped into Fallen Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai felt an invisible force envelop his body. Under this pressure, the circulation of his Saint Qi suddenly became somewhat sluggish, and when he released his divine sense, he was only able to detect a few thousand meters around him. Under the influence of the emperor pressure, his divine sense was suppressed to such an extent. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little creeped out. This emperor pressure was everywhere, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him, observing his movements. This made Yang Kai feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being watched. This was just a trace of emperor pressure. If the great emperors of Star Field really descended, just how terrifying would they be? By now, Yang Kai no longer doubted whether the great emperors of Star Field really existed. The 2 Star Emperor tokens he obtained were rumored to have been left behind by the great emperors of Star Field. Star Emperor Mountain was also rumored to have some relationship with the great emperors of Star Field, and the same was true for Fallen Emperor Mountain. Nothing was without wind, nothing, so it was likely that the great emperors of Star Field really did exist. In the face of this emperor pressure, Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist, but remembering Ning Xianxia's kind reminder and observing Kai He and the others, he found that they were all calm and collected, so he simply held his breath and turned a blind eye to this situation. This was still the outermost perimeter, so the emperor pressure was not too strong. Even if they did not resist, it would not cause any harm. Following Fei Ji Tu all the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any cultivator along the way. Fei Ji Tu could perfectly lead everyone around the field of vision and divine sense coverage of any cultivator who came here to cultivate. After all, this operation was extremely confidential, and Fei Ji Tu did not want to complicate matters. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As they went deeper and deeper into Fallen Emperor Mountain, the emperor pressure that shrouded the area became much stronger, but Yang Kai was not alarmed. Instead, he was happy because in just 2 days, he felt that his spiritual energy had strengthened. Under the subtle influence of the emperor pressure, his knowledge sea had also become clearer and purer. After Du Cixi noticed this, she immediately showed a look of unwillingness. After all, since she began cultivating because of her focus on spirit arrays, the strength of her spiritual energy had always been much higher than that of a cultivator in the same realm, but now, in front of Yang Kai, she was forced to accept this. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her heart and released the defenses of her knowledge sea. It wasn't until her face turned slightly pale that Kai He noticed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to ask if she was all right, but he was met with another cold shoulder. Helpless, he could only smile bitterly. In front of them was a swamp. Fei Ji too stared at this swamp with a dignified expression before taking out the animal skin blueprint and comparing it to the one before him. A moment later he shouted, "We're almost there. It's right here, all of you keep up." Hearing him say this, everyone's spirits were lifted and they quickly kept up with his pace. This swamp in Fallen Emperor Mountain was, strictly speaking, a huge mountain valley. No one knew why this swamp was formed here, but the ubiquitous miasma and puddles made it rare for cultivators to set foot here. After all, the cultivators who came here all wanted to temper their spiritual energy and find a comfortable place to cultivate, so who would be willing to come to such a place to suffer? Following behind Fei Ji too, the group walked for half a day before Fei Ji too suddenly stopped and stared at a huge puddle in front of him. "Is this the place?" Ning Xianxia stepped forward and stood side by side with Fei Ji too and asked. According to the message from old Ghost Qian, this should be the place, but we'll need to do something." Saying so, Fei Ji too took out a bead and immediately spat it out before throwing it towards the center of the puddle. Under everyone's attention, when the bead fell into the puddle, it immediately began to ripple, as if something was stirring up the water below. Moreover, strands of white cold air suddenly appeared. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly dropped. Kacha. With a series of cracking sounds, the huge puddle of water froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a straight passage was left in the middle. It was so dark that the bottom could not be seen, and no one knew where it led to. Yang Kai released his divine sense but had no way to explore the bottom. After waiting for a while, when the cracking sound stopped and the channel stabilized completely, Fei Ji too shouted, "Let's go in. Brother Ning, you bring up the rear, I'll take these kids down first." "Good," Ning Xianxia gently nodded. Fei Ji too glanced over at Yang Kai and the others, but after seeing the pale and sweaty Du Cixi, he couldn't help frowning as a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. How could he not see that Du Cixi was sulking over herself? This operation was of great importance, and if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find a good array master, he wouldn't have asked this little girl to help. With a burst of blue light, Fei Ji too wrapped Yang Kai and the others in his Saint Qi and immediately leapt down into the channel. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai estimated that he and the others had fallen at least 1,000 meters before suddenly landing on solid ground. The sound of flowing water rang out in their ears, and under the illumination of the blue light, Yang Kai looked around and discovered that he was actually standing next to an underground river. Furthermore, as soon as he arrived here, the emperor might that had been enveloping him all the time actually disappeared. There's actually such a place underground? He also looked around in amazement, obviously not having expected there to be such a place under Fallen Emperor Mountain. Chapter 1339. About half an hour later, after everyone had recovered, Fei Ji too called out, "Let's go." Saying so, he walked along the underground riverbed towards the direction Yang Kai had just been staring at. As they ventured deeper, the ancient and desolate aura that Yang Kai had felt before became more and more intense. Even Kai He and the others were aware of it. Exchanging glances with one another, they couldn't help seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Something that could exude such an aura was clearly extremely old. These people had all gone out many times and were extremely sensitive to this kind of aura. It seemed that there really was an ancient ruin here. Although they understood that Fei Jitu would not deceive them, as they approached their destination, everyone could not help but look forward to it. This time, rescuing the Qiantong was naturally the most important thing for them, but if they could go deep into the ancient ruin and fish up some benefits, that would be more than welcome. Especially in this kind of ruin where almost no one had set foot, there would definitely be many good things. But a moment later, when a space array appeared in front of everyone was stunned. Because the desolate aura Yang Kai felt before was emitted by this space array, and looking at the appearance of this space array, it seemed to be somewhat different from the ones on Shadowed Star. Although it was generally the same, there were still many subtle differences. Yang Kai had seen many space arrays before and had even cultivated the Tao of space himself, so he immediately understood that this space array should have been left behind from a long time ago. That was why it was different from the current space arrays on Shadowed Star. After all, over the years, many of the space arrays on Shadowed Star had been repaired and modified. At this moment, in the several pits at the base of the space array, there were several pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal that had lost their energy, obviously having been consumed to open the space array. Fei Jitu picked up a piece of discarded Saint Crystal and examined it for a moment before nodding. Old Qian should have been teleported to the ancient ruin through this space array. These Saint Crystals were used not long ago. In that case, let's go in. Ning Xianxia hurriedly said. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. We definitely have to go in, but we don't know what's on the other side of the space array. The information that old Qian sent back was too vague. It's already fortunate that I was able to find this place. However, since the ancient ruins could trap him, the inside must be extraordinary. After you guys go in, don't act rashly and follow us closely. If there is any danger, we will naturally deal with it. Do you understand? Kai He and the others naturally didn't dare to refute and hurriedly agreed. Seeing the four Saint Kings acting obediently, Fei Jitu nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he placed a number of high-rank Saint Crystals into the groove at the base of the spirit array before pushing his Saint Qi to envelop everyone and bring them into the space array. In the next moment, the space formation flickered, and the 8 of them disappeared from the spot amidst a series of buzzing sounds. When the 8 of them reappeared, they were already in a different place. Just as they stood still, Fei Jitu and the other origin-returning realm masters released their divine senses and vigilantly scanned their surroundings while secretly circulating their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. After determining that there was no danger nearby, Fei Jitu and the others relaxed and began to examine their surroundings. We trust City Lord Fei's character, so let's do as you say. The other second-order origin-returning realm cultivator also nodded in agreement. Naturally, Ning Xianxia didn't object. Seeing that the discussion was complete, Fei Jitu immediately took out a jade shovel and walked over to the sword soulgrass, seemingly intending to pick it up by the roots. Brother Yang, why do you have such a dignified expression? Kai He suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and asked. He inadvertently noticed that Yang Kai's brow was furrowed, as if he had something on his mind, so he couldn't help asking with concern. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his question, his brow furrowed tightly for a moment before a look of understanding flashed across his face and he suddenly shouted, No, this isn't a sword soulgrass, City Lord Fei, stop. Kai He was taken aback and quickly looked towards Fei Jitu, but Yang Kai's words were too late. Fei Jitu's jade shovel had already dug into the soil in the flower bed. Chapter 1340. When Fei Jitu's jade shovel landed on the soil of the flower bed where the sword soulgrass was located, a white halo spread out from the sword soulgrass, and at the same time, an abnormal energy fluctuation appeared around it. Fei Jitu's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. The old woman, old man, and the other second-order origin returning realm master also pushed their Saint Chi to protect the 4 Saint King realm juniors. The sword soulgrass, which was originally purple and straight like a sword, suddenly twisted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What replaced it was endless dazzling light that shot out in all directions. As the light wriggled and changed, it formed clouds of different colors that enveloped everyone. After 2 breaths, the surrounding environment had undergone a huge change. Looking around, there were no longer any lofts or rooms, no flower beds, no sword soulgrass, and no exotic flowers or grasses. Instead, there was only an empty and chaotic sky and a strange and unpredictable earth. Where everyone was now, it was as if they were standing in the clouds. All around them, up, down, left, and right, there were clouds of different colors and sizes, but there was nothing else. A spirit array. Fei Jitu's face went pale. At this moment, how could he not know that the sword soulgrass everyone had seen before was just a trap? Once they touched the sword soulgrass, this spirit array would immediately appear and trap them inside. However, the level of this spirit array was far beyond everyone's imagination. Of the 8 people present, almost no one had noticed any flaws. Only Yang Kai had shouted out a warning at the last moment, but that shout had come too late. Thinking so, Fei Jitu glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly not understanding how he had seen through the flaws. After all, even the 4 origin returning realm masters had failed to notice them just now. Yang Kai naturally knew what he was thinking and took the initiative to explain before Yang Kai could ask. Junior has some knowledge of medicinal principles, and since the sword soulgrass just now was purple in color, its medicinal age must be very high. At that level, the fragrance emitted by the sword soulgrass will have a faint spicy sensation, like an invisible blade that stimulates one's sense of smell. Fei Jitu looked surprised but did not ask any more questions. Now that they had triggered this trap and were surrounded by this spirit array, there was no point in asking any more questions. Instead, he turned to Kai He and Du Cc and asked, "Both of you are proficient in spirit arrays, have you seen anything?" Du Cc and Kai He had been carefully observing the surroundings ever since they saw the light and clouds. Hearing this question, Du Cc pretty face turned ugly and said, "If Junior is not mistaken, this should be an ancient spirit array called the Spectral Cloud Array, a long-lost spirit array." Junior also has the same idea. Kai He nodded and agreed with Du Cc's guess. Spectral Cloud Array? Fei Jitu and the other 3 origin returning realm masters glanced at each other blankly, seemingly having never heard of this spirit array before, quickly asking, "Is this spirit array difficult to crack? What kind of power does it possess?" Du Cc smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not talk about how to crack it first. Junior will talk about the principle of its formation. Do you see these clouds around us?" Naturally. These clouds don't seem to be illusions, nor are they formed from some kind of energy. It's quite strange. Old man Ning Xianxia nodded. Because they are all real clouds. Du Cc's words were shocking. Fei Jitu glanced at Yang Kai and the silent Lian Guang again and said, "You should also take care of yourselves, don't accidentally fall here." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lian Guang still did not say a word, but instead took out a series of palm-sized puppets from his space ring. These puppets looked very lifelike and were quite finely refined. With a wave of his hand, Lian Guang threw these puppets out and immediately poured his Saint Chi into them. In the next moment, these puppets suddenly grew larger, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up in amazement. This was the first time he had seen someone use puppet techniques, and as a third-order Saint King cultivator, Lian Guang was actually controlling these puppets, all of which exuded first or second-order Saint King realm energy fluctuations. There were about 5 or 6 of these puppets in total, all of them different shapes and sizes. Some were as small as spirit snakes while others were as large as houses. Each of these puppets seemed to have a great effect, and when used together, their power was definitely extraordinary. Yang Kai immediately understood that the Lien family's reputation was not undeserved. Lien Guang's skill alone was enough to make him invincible against other cultivators in the same realm. Even if he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he might still have a chance to escape. On the other side, Fei Ji too summoned his blue jade bowl, causing it to suddenly expand to a few dozen meters in diameter and cover the nearby cloud beasts. The blue jade bowl poured out like mercury and a large blue light poured out, wrapping up a ninth-order cloud beast that had not yet had the time to attack. Immediately after, the blue light retracted, ignoring the ninth-order cloud beast's struggling howls, collecting it into the blue jade bowl. This time, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he suddenly understood that he had underestimated the power of this blue jade bowl before. At the same time, the old man, Ning Xianxia, let out a roar and summoned a crutch-like artifact out of thin air. With a wave of his arm, this crutch-like artifact suddenly transformed into a sky full of afterimages that shot towards the cloud beasts. At the same time, the old woman summoned a net-like artifact which spread out and released a dazzling tricolored light. Not only did it slow down the movements of the cloud beasts enveloped in this light, but it also had an indescribable killing effect. As soon as these people took action, the cloud beasts were completely enraged. With a series of roars, except for the ninth-order cloud beast that had been collected by the blue jade bowl, the rest of the cloud beasts all rushed towards them fiercely. Before the cloud beasts had even arrived, beams of energy shot out from their mouths, blotting out the sky. This scene caused the expressions of Fei Ji too and the others to change slightly. The blue jade bowl spun again and released a blue light that enveloped Kai He and Du Si as a form of protection. Brother one, I'll leave Du Girl and Kai Boy to you. Fei Ji too left behind his blue jade bowl, and after exhorting the second-order origin-returning realm male cultivator, he pushed his Saint Qi and charged towards the cloud beasts. Ning Xianxia, holding his crutch-like artifact, and the old woman followed closely behind. The three of them formed a three-pronged formation and instantly destroyed the 7 or 8 cloud beasts. The origin-returning realm master surnamed one stood in place motionlessly and shouted to Du Si and Kai He, who were still standing stupidly in place, "Why haven't you broken this spirit array yet?" Kai He and Du Si recovered from their daze, and at the same time, both of them took out tools specifically designed to break spirit arrays from their respective spaces, poured their Saint Qi into them, and scattered them around. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they were already studying this spectral cloud array, allowing him to relax. Having been with Yang Yen for a long time, Yang Kai naturally knew that the things the two of them had just scattered were called array plates and array bases. Not only were they used when arranging spirit arrays, but they were also useful when breaking spirit arrays. Moreover, if these things were refined, even those who were not proficient in spirit arrays could use them to arrange spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted to ask Yang Yen to refine a few sets of powerful spirit arrays for him before, but he had never found the opportunity or time to do so. It seemed that after returning this time, he would have to ask her for help. Although a spirit array arranged by an array plate wasn't as powerful as an orthodox spirit array and couldn't display 100% of its power, it could still be recycled. As long as the array plate wasn't damaged, it could be used indefinitely. For Yang Kai, who often went out adventuring, this was undoubtedly a very good thing. Chapter 1341. While thinking quickly, Yang Kai saw that Lien Guang had already commanded his puppet to engage one of the 8th-order cloud beasts deliberately left behind by Fei Ji Tu and the others. The cloud beast's body was illusory and was completely refined from clouds, making it unpredictable. As soon as it rushed up, it immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Lien Guang's puppet. Yang Kai did not hesitate, and with a flicker, he blocked the other 8th-order cloud beast that wanted to help. Fei Ji and the others deliberately left behind these two 8th order cloud beasts because they were busy dealing with too many cloud beasts and could not deal with more. Secondly, they wanted to test the fighting strength of Yang Kai and Lian Guang so that they would not drag them down later on. The 8th order monster beast that Yang Kai blocked looked like a giant tiger with a clear king on its forehead. Its long tail seemed to be made of fine steel and shone with a cold light. Its body was also 3 zhang tall, but its body was dark green, making it look very strange. As it moved, a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils, making them want to vomit. Yang Kai immediately understood that this cloud beast had probably been fused with a highly toxic substance. Without waiting for the cloud beast to react, Yang Kai shook off the golden thread, turning it into a golden light that constantly cut the cloud beast's body. With a roar, the giant tiger's body was instantly cut into countless pieces, as if it could not withstand a single blow. However, when Yang Kai saw this scene, he was not happy but shocked because the aura of the cloud beast did not weaken in the slightest because of his cutting. Instead, it became even more violent. After the golden thread was retracted, the giant tiger's body that had been cut into pieces squirmed and merged back together, returning to its original state. There was not a trace of injury at all, and even its aura did not weaken. This cloud beast was really difficult to kill. If it had been an ordinary 8th order monster beast, it would likely have died without a burial site after being struck by Yang Kai like this, but this cloud beast was not made of flesh and blood, so even if it was scattered, it could still reassemble itself. It seemed that what Du Cixi had said before was not false. After understanding this, Yang Kai directly withdrew the golden thread. With a thought, a crisp bird cry rang out. In the next moment, the crimson firebird artifact spirit leisurely appeared. It spread its wings and directly transformed into a giant bird several dozen meters in length. Immediately after, under Yang Kai's command, it pounced towards the giant tiger. There seemed to be a trace of fear in the giant tiger's eyes as it instinctively felt that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with. It no longer had the arrogance and disdain it had when facing Yang Kai and spat out a large cloud of dark green poisonous fog, shrouding it and concealing its figure. The firebird artifact spirit had a disdainful look on its face as it let out a high-pitched cry and rushed into the poisonous fog without hesitation. For a time, the dark green and crimson light entangled together as the tiger's roar and the bird's cry rose and fell one after another. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched coldly. Wisps of dark green were evaporated by the scorching heat, and in just a moment, the dark green poisonous fog that enveloped the giant tiger became thinner and thinner, revealing the giant tiger's figure again. At this moment, the firebird artifact spirit completely occupied the upper hand as it spat out hot flames from its beak, constantly burning and evaporating the poisonous fog around the giant tiger, suppressing it to the point that it could not fight back. The tiger's roar also turned into a wail, and every time it was burned by the flames, the giant tiger showed a look of horror. While he was lost in thought, the giant tiger's body had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. After being chased by the firebird artifact spirit for a while, more than half of the clouds that formed its body had been evaporated. After all, it had fused with the soul of the monster beast, so after realizing the situation it was in, the giant tiger let out a roar and its huge body suddenly expanded, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from within. Yang Kai's expression froze while the artifact spirit's eyes also darted around for a moment before it immediately flew high up into the sky, distancing itself from the giant tiger. In the next moment, the giant tiger's body suddenly exploded. Amidst the explosion, streaks of green light shot out in all directions. However, those streaks of green light instantly transformed into the shape of mini giant tigers, scattering and fleeing for their lives. The firebird artifact spirit was stunned for a moment before it flew into a rage. It had thought that the giant tiger had realized that it was no match for it and wanted to self-detonate its soul, so it had avoided it. How could it have known that the other party was just making a feint to escape? With a flap of his wings, scorching fireballs flew out, attacking the dark green figures with incomparable precision, directly purifying them. However, after the giant tiger's body burst apart, there were too many green figures that scattered and fled, so the artifact spirit couldn't take care of all of them. There were always a few that managed to avoid its fireball attacks and survive. Yang Kai, on the other hand, grinned and waved his hands, summoning a series of black demonic flames towards the fleeing figures. None of the green figures that had luckily escaped the Firebird's attack were all wrapped up in these giant demonic flames. Alluring Heaven was also one of the 9 Heavens' divine skills, so it was perfect to use at this time. Although the 9 Heavens' divine skills were martial skills from Tongxian realm, with the improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the power they could display was on a completely different level, not to mention, they were formed from demonic flames. Crackling sounds rang out, and no matter how the green figures struggled in Alluring Heaven, they were unable to break free and were instead incinerated by the scorching power of the demonic flames. A moment later, the giant tiger cloud beast disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the Firebird artifact spirit had shown its power this time, it would have been difficult to kill this cloud beast on his own. Although the demonic flames could restrain its poisonous fog, Yang Kai himself wasn't as impervious to poison as the artifact spirit. If he had fought it alone, it would have been difficult for him. Calling back the artifact spirit, Yang Kai looked to the side and happened to see Lian Guang looking over. Lian Guang had also finished his battle, and the cloud beast he had used his puppet to entangle had also been killed. Exchanging glances, both of them were surprised. Yang Kai didn't know what method Lian Guang had used to kill a cloud beast in such a short time, but the other party also didn't know about Yang Kai's abilities. However, after seeing the Firebird artifact spirit standing on Yang Kai's shoulder and combing its feathers, a look of understanding flashed across Lian Guang's face and a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes, obviously thinking that the artifact spirit was the one responsible for killing the cloud beast. Immediately after, both of them raised their heads and looked into the distance, wanting to see how the battle between the other origin returning realm masters was going. At first glance, both of their faces sank. Chapter 1342. Although the Ninth Order monster beast had extraordinary power, neither Yang Kai nor Lian Guang were ordinary Third Order Saint Kings. Needless to say, Yang Kai himself could easily fight opponents above his own realm, and the puppets controlled by Lian Guang were not to be underestimated either. With the cooperation of the Firebird artifact spirit, they easily entangled the Ninth Order monster beast, preventing it from harassing Fei Ji2 and the others. If it weren't for them having scruples about the spectral cloud array, the two of them would have been able to kill the Ninth Order cloud beast in no time at all. Seeing the two Saint Kings dealing with the monster beast so easily, Fei Ji2 and the others were overjoyed and relaxed slightly. After witnessing the birth of cloud beasts, they also understood that they could only stall for time in this spirit array, so they immediately changed their previous strategy and focused on delaying the cloud beasts rather than killing them. As a result, the pressure on the group was greatly reduced and they were able to cope with the situation with ease. During this time, Kai He and Du Si continued to pour their Saint Chi into the array discs and array bases, trying to pry into the mysteries of this spectral cloud array, trying to find the location of its array core and array entrance. However, this spirit array was an ancient spirit array, so even though the two of them came from families proficient in spirit arrays, they were unable to do anything in a short time, causing cold sweat to drip from their foreheads. Although the situation was stable at the moment, whether it was the two Saint Kings Yang Kai and Lian Guang, or the 3 origin returning realm masters, Fei Ji2 and the other two, all of them were able to cope with the cloud beasts with ease, but if things were dragged on for too long, there was bound to be an accident. Who knew if more cloud beasts would appear in this spirit array? As such, the two of them had to exert all their strength and use everything they had learned to constantly deduce the various changes in this spirit array. A stick of incense worth of time passed, half an hour passed, an hour passed, The cultivator surnamed Wen's face gradually became dignified while Fei Zhitu and the others were also not relaxed. On the contrary, Yang Kai and Lian Guang, who were relatively weaker, wore relaxed expressions. For Yang Kai, the main contributor in this battle was the Firebird artifact spirit. He was only casually using his 9 Heavens divine skills to pin down the 9th Order Cloud Beast. With the amount of Saint Qi stored in his body, he didn't consume much while Lian Guang was controlling his puppets to fight, and although he consumed to say his spiritual energy, to say was to replenish his spiritual energy, soul, he, to say his expression twos to say he didn't. However, after such a long battle, Fei Zhitu and the others were faintly unable to bear it. The consumption of their Saint Qi was massive, so if they continued like this, the situation would only worsen. Fei Zhitu couldn't help feeling anxious and kept glancing towards Kai He and Du Cc, wanting to see how they were progressing. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Wen had no choice but to urge Kai He and Du Cc. The two of them lived up to his expectations, and after an hour of deduction, they finally found a flaw. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the countless array plates and array bases and, after circling twice in place, shot off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, this ray of light hit a group of fiery red clouds floating mid-air. After being struck by this ray of light, the fiery red cloud that was originally moving suddenly froze in place. Du Cec's pretty face lit up with joy and she quickly shouted, "The array core is right there. Once we break it, we can break the spectral cloud array." Hearing her shout, everyone showed a look of joy. Although everyone had faintly guessed that the array core or array gate might be hidden among the countless clouds after entering, no one dared to touch these clouds rashly for fear that something bad would happen. Now that the array core had been found, this concern was naturally no longer present. "Brother Wen!" Fei Zhitu suddenly shouted. "Leave it to this Wen." A cold look appeared on the cultivator surnamed Wen's face as he stared at the cloud hit by the ray of light. With a flick of his wrist, a long golden needle about 1/2 a meter long suddenly appeared between his fingers. Immediately pouring his Saint Qi into this needle, it began to glow brilliantly as he shouted, "Go!" As soon as his voice fell, he flicked his wrist and the golden light shot straight towards the cloud. In mid-air, the golden light seemed to have transformed into a ferocious serpent that opened its bloody maw in an imposing manner. Just as the golden light was about to hit the cloud, a shocking scene occurred. The cloud wriggled and suddenly turned into a little fiery red beast that looked like a squirrel. The little beast rolled its eyes, revealing a look of disdain. Its figure flickered and disappeared strangely on the spot. The spirit snake formed by the golden light struck thin air as it approached Hanli. The cultivator surnamed Wen's face sank and his expression became ugly. Although he knew that the cloud would definitely change, he never expected that the cloud beast would disappear just like that. Even after releasing his divine sense, he was unable to sense the existence of any aura. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he saw Yang Kai move like the wind and rush directly to the spot where the small beast disappeared, opening his hand with a cold expression and grabbing towards it. Puchi, Yang Kai's large hand seemed to have caught something, but no matter how hard the cultivator surnamed Wen looked, he could not see anything. Instead, a series of squeaking noises came from there. Immediately after, there was a flash of light and the small beast that had disappeared before actually appeared again. At this moment, the small beast was actually held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. It actually did not leave, but used some unknown method to hide its body. That method was enough to deceive the cultivator surnamed Wen's divine sense. How did this brat discover it? The cultivator surnamed Wen looked at Yang Kai in bewilderment. He really could not understand whether the other party was a blind cat that had stumbled upon a dead mouse or if he really had a target. Just as his thoughts were racing, a ball of pitch-black devil flame had already appeared in Yang Kai's hand and was burning the small beast mercilessly. No matter how the small beast struggled, it could not escape from Yang Kai's grasp. This cloud beast that was the eye of the array did not have any fighting strength at all. It seemed that it could only hide its body. Perhaps it had other magical abilities that it did not have time to use. In the blink of an eye, the small beast was burned into a ball by the devil flame, and a wooden token strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and grabbed the wooden token in his hand. At the same time as the small beast was destroyed, the cloud beasts that had been entangled with Fei Ji2 and the others, as well as the cloud beasts that had been dealing with the Firebird and Lian Guang, and even the countless clouds floating around, all rushed towards the wooden token. As if there was an amazing suction force coming from the wooden token, all the clouds were sucked into it. In just 3 short breaths, the crisis was over and the world of clouds suddenly collapsed. When everyone came to their senses, they found that they were still standing near the flower bed. On the flower bed, the purple sword soul grass was still as straight as a sword. The spectral cloud array had been completely broken. But at this moment, no one spoke. Instead, they all stood in place in a daze, looking at the wooden token in Yang Kai's hand with envious expressions. Even Fei Ji2 and the others were no exception. Kai He and Du Cici's eyes were filled with fanaticism. At this moment, this wooden token was exuding a white light, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. The world energy around it was abundant, so it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary object. Array plate. Is this the legendary array plate? Du Cici cried out, attracting everyone's attention. It really is an array plate. Fei Ji2's Adam's apple squirmed as his expression became slightly complicated. Although he had guessed it just now, he was not sure. Now that he heard Du Cici's cry, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This was an extremely rare and precious array plate. Everyone present had obviously heard of the rarity and value of this array plate. When the cultivator surnamed one remembered that he had missed out on this treasure and that it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't help feeling depressed. If he had directly stepped forward to capture the little beast just now, this array plate might have been his. Such an array plate was undoubtedly much more precious than an origin-grade artifact. Brother Yang! Kai He shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, he was stunned to see Yang Kai casually put the array plate into his space ring before standing in place with a blank look on his face. Ahem. Fei Ji2 lightly coughed. Since Yang Boy has obtained it, it is also your opportunity. Take good care of it. Hearing this, Ning Xianxia pondered for a moment before chuckling. Congratulations, little friend, for obtaining this rare treasure. Your strength has greatly increased. The old woman and the cultivator surnamed one thought about it for a moment before also congratulating, obviously agreeing with Fei Ji2's words and not intending to snatch or share this array plate with Yang Kai. After all, the main purpose of entering this place this time was to rescue Qian Tong. Obtaining this array plate was just an inadvertent act, so it was obviously not wise to start a conflict over this array plate. What's more, the 3 origin returning realm masters all wanted to make friends with Yang Kai and borrow his Firebird artifact spirit. With the opinions of all the origin returning realm masters reaching a consensus, the remaining 3 Saint King realm masters did not dare to object. Du Cici pursed her lips as she glared at Yang Kai with a look of extreme bitterness. This guy obviously did not understand the Tao of spirit arrays, nor did he know the preciousness of this array plate. Yet he had actually obtained it. It was simply too unfair. If Du Cici had obtained this array plate, perhaps the Du family's Tao of spirit arrays would have been able to reach a new height and completely suppress the Kai family. Chapter 1343. Although Yang Kai didn't need to restore himself, in order to avoid being too conspicuous, he also found a place nearby to meditate. The world energy here was much richer than outside, so restoring himself was naturally twice the result with half the effort. After a short while, the few Saint Kings who hadn't contributed much had completely restored themselves. Perceiving the sound of footsteps approaching him, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Kai He and Du Cici walking over together. Du Cici still had the same disdainful look on her face while Kai He had a big smile on his face. Do you two need something? Yang Kai waited for them to come closer before pretending to be confused and asked. Although he didn't know why they had come looking for him, Yang Kai felt that it should have something to do with the array plate. Sure enough, hearing this, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We are all from the same generation, so this Kai won't beat around the bush. I came here to ask Brother Yang what you plan to do with the array plate you just obtained. Do you have any plans to sell it?" When he asked this, Du Cece also stared at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she was eager to try. As soon as Yang Kai said he wanted to sell it, she would immediately offer a price. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm still quite well off, so I don't plan to sell it for the time being." A look of regret flashed across Kai's face. Although he had some faint guesses when he heard Yang Kai's answer with his own ears, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. On the other hand, Du Cece coldly snorted and said, "You don't seem to have come into contact with spirit arrays. Do you even know what an array plate is? Do you know what it's used for?" Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and said, "Whether I know or not has nothing to do with young lady. That thing is in my hands, so I'm free to do whatever I want with it." Du Cece's chest heaved as she shouted, "But you being able to obtain this array plate is all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Otherwise, how could you have had the ability to do so? On top of that, finding the location of the array core was all thanks to Kai He and me. Even if the array plate is in your hands, I should have a share." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and looked at her with a smile. "From what you're saying, it seems you want to snatch my array plate." "I didn't say that. Don't make such slanderous accusations." Du Cece's face changed slightly as she couldn't help glancing over at Fei Jitu. After all, Fei Jitu had just said that since the array plate had been taken by Yang Kai, it was now his. If Yang Kai really accused her of stealing it, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to Fei Jitu's day. "What does young lady possess?" Kai Yang's face became cold. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of self-righteous woman. If others didn't provoke him, then he wouldn't care, but once they did, he was disinclined to give them any face. To buy, to sell, yang t to the point. "I already said, this array plate isn't for sale." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. At this point, how could he not understand the preciousness of this array plate? Not to mention a trivial Du family, even if Shadow Moon Hall came to buy it, he would not give it up. Before he understood the role of this array plate, how could he easily give it up? Du Cece bringing up the Du family's name was obviously an attempt to pressure him, causing Yang Kai to feel a little disgusted. Hearing Yang Kai's refusal, Du Cece sneered and slowly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse, it's not too late to listen to the price. My Du family offers 30 million Saint Crystals." 30 million? That's a lot of Saint Crystals. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. This little girl doesn't know about Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, right? She wants to tempt me with a trivial 30 million Saint Crystals? On the other hand, Kai seemed to have heard about Dragon Cave Mountain before and couldn't help snorting. "Are you still not satisfied with this price?" Du Cece was obviously taken aback. After all, she had heard that Yang Kai was just a guy who occupied a mountain and acted like a king. How could such a humble cultivator have ever seen so many Saint Crystals? Even her Du family would not be able to gather this much money. Originally, she didn't have the right to make such a decision, but this array plate was of great importance, so if she reported it to her family, they would only agree and not object. Even if she had to sell everything she had, she would still be able to gather this amount. Du Cece frowned, thinking that Yang Kai was trying to raise the price because he was a rare commodity. Secretly cursing him for being too hateful, she rolled her eyes and said, "How about this? If you can sell this array plate to my Du family, not only will we pay you 30 million Saint Crystals, but we will also allow our Du family's array masters to create several powerful array plates and array bases for you. Is that good enough?" "I'm not selling." Yang Kai still shook his head. Du Cece looked at Yang Kai like he was a fool. To be honest, the price she offered was indeed not low, but she had not expected that it would not move Yang Kai at all. For a moment, She ground her teeth and hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to make another offer. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her chatter, frowning as he said, "Girl, please go back. Even if your Du family offers better conditions, I will not sell this array plate. You'll regret it." Du Cc was furious, stomped her foot, turned around angrily, and left, not bothering to speak any more nonsense with Yang Kai. Kai He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to comfort her, but in the end he remained silent. After Du Cc left, Kai He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, please don't blame her. Cc has always been spoiled, so she has a bit of a temper. If she has offended you in any way, this Kai will apologize to Brother Yang on her behalf." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and nodded, "It doesn't matter, I won't lower myself to her level." Then, "Many thanks to Brother Yang." Kai He relaxed and said, "But looking at Brother Yang's expression, it seems that you really don't understand the preciousness of this array plate, right?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, "I'd like to hear the details." Kai He chuckled and sat cross-legged across from Yang Kai, chatting with him. After listening to Kai He's explanation, Yang Kai understood why Du Cc was so obsessed with this array plate. He also realized how precious this array plate was. The Tao of spirit arrays was extensive and profound. Even if a cultivator spent their entire life studying them, they might not necessarily be able to understand the essence of spirit arrays. Array plates, array bases, array eyes, array gates, and all kinds of other mysteries were created by array masters. As for the array plate, it was an anomaly. Today's array masters on Shadowed Star could no longer make array plates, not only because the method to refine array plates had been lost, but also because the people who could refine them no longer existed. It was rumored that a long time ago, there was a special branch of array masters called artifact array masters. From this name, it could be inferred that artifact array masters were not only proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but also in artifact refining. Only by combining the two together and achieving a certain level of attainment could one become an artifact array master, and only artifact array masters could refine array plates. Generally speaking, array masters understood some of the Tao of artifact refining. After all, array plates and array bases needed to be refined by array masters themselves. Similarly, artifact refiners also understood some of the Tao of spirit arrays. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining belonged to the category of spirit arrays, and this was also applicable to alchemists. It was just that both parties did not know much about each other's territory. The Tao of spirit arrays was already broad and profound. So how could array masters have too much energy to study artifact refining? So over time, the special existence of artifact array masters gradually disappeared from the long river of history. Array plates refined by artifact array masters, in a strict sense, contain the three characteristics of spirit arrays: array bases, array plates, and artifacts. They did not require a complicated spirit array plate or array base. Only a plate was needed to perfectly display the function of a spirit array. In other words, Yang Kai had the array plate for the spectral cloud array, so as long as he refined it, he could arrange the spectral cloud array as he pleased. Hearing what Kai He said, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had personally experienced the power of this spectral cloud array. The cloud beasts contained inside were not weak, and even origin-returning realm masters like Fei Zhitu and Ning Xiangchen had been trapped inside. If he could obtain the assistance of this spirit array, his strength would indeed soar, and he would have many more methods to deal with his enemies. Moreover, when everyone was trapped by the spectral cloud array just now, the full power of the spirit array had not been displayed. After all, no one was controlling it, so it would be good if it could display half of its power. If Yang Kai had personally arranged this spirit array and controlled it, even a master like Fei Zhitu would have died without a doubt. This kind of long-lost array plate was of great significance to an array master. If one could obtain it, they might be able to discover the refining method of this array plate. Compared to using a complicated array base and array plate to arrange a spirit array, this array plate was obviously much better. Moreover, this array plate was a kind of artifact that could be refined into one's body, and one would not have to worry about it being stolen. There were many benefits. He explained these things to Yang Kai with a look of envy on his face. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Although he did not offer to buy this array plate like Du Cixi did, it was obvious that he also had the same intention, but for the sake of face, he did not say it out loud. So, does Brother Yang understand the preciousness of this array plate? He looked at Yang Kai enviously. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Many thanks for Brother Kai's explanation. In the future, if this Yang were to really sell this array plate, he would definitely consider your Kai family first. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness. Although this Kai would also like to obtain this array plate, I really don't want to see that day come. Yang Kai chuckled, understanding that he did not want to see a day when he would really be in dire straits. Yang Kai's impression of he improved slightly, feeling that this person was indeed someone worth befriending. What happened between the three Saint Kings naturally did not escape the perception of Fei Zhitu and the others, but the origin-returning realm masters did not care. After he left, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Artifact array masters? There was actually such a special group of people in this world. Although they could not be found anywhere else, there was one on Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Yen was not only proficient in artifact refining but also in spirit arrays. She was clearly an artifact array master. Didn't that mean that she could also refine this array plate with her skills? Moreover, when Yang Kai obtained this array plate, he faintly felt a familiar aura from it, but when he tried to recall this aura carefully, he could not remember where he had seen it before, causing him to become somewhat suspicious. Chapter 1344. Putting aside the matter of the array plate for the time being, Yang Kai secretly decided that after returning, he would really need to ask Yang Yen about it. If she could really refine array plates, then he would no longer need array plates or array bases in the future. He could just ask her to refine a few array plates so he could arrange a large spirit array at any time and place. A moment later, Fei Zhitu and the others also returned to normal, and after a brief discussion, they continued on their way. Along the way, from time to time, they could see some exotic flowers and herbs casually planted in the nearby flower beds. Every one of these exotic flowers and herbs was priceless. Many of them were even good things that had long gone extinct. They looked no different from the real thing. However, learning from their mistakes, after experiencing the torture of the spectral cloud array, Fei Zhitu and the others no longer dared to touch these exotic flowers and grasses lest they accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array or spirit array. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had developed a strong interest in these exotic flowers and grasses, because with his experience and judgment he found that some of the things planted in these flower beds might actually be real. In other words, not all of these things were traps, but were actually rare herbs. However, Yang Kai wasn't 100% sure he would be able to find these herbs, let alone rescue Qian Tong, so even though he was somewhat tempted, he could only follow behind Fei Zhitu and the others and continue forward, completely ignoring these exotic flowers and grasses. However, Yang Kai silently memorized the route, preparing to return to this place to explore if there was a chance after rescuing Qian Tong so he could determine whether these herbs were real or not. Even with everyone's caution, they still encountered no small amount of trouble along the way. The barriers and spirit arrays in this ancient ruin were impossible to guard against, and as a third-order origin returning realm master, Fei Zhitu was constantly scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, but he was unable to detect any danger at all. Fortunately, there was an array master in the team, Kai He, who played a huge role. Every time they were surrounded by a spirit array, the two of them would work together to break it open while the others stood guard and resisted the spirit array's attacks. So along the way, although everyone was in a bit of a difficult situation, there were no casualties. Only the old woman suffered some minor injuries while Yang Kai, a Saint King realm master, was well protected and did not encounter any danger. Unfortunately, after these array formations were broken, no array plates appeared again. This made Kai He and Du Cc very disappointed. 3 days later, a group of people stood in front of a spacious passageway. This passageway was spotlessly white and seemed to be paved with pure white jade, without a speck of dust. However, the passageway was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Strands of cold air could be seen with the naked eye, converging into various forms in midair. On both sides of the passageway, there were icicles erected, looking like a mountain of swords. Each icicle flickered with a cold light, causing one's hair to stand on end. Even though they were standing in front of the passageway and had yet to enter, they were still affected by the cold air. Frost formed on the tips of their brows and hair. This should be the ice path. Fei Zhitu's expression was solemn. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but it also seemed like he was telling everyone. How did Elder Qian pass through such cold air before? Ning Xiangchen's old face paled slightly. He knew that if he had fallen into this passageway, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture in a short time, unable to reach the end. Although Qian Tong was a third-order origin returning realm master, without some kind of treasure to suppress the cold here, it would have been impossible for him to bring a Saint King-grade artifact refiner through here. I heard that Elder Qian obtained a raging flame bead a few dozen years ago. He probably borrowed the power of this raging flame bead, the old woman said thoughtfully. Fei Zhitu gently nodded. Old Ghost Qian did have a raging flame bead, otherwise he would have definitely retreated here. Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Can you do it?" Yang Kai squinted at the passage and instead of answering asked, "City Lord Fei, do you know how long this passage is?" Fei Zhitu slowly shook his head. Old Ghost Qian did not mention this in his message, so I don't know how long this passage is, but since Old Ghost Qian was able to bring someone through with the help of the Raging Flame Bead, it shouldn't be too long. If it's not long, then it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said. The reason why Fei Zhitu brought Yang Kai with him this time was to borrow the power of the Firebird artifact spirit to pass through this ice path. Now, it was naturally time for Yang Kai to contribute. Don't worry, this city lord has also made some preparations for this trip. I won't just rely on your artifact spirit. Fei Zhitu comforted, waving his hand and summoning a copper bell-like artifact into his palm. This copper bell was red in color and gave off a scorching and pure fire aura. Grand Fire Dome. Ning Xiangchen's eyes lit up as he smiled. I didn't expect Brother Fei to be able to borrow an artifact like the Grand Fire Dome. With this, we should be able to pass through this ice path. Fei Zhitu grinned. Although the Grand Fire Dome is the Hall Master's personal treasure and he rarely uses it even when fighting others, since we're here to rescue Old Ghost Qian, he naturally won't be stingy. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai and the other juniors realized that this Grand Fire Dome artifact was actually owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master. For this operation, Fei Zhitu had borrowed it. Although the borrowed artifact couldn't display the full power of the Grand Fire Dome, it was not a problem for it to provide some assistance. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded and calmed down. Releasing his divine sense, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out from his body and immediately under Yang Kai's command, it transformed into a light curtain that wrapped around the group of 8. The Firebird did not have a physical body, so although it usually appeared in its bird form, it could still take on a myriad of forms. At the same time, Fei Zhitu opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of Yuan Qi onto the Grand Fire Dome. Pushing his Saint Qi, the Grand Fire Dome immediately expanded and enveloped everyone. With these 2 layers of protection, everyone felt a sense of security. Hey, don't squeeze me. Du Cc's whispered complaint came from behind, prompting Yang Kai to turn around and see Kai He smiling awkwardly. There were simply too many people here, so in order to display the full power of the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Dome, Yang Kai and Fei Zhitu had reduced their respective defenses to the minimum. As a result, the 8 of them standing together became a bit crowded. Kai He was eager to protect Du Cc, so he naturally stuck close to her, but the other party not only didn't appreciate his kindness but also complained. Kai He had a good temper and didn't get angry, instead patiently explaining to Du Cc. "Let's go." Yang Kai called out and walked forward side by side with Fei Ji Tuesday. As soon as they stepped onto the ice road, everyone couldn't help shivering. The cold was like an invisible blade that pierced through the 2 layers of protection and stabbed straight into everyone's body, causing them to feel a sharp pain. Even with 2 layers of fire attribute protection, this place was still so terrifying. If they didn't have these 2 layers of protection, they would likely have suffered a great deal of damage. Everyone paled. Du Cc was no longer in the mood to complain about Kai He, her pretty face turning pale as she involuntarily moved closer to him, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. Seeing this, Kai He was overjoyed and couldn't wait for this ice road to end. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn. He was connected to the Firebird artifact spirit, so he could naturally sense the coldness of this ice road better than anyone else. Every moment they spent here consumed more of the Firebird artifact spirit's strength. Although it wasn't impossible to replenish it, the Firebird artifact spirit was a great help to Yang Kai when exploring ancient ruins, so Yang Kai didn't want to consume too much of its strength. Immediately, Yang Kai quickened his pace. Before, when they were outside, they couldn't clearly see the situation inside the ice road, but now that they were inside, when they looked around, everyone paled. The ice attribute aura on both sides had become so dense that it had almost turned into a mist. Although everyone understood that under such cold conditions, after years of accumulation, some good things would definitely be born, no one was in the mood to explore. They just wanted to leave this ice road as soon as possible. After half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai frowned. He found that he had underestimated the length of this ice road. At this moment, looking forward, he still couldn't see the end of the ice road. Looking back, he also couldn't see the path behind him. The whole world was silent, with only the occasional sound of a heartbeat or breathing, which was extremely strange. After walking forward for a long time, Du Cc suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone was startled and looked in the direction she was pointing, their faces paling. Because in everyone's field of vision, there were human-shaped ice sculptures. Without exception, those ice sculptures were all lifelike, standing about 300 feet away from the ice path. Among these ice sculptures, there were men and women, old and young, each of them wearing different clothes and wearing different expressions on their faces. Some were pleasantly surprised, some were panic-stricken, and some had indifferent expressions, as if they didn't realize what was happening before they died. These ice sculptures were all made of living people who had been frozen. It seems that old ghost Qian wasn't the only one who discovered this ancient ruin, Fei Ji Tu sighed softly. These ice sculptures were clearly the cultivator who had come here to explore before, but for some unknown reason, they had all been frozen in place without the slightest wound on their bodies, nor were there any traces of battle. It was an extremely strange and inexplicable way to die. Chapter 1345. After the several St. King Realm Juniors took a closer look, all of them couldn't help showing looks of surprise, because the clothes of these ice sculptures were clearly very similar to the uniforms of some of Shadowed Star's sects. Although there were some differences, after a careful inspection, they could still find some similarities. For example, one of the ice sculptures had a small, thunder character embroidered on his chest, similar to the current uniform of Thunder Typhoon sect. Another ice sculpture had the word, war, embroidered on his cuffs, indicating he was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Others such as Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain had similar uniforms. Fei Ji Tu even found a senior from Shadow Moon Hall among them. All of these frozen cultivators were masters with profound cultivations. Since they had been able to reach this place, they must have been extremely lucky, each of them possessing heaven-defying methods, but all of them had fallen here, causing everyone to sigh. Now isn't the time to be looking at these things, is it? Yang Kai frowned, seeing Fei Ji2 and the others all staring at the space rings worn by these dead seniors. He faintly reminded them, since they were frozen here, perhaps there really is some great danger here. Shouldn't we hurry up? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Fei Ji2 and the others couldn't help frowning. When they discovered these ice sculptures just now, everyone had naturally noticed their space rings with regret. Since these people were all famous masters, there must be a lot of good things in their space rings. It was human nature to be greedy, so while they were coveting these space rings, none of them realized why they had been frozen here until Yang Kai called out. Fei Ji2 instantly broke out in a cold sweat and nodded quickly, "Yes. Let's move quickly." Ning Xianxia and the others also withdrew their reluctant gazes and followed closely behind Fei Ji2 and Yang Kai. But after walking less than 1,000 meters, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden thread shot out from his finger and swept towards the void. There was a flash of white light and a blurry figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a large expanse of cold air enveloped everyone, colliding with the protective barrier formed by the artifact spirit Firebird, causing a series of hissing sounds to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the first layer of protection laid down by the Firebird artifact spirit was pierced through by the cold chi. Fortunately, the grand fire warding barrier was able to block the remaining cold chi. Even so, Fei Ji2's complexion paled. This cold chi. What is it? Ning Xianxia's expression changed dramatically as he looked around. Everyone else also wore looks of horror. Not to mention how strong the protection laid down by the Firebird artifact spirit was, the grand fire warding barrier owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master was supposed to be able to restrain the ice attribute, but after coming into contact with the remaining cold chi, it actually began to tremble. It was easy to imagine how powerful this cold chi was. If not for these 2 layers of protection, everyone would have likely followed in the footsteps of their seniors. There really was another danger here. Yang Kai's expression was particularly ugly because in the brief moment of contact just now, he discovered that his Firebird artifact spirit was not a match for this white light, which both surprised and shocked him. The artifact spirit was formed after being burned by the earth-lung fire vein for tens of thousands of years, so what was this thing that even it was no match for? Fortunately, the flash of white light did not conceal itself, and after its attack failed, it revealed its original appearance and stopped not far away. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The reason for that was because that thing had the appearance of a white rabbit. However, that white rabbit's body was plump, and it was 3 times the size of an ordinary white rabbit. Its fur was pure white, without the slightest trace of impurity. It appeared as if it was carved from ice and jade. Only its eyes were incomparably red, and emitted a ruthless and cruel radiance. World energy manifestation. A world spirit. Fei Ji2 and the other origin-returning realm masters exclaimed. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that this white rabbit was not made of flesh and blood, but rather an existence similar to the Firebird artifact spirit, composed of world energy and possessing sentience. This kind of existence was a world spirit. An artifact spirit could barely be considered a kind of world spirit, but it was not completely so, because the birth of an artifact spirit depended on an artifact refining furnace. An artifact refining furnace was the home of an artifact spirit, and once an artifact refining furnace was damaged, the artifact spirit could be destroyed. However, the red-eyed white rabbit in front of him was a spirit of heaven and earth in the truest sense of the word. It did not have a vessel for its birth, but was born purely from the rich ice energy in this place, after which it gained sentience. World spirits were extremely rare, but their value was immeasurable. Once a cultivator of the same surname obtained this kind of world spirit and refined or even absorbed it, their strength would increase greatly without any harm, saving them many years of hard work. However, world spirits themselves were unpredictable, so even if someone discovered a world spirit, they might not be able to capture it, and might even be killed by it instead. Although everyone had long guessed that under such harsh conditions, after so many years of accumulation, something good would definitely be born here, no one had expected that it would actually be a world spirit. For a time, everyone's expressions changed. Some were filled with fear, some were excited, some were panicking, and so on. As for why all the seniors who had set foot here had been frozen into ice sculptures, there was now an explanation. It was definitely the work of this world spirit. It had been hiding in the ice and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Even a third-order origin returning realm master might not necessarily be able to avoid it. With its means, once a cultivator was hit by it, their fate would definitely not be good. If Yang Kai had not sensed the warning of the Firebird artifact spirit just now, he definitely would not have discovered it, but the Firebird and the White Rabbit world spirit were incompatible, so it was able to detect it the moment it launched its attack. No wonder he felt that the artifact spirit was not its opponent. It turned out to be a world spirit. Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly. At this moment, the White Rabbit world spirit was glaring at them with a malicious look on its face, so no one dared to act rashly. Fei Jitu's face twitched. This is big trouble. Do you have any good ideas to scare it away? He no longer expected to be able to defeat or even capture this world spirit. He only hoped to scare it away so everyone could safely cross this ice road. In front of such a powerful world spirit, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be its opponent. The reason why the other party had not made a move was obviously because the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were restraining it. But in this place, once the artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were exhausted, there would be no need for the White Rabbit to take action as no one would be able to survive. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads with ugly expressions. Ning Xiangchen's face went pale as he whispered, I heard that world spirits like to devour the vitality of living things to strengthen themselves. It seems that the reason those seniors were killed was because of this. Devour the vitality of living things? The several Saint King Realm juniors all paled. Obviously this was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a strange look as he secretly thought that if this White Rabbit really liked to devour vitality, he had a way to lure it away. After all, the golden blood in his body contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, so as long as he gave up a drop, it should be enough to restrain the other party. However, this White Rabbit was too fast, and he didn't know where the end of the ice road was. If it swallowed a drop of golden blood and they still hadn't left the ice road, it would definitely turn back and chase after them. At that time, Yang Kai would likely have to give up a second, third, or even more. Not worth it. Yang Kai shook his head secretly planning to use this method as a last resort. If it really didn't work, he would have to use his golden blood to attract its attention. If there's no way to scare it away, we can only force our way through. Fei Jitu smiled bitterly. If we delay, the situation might change. Let's go now, everyone be careful. Understood. Everyone nodded, each summoning their own defensive artifacts and standing guard. Lian Guang didn't say a word, instead suddenly tossing out a python-shaped puppet. After pouring his Saint Qi into it, this puppet suddenly transformed into a giant python that was as thick as a bucket and several dozen meters long. It had a ferocious appearance and was covered in thick scales, exuding an aura no weaker than a third-order Saint King. Go! Lian Guang shouted, ordering the giant python to immediately open up a path ahead, obviously intending to use this puppet to attract the attention of the White Rabbit. Generally speaking, rabbits had an instinctive fear of snake-type creatures, so although he didn't know what this world spirit was, Lian Guang still held onto a sliver of hope. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed across Fei Jitu's face as he led the group to follow behind the giant python. Everyone didn't dare to move too quickly, for fear of angering the White Rabbit. As for the giant python puppet, it was constantly flicking its tongue and shaking its head, looking extremely powerful, which really opened Yang Kai's eyes. The Lien family's puppet refining techniques really had some skill. This giant python looked exactly the same as a real one, except for the fact that it didn't have any vitality. Not far away, The white rabbit's crimson eyes flashed a strange light. Obviously, its sentience wasn't low. After staring at the giant python for a moment, it suddenly shook its body and transformed into a giant eagle. A loud cry rang out, and in the next moment, the giant eagle flew to the top of the giant python's head and opened its mouth to spit out a white mist. Everyone paled, none of them having expected it to know how to transform. Lian Guang was even more surprised, forming a seal with his hand. The giant python suddenly stood upright, opened its mouth, and spat out a crimson beam of light with astonishing momentum. However, as soon as the crimson beam of light came into contact with the white mist, it was suddenly frozen. Not only that, but after the white mist covered the giant python, ice began to condense on the python's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a cracking sound. Chapter 1346. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator was not the opponent of this world spirit, so how could a trivial third-order Saint King Python puppet be its match? After being shrouded in the white mist, the puppet immediately began to freeze. Lian Guang's face changed drastically and he tried to recall the puppet, but he was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, the giant python was frozen into an ice sculpture and even the connection between it and Lian Guang disappeared. Immediately after, the giant eagle grabbed the giant python with its claws, flew up into the air, and dropped it directly. With a loud bang, the giant python fell to the ground and disintegrated into pieces. Under normal circumstances, if such a puppet were to fall from such a high altitude, it would be impossible to destroy it. It was comparable to a third-order Saint King realm cultivator and was extremely sturdy and resilient, otherwise, Lian Guang wouldn't have been able to use it to fight. However, the white mist the giant eagle spat out easily destroyed the puppet's body, and when it fell from such a high altitude, it naturally scattered. Lian Guang's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He was only a third-order Saint King right now and had spent a great deal of energy and effort to refine this puppet, but he had never expected it would be destroyed before it could play any role. The pain and hatred in Lian Guang's heart could be imagined. But facing this world spirit, he was also helpless and could only stand there with a gloomy face. Even if he had more puppets, he wasn't willing to release them. Facing such a world spirit, no matter how many of them he had, they would all be destroyed. After the giant eagle destroyed the giant python, a trace of disdain and pride flashed across its red eyes before it immediately flapped its wings and swooped towards the group. Fei Zhitu shouted, "Stop it!" As soon as his voice fell, he summoned his blue jade bowl while Ning Xiangchen and the others also summoned their artifacts. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed in the sky as all kinds of powerful secret techniques and artifacts intertwined. The cries of the eagles resounded throughout the heavens and earth as another white mist descended. No matter what kind of attack it was, no matter what kind of artifact it was, they were all blocked by this white mist and quickly frozen. Even the blue light from Fei Zhitu's blue jade bowl showed signs of being frozen. The giant eagle didn't show any mercy and swooped down with its sharp claws, directly grabbing the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the artifact spirit's protective barrier and spread out in all directions. Yang Kai's face changed and with a thought, countless scorching black flames appeared around him. Under his control, these flames once again formed a protective barrier around the group. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit's artifact. The Firebird artifact spirit had reverted back to its normal form and transformed into a strange bird several tens of meters long before it swooping towards the giant eagle artifact spirit. The artifact spirit seemed to be holding back its anger. After all, although it wasn't a genuine world spirit, it could still be considered one. Just now, it had to protect Yang Kai and the others, so it wasn't convenient for it to reveal its true form. Now that it had been provoked by the giant eagle again and again, it was naturally annoyed. Now that it had received Yang Kai's order, it immediately erupted. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. Letting the Firebird artifact spirit continue to maintain this protective barrier was obviously not a wise decision. The artifact spirit's power was inferior to the giant eagle's, and at this moment, in this cold weather, it was only a matter of time before the artifact spirit ran out of strength. Since this was the case, it was better to take a gamble and let the artifact spirit deal with the giant eagle while they took the opportunity to quickly leave the ice road. Fortunately, the Grand Fire Shield played a huge role here, and with Yang Kai's scorching demonic flame, even if everyone felt uncomfortable, they weren't in any immediate danger. High up in the sky, the giant eagle and the strange bird transformed by the artifact spirit fought fiercely, causing the world energy aura on the ice road to become chaotic. The cries of the eagle and the bird rang out incessantly. Seeing this, Fei Ji was overjoyed and beckoned to his group, "Let's go." Saying so, he quickly displayed his movement skill and led the way. Everyone else also hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts, desperately pushing their Saint Qi to resist the cold that was invading through Yang Kai's demonic flame and Grand Fire Shield while following closely behind Fei Ji Tuesday. Unlike everyone else's anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai's expression had become extremely strange at this moment. Because the moment the cold qi invaded his body, he felt something stirring inside his body, and that thing was actually absorbing the cold qi that was gushing in from all directions. As the cold air entered his body, Yang Kai didn't feel much discomfort. On the contrary, that thing seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and became even more excited. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward while inspecting himself. A moment later, his expression became even stranger. "It's that thing." Yang Kai had never imagined that the Ice Phoenix tattoo would be the one that had reacted at this time. Strictly speaking, this was the Phoenix Empress inheritance. The Yin-Yang Joyous Unification art he and Su Yen cultivated had a total of 2 inheritances, both of which were obtained in Tong Xian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance was obtained by Yang Kai himself and had merged with his body. The Phoenix Empress inheritance had been sealed in the Phoenix Nest before, but before Yang Kai left Tong Xian Realm, he had gone to the Phoenix Nest and taken away the Phoenix Empress inheritance. Since then, Yang Kai had always had 2 tattoos on his body, one was a golden dragon and the other was an ice phoenix. Yang Kai's original intention of taking away the Phoenix Empress inheritance was to find Su Yen and give it to her, but until now, he had not been able to do so. Even before meeting Chen Yu, he had not been able to obtain any news about Su Yen. This Ice Phoenix tattoo had existed on Yang Kai's body for more than 10 years, and since he had obtained it, it had not moved at all. But now, on this ice road, as the cold air entered his body, the Ice Phoenix tattoo actually began to stir. As it swallowed the cold air, it became more and more difficult for Yang Kai to control it, faintly showing signs of wanting to break free. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became complicated as he couldn't figure out whether this situation was good or bad. The reason why the cold air could stimulate the Ice Phoenix tattoo was easy to explain. After all, the Ice Phoenix tattoo itself was an ice attribute treasure, but Yang Kai couldn't control it at all, so he didn't know what would happen if it left his body. If it didn't come back, Su Yan's Phoenix Empress inheritance would be gone. Just as Yang Kai was worrying about this, his expression suddenly changed. In just a moment, the Ice Phoenix tattoo's movements had exceeded the scope of his suppression, and in the next moment, he felt something suddenly rush out of his body. Accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix cry, a crystalline white ice phoenix phantom about 10 meters long suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. In an instant, a pressure that caused all of them to pale suddenly pressed down from above. The expressions of Fei Ji and the others changed greatly as they all stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look at Yang Kai before looking up at the sky. With just a glance, Fei Ji exclaimed, "An ancient divine spirit." The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. This time, entering the ancient ruins to rescue Qian Tong was not a big deal, and in his imagination, it should not have been too difficult. But unexpectedly, after stepping onto this ice road, he first saw a legendary world spirit, and then an ancient divine spirit appeared out of thin air. These things were things that ordinary people would not be able to see even if they lived several lifetimes. They were existences that only existed in legends, but now they were popping up one after another. Even though Fei Zhitu's cultivation was quite good, at this moment, his eyes were still wide open and his mind was greatly shaken. The others were not much better off, all of them staring at the majestic ice phoenix with their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time, even forgetting to continue on their way. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he looked towards the ice phoenix with a worried expression, only to see that its body was both real and illusory. Although the pressure it was exuding was unstoppable, the energy fluctuations it was emitting were not strong at all. No, it's just a remnant soul. Fei Zhitu also noticed this and his expression couldn't help becoming better. If it really was an ancient divine spirit, there was no way it would be so weak. The only explanation was that it was just a remnant soul. But even so, it was still a remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. If it was given enough time, it may be able to recover. Even if it only recovered 10% of its original strength, it would still be comparable to an origin king. The moment this ice phoenix appeared, its pair of phoenix eyes stared at the giant eagle that was fighting with the artifact spirit, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across its eyes as it cried out again. The giant eagle, on the other hand, seemed to have seen its nemesis and, in a state of panic, was burned black by the artifact spirit, who had originally been at a disadvantage. Immediately, it resisted the artifact spirit's attack and rushed into the depths of the ice road without looking back. The ice phoenix spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, both the ice phoenix and giant eagle disappeared. After the firebird artifact spirit lost its opponent, it immediately flew back and transformed into a protective barrier around the group. The chill that had been invading this place was immediately blocked. The entire ice road fell silent as everyone stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he stared silently in the direction the ice phoenix disappeared, no one knowing what he was thinking. After a long silence, Fei Zhitu coughed dryly and asked hesitantly, "Yang Kai, is that ice phoenix remnant soul yours?" Although he had seen the ice phoenix appear with a flash of light from Yang Kai's body, even now he could not believe that Yang Kai actually possessed a remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. This little brat had an artifact spirit that would make anyone jealous, and he even had the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. How heaven-defying did his luck have to be to obtain these two things? Yes. Yang Kai glanced at him. Although he felt that it was impossible for anyone here to have any ideas about the ice phoenix, he still held some vigilance in his heart and asked lightly, "City Lord Fei, do you know why this ice phoenix chased after that world spirit?" Even now, he still couldn't figure out why the ice phoenix had come out at this time. It didn't make sense to say that it was because of the chill in this place. Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had been to more than just this ice road. The profound In sunflower water and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were also filled with chill, but he had never seen the ice phoenix appear at that time. Chapter 1347. Fei Zhitu chuckled, his attitude becoming much more amiable as he explained, "It's understandable that you don't understand. It's because ancient divine spirits like to devour world spirits of the same surname, and after devouring them, they are of great benefit to them. I can see that your ice phoenix remnant soul is extremely weak and should be in urgent need of this world spirit to restore its strength. The ancient saint spirits and the spirits of heaven and earth were natural enemies. However, you can rest assured that since the ice phoenix remnant soul is yours, after devouring the world spirit here, it will naturally return." So that's how it is. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but in reality he was extremely anxious. Others might not know what the situation was, But Yang Kai was well aware that the Phoenix Empress inheritance was just a vessel for his body, a temporary residence, and did not belong to him. If not for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, the Phoenix Empress inheritance would not have left Tong Xian realm with him and would likely still be sealed in the Phoenix nest. However, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't point this out. It was impossible to know what a person's heart was, and if these people learned that the Ice Phoenix remnant's soul didn't belong to him, they might become disloyal. However, after this incident, Yang Kai understood that Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor's great inheritance actually contained the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. No wonder it had such great power. It was not difficult to explain why the two tattoos on his body seemed to be alive and often wandered around the surface of his skin. The world spirit in the ice road wanted to devour everyone's vitality, but upon encountering its natural enemy, it fled in panic. As a result, the great stone weighing down everyone's hearts instantly disappeared and the crisis was resolved. With the artifact spirit and the grand flame shield protecting them, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about being affected by the cold here, so he immediately accelerated his pace and rushed towards the end of the ice road. Halfway there, Yang Kai noticed that the cold air here was rapidly converging in a certain direction, greatly alleviating the daunting cold in a short time. A moment later, this abnormal movement disappeared and from the corner of his eyes, a gorgeous and noble figure appeared and rushed straight towards him. Yang Kai was overjoyed as the Ice Phoenix remnant soul had really returned. Although he had always been worried, he was actually somewhat confident that the other party would not leave so easily. After all, it was considered the Phoenix Queen's inheritance, and he had the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, so it was somewhat resonant and attractive to him. For so many years, it had used its own body as a carrier and slept until now. Now, there was no reason for it to leave. There was a flash of light, and the gigantic ice phoenix appeared above everyone's heads. It looked down with its cold and noble eyes, and no one dared to take a deep breath. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he said softly, "City Lord Fei, please open a gap in the fire-blocking dome." Fei Ji too nodded quickly, and with a thought, a crack appeared in the leaf fire barrier. At the same time, the artifact Spirit Firebird's protective barrier also opened up a gap. The Ice Phoenix's figure flickered and turned into a streak of white light, rushing straight into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Although everyone was curious as to whether the Ice Phoenix had swallowed the world spirit, no one asked at this time. The most important thing now was to leave this ice road as soon as possible. Fortunately, the end was not far away, and after a few dozen breaths, everyone safely stepped into a palace. It was only at this moment that the chill lingering around them finally disappeared. Fei Ji too turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing his brow furrowed, he seemed to be examining himself, so Fei Ji too didn't bother him and simply said, "You rest here first, I'll go look for the mark left behind by old Xian. I'll inform you when I find it." Saying so, he walked to the side. Hearing this, the others naturally found a place to sit down cross-legged and began adjusting their breathing. Although they had not exerted much strength when crossing the ice road, they had still suffered a great deal of shock. This time, if it were not for the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appearing at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, while resisting the chill and the world spirit's attacks, everyone had consumed some of their strength, so they naturally had to seize this opportunity to recover. Yang Kai sat silently to the side, perceiving the situation in his body. Although the Phoenix Empress inheritance did not belong to him, since it existed in his body, he could investigate it. What surprised him, though, was that the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not seem to have received much nourishment. Although he felt that it was indeed stronger than before, it was obviously not because it had swallowed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world spirit. It had not been able to swallow the world spirit. Yang Kai immediately determined that it was only after absorbing the ice attribute energy in that place that such a change had occurred. This result did not surprise Yang Kai. First of all, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul was not too strong. It was just an inheritance, so it would not be able to play much of a role in his hands. Only by passing it to Su Yan would it be able to display its full power as Su Yan's strength improved. Secondly, since the ice attribute world spirit was born in the ice road, it would definitely be extremely familiar with the environment, so it should not have been difficult for it to avoid the ice phoenix. What a pity! Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If the ice phoenix remnant soul had really been able to swallow the world spirit, perhaps some unexpected changes would have occurred. At that time, if he had passed it to Su Yen, the benefits she would have obtained would have been even greater. Yang Kai did not intend to go back and find trouble with the world spirit. Although the ice phoenix was its natural enemy and nemesis, Yang Kai could not control it at all. Moreover, even a rabbit would bite if forced into a corner. With the world spirit's ability, if he really provoked it, it would be difficult to say who would emerge victorious. While everyone was meditating and resting, others would occasionally glance towards Yang Kai, a strong sense of envy hidden in the depths of their eyes. Even the taciturn Lian Guang was no exception. In this regard, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and continued meditating to restore himself. What they thought in their hearts was none of his business. As long as they did not provoke him, it was fine. Good, I found the mark left behind by old Qian. Follow me. Fei Zhitu's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, everyone stood up and moved closer to him. This hall did not occupy a large area, and after exiting the hall, they found themselves in a labyrinthine maze with many forks and intersecting paths. No one knew where each path led to, so just looking at it gave them a headache. Standing at the entrance of the maze, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to proceed. Fei Zhitu strode in, and seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. As they walked, Fei Zhitu explained, although the message sent by old Qian was vague, it did mention this maze. There are no barriers or spirit arrays in this maze, only mechanisms. Mechanisms? Ning Xianxia showed a look of surprise. Yes, mechanisms. Fei Zhitu gently nodded, but don't underestimate these mechanisms. If you accidentally trigger one or two of them, even you and I may die here. Ning Xianxia and the others' expressions changed slightly. As they were speaking though, several forks suddenly appeared in front of them. Fei Zhitu stood at one of the forks and glanced back at Lian Guang. Lian boy, it's up to you. Lian Guang didn't say a word, simply waving his hand and summoning several rat-like puppets on the ground. Under Lian Guang's control, they split up and walked towards the forks, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, only now understanding why Fei Zhitu wanted to bring Lian Guang, a Saint King Realm Master. It turned out that he wanted to use his puppets to explore the way. This was indeed a good idea. There were some places where it was inconvenient for a cultivator to explore, but Lian Guang's puppets didn't have such concerns, so even if they were lost, it wouldn't cause him any harm. After the rat-like puppets disappeared, Lian Guang closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, a squeaking sound came from the left side of the passage, causing Lian Guang's face to twitch slightly as a look of pain appeared on his face. Looking at the situation, the left passage was likely quite dangerous, so the puppet he had summoned was likely destroyed. A moment later, a slight sound came from the front of the passage and Lian Guang opened his eyes at the same time, right side. Fei Zhitu nodded gently and led the way to the right. With Lian Guang's puppets leading the way, it was indeed a lot safer. Those rat-like puppets were useless in battle, but they were second to none when it came to finding a path. After sacrificing a total of 20 to 30 such puppets, the group passed through the maze safely. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Lian Guang's face was gloomy to the extreme, and even a blind man could see his heartache. Although these puppets weren't too difficult to refine, each one consumed a lot of materials. 20 to 30 rat-like puppets had emptied Lian Guang's savings over the years. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. Don't worry, after we return, there will be plenty of benefits for you, Fei Zhitu comforted him. With this promise, Lian Guang's complexion improved greatly. Brother Fei, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think we should do now? Ning Xianxia frowned as he stared ahead. Fei Zhitu heard this and turned his head, his expression suddenly becoming dazed. Because after passing through the maze, two arched round doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving them a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, a stark contrast. Behind the two arched round doors was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't sense anything. On the surface, it looked like the surface of a lake, unfathomable. A space array gate? Fei Ji too exclaimed in surprise. What? Didn't Elder Qian tell you which array gate to use? Ning Xianxia asked in amazement. If the message sent by Qian Tong contained this information, Fei Ji too wouldn't have reacted like this. The only explanation was that Fei Ji too didn't know. He didn't mention it. Fei Ji too slowly shook his head. How could that be? How could Elder Qian forget such an important matter? Ning Xianxia exclaimed. Old Ghost Qian's message was sent in a hurry, so it's normal that he didn't mention it in time. Fei Ji too frowned, saying so before turning to Kai He and Du Cc and asking, "Can you too crack it?" Chapter 1348. The black and white arches formed a difficult choice in front of the crowd. Under normal circumstances, most people would prefer to choose the white arches because black always represented mystery and evil, but in this situation, it was somewhat unsuitable because no one knew where these two arches led to. Perhaps one led to life and one led to death, or perhaps neither. Fei Ji too could only pin his hopes on Kai He and Du Cc. Hearing this, the two array masters glanced at each other and revealed awkward expressions. Kai He said, "Although we have studied spirit arrays, we know nothing about the Tao of space and have never come into contact with space array doors. However, in the Tao of spirit arrays, there are many variations, but the fundamentals remain the same. If Senior Fei is not worried, CC and I can study it and see if we can find a suitable path." Fei Ji too gently nodded. "Good. Don't worry, you two study it carefully and let me know if you find anything." Kai He and Du Cc then stepped forward, threw out their array-breaking tools, and began studying the two space array entrances. The others were helpless and could only sit or stand on guard. Even Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, was powerless to help. The current situation was obvious. Both space array doors could be used, but no one knew where they led to, so they could only pin their hopes on Kai He and Du Cc. Unfortunately, although the two of them had been nurtured by their families since childhood and were proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, they had no idea where to start. At first, the two cooperated smoothly, but soon disagreements arose and they began arguing in low voices. It seemed that one of them preferred to pass through the white space array door, while the other preferred to pass through the black space array door. Neither could convince the other, and there was no basis for their opinions. Although Kai He was interested in Du Cc, this was a matter of great importance, so he argued strongly and refused to back down. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although these two's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were already quite good, compared to Yang Yen, they were still far behind. When Yang Kai encountered those spirit arrays before, he had already noticed it. If Yang Yen had been the one to crack those spirit arrays, she would have been able to find the array cores in less than a minute, but these two worked together and wasted a lot of time. If Yang Yen were here, what would she choose? Yang Kai squinted at the two space array cores and smiled, secretly thinking that if Yang Yen encountered this situation, she would most likely choose the black one. The reason was that this girl wore a black robe all day long, covering her entire face. Obviously, she had a special fondness for the color black. Just as his thoughts were running wild, a huge suction force suddenly came from the black and white space array gate. A huge vortex appeared on the surface of the space array gate that was as calm as the surface of a lake, taking on the shape of a funnel. The suction force came from these two vortexes. It seemed that the array-breaking tools arranged by Kai He and Du Cc had some kind of influence on the two space array doors, causing them to spontaneously react. The strength of this suction force caused everyone to pale, because when this suction force appeared, everyone felt their bodies being uncontrollably drawn towards the black and white space array doors. Fei Zhitu and the others shouted again and again as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, but they were still unable to resist this suction. Seeing themselves approaching the black and white space array doors step by step, Fei Zhitu hurriedly asked, "Kai boy, Du girl, have you made the right choice?" Kai He and Du Si both looked panicked at this moment. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the black space array door was not entirely because Yang Inflammation preferred it. Yang Kai also had some considerations. Although acting together with most of the masters would undoubtedly increase their safety, no one could say for sure what would happen behind the two array doors. Therefore, it didn't matter what choice he made at that time. Moreover, Kai He, an array master, could play a huge role in this place. Since they had entered the black array door, Yang Kai was naturally willing to follow. He didn't want to fall into some kind of spirit array and be helpless. "Stop arguing!" The old woman, who had arrived first, shouted, interrupting Du Si's scolding of Kai He. After glaring at her with a cold expression, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Where are the others?" "They all went to the other side. I was the last to arrive." Yang Kai glanced around and didn't see Lian Guang's figure, immediately understanding that he should have entered the other array door. "What?" The old woman's expression changed slightly, seemingly not expecting that she would be separated from the others. Looking at Yang Kai and the other two juniors, she couldn't help feeling sad. At this time, she was the one with the highest strength, so if they encountered any danger, she would be the one to deal with it. Naturally, she felt pressured. However, when she thought of Yang Kai's artifact spirit's might, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly. She didn't expect much from the two array masters in this battle, but Yang Kai would be a big help. After pondering for a moment, the old woman said, "Let's ignore the situation on their side for now. Little girl Du, this old woman feels that our choice shouldn't be wrong." Although Du Si was intimidated by the old woman and didn't dare to blame Kai He for taking the initiative to bring her here, she was still unconvinced when she heard the old woman's words. "How so?" "At the very least, this place is very safe. City Lord Fei and the others may not be so peaceful, so don't blame Kai boy, he only acted out of goodwill." Du Si nodded somewhat unwillingly, still feeling that following the majority of the masters would be safer. The old woman frowned, thought for a while, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little friend Yang, what do you think we should do now?" She was actually asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai chuckled, cupped his fists, and said, "Senior is too polite, Junior is still young and his experience is not as profound as Senior's. As for how we should act, Senior can just give the order, Junior will obey." These words made the old woman feel comfortable and the wrinkles on her face relaxed slightly, but she still smiled and said, "Good, let's leave this place first." Kai He and Du Si naturally didn't have any objections, so the three Saint King Realm juniors followed the old woman out of the sealed palace. As soon as they set foot outside, everyone's eyes lit up. The outside world was basically the same as what they had seen when they first arrived at the ancient ruins. Flower beds were everywhere, and there were rare and exotic flowers and plants growing healthily in the flower beds. However, the scene that entered their eyes was slightly different from before. For example, there were many fake mountains here. Yang Kai's nose suddenly twitched as a look of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, the old woman and the two array masters also discovered something and couldn't help exchanging a glance, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. This was because there was a refreshing aroma floating in the air. This aroma could not be faked and was not an illusion. This also meant that there should be something good at the source of the aroma. Considering all this, everyone's heart began to heat up. "It seems you've also discovered it." The old woman smiled lightly. "Let's go and see what good things are here, but be careful, lest we fall into some kind of spirit array again." Chapter 1349. Unexpectedly, the group moved cautiously along the way but did not encounter any danger. After spending half an hour or so, they finally found the source of the fragrance. It was actually a place where a rockery was located. The rockery was more than 100 feet tall and was rugged. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked like a single piece. Yang Kai squinted at this rockery and his expression changed slightly. He found that the material of this rockery was also a rare artifact refining material. If he took it out, he would definitely be able to refine a few powerful artifacts. Unfortunately, this rockery was simply too big. Even if a third-order origin returning realm master came here, they would not be able to take it away, causing many people to sigh. Below the rockery, there was a pool that covered an area of less than 3 feet. At this moment, the pool was filled with water that was about half a finger high. However, the water was not so clear that one could see the bottom. Instead, it was milky white. The aroma that everyone smelled came from this pool. Directly above the pool, there were some traces of liquid flowing through it, so it was obvious that the pool water here had flowed from some unknown place. This place had been abandoned for countless years, but it had still accumulated such a small amount of pool water. It was obvious that the speed at which it had accumulated was extremely slow. This is... The old woman stared at the half-finger-deep pool water with a dignified expression that fluctuated from time to time. Excitement, joy, surprise, and hesitation flashed across her face. Could this be 10,000-year stone milk? Kai, he exclaimed. Is it really 10,000-year stone milk? Du Cc also jumped up. Although they had never seen 10,000-year stone milk before, they had all heard of its name. 10,000-year stone milk was extremely rare, but it had many incredible effects. It was said that if it was used in alchemy, it could be used to refine healing medicines that could bring the dead back to life. This was a rare treasure for any cultivator. At first, Yang Kai also thought that this was 10,000-year stone milk. After all, the appearance and shape of this pool of water were very similar to the rumors, almost exactly the same. However, after taking a closer look, he felt that something was not quite right. It was rumored that 10,000-year stone milk was milky white with a hint of gold, but this pool of water was only milky white. If this isn't 10,000-year stone milk, then what is it? Although Yang Kai was an alchemist and had read a lot of ancient books about herbs and pill recipes, he did not think he could identify the best medicines in the world. He could not help turning his eyes to the old woman, hoping that she could recognize this pool of water. The old woman's expression fluctuated as she pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh and saying, "Whether this is 10,000-year stone milk or not, we'll know after trying." As he spoke, he extended a finger and dipped it into the pool of water. Then he placed it into his mouth. In the next moment, the old woman's eyes suddenly widened, and an unfathomable vitality burst out from her aged body, causing her old face to turn red as if she was weeping blood. Her wrinkles and wrinkles and wrinkles, wrinkles and her wrinkles and wrinkles. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the old woman's demeanor had returned to normal, but she was very different from before. She seemed to have become much younger all of a sudden. Although she still looked like an old woman, she was much better than before. The 3 Saint King Realm Masters were dumbfounded. The old woman also couldn't believe her own transformation and quickly took out a mirror from her space ring and held it in front of her eyes. Stroking her cheeks with her hand, after seeing the changes in her appearance, her old eyes flashed with tears and her body trembled violently. Yang Kai and the others did not disturb her and instead stood aside, waiting for her to calm down, hoping she could give them an explanation. After a while, the old woman chuckled and gently nodded, "So that's how it is." "Senior, what kind of medicine is this? It actually has such a miraculous effect," Kai he asked anxiously. "What kind of medicine is this?" The old woman glanced over at him. "This isn't some kind of medicine, it's an extinct treasure." When she said this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. As the saying goes, people die in pursuit of wealth while birds die in pursuit of food. Although this old woman had shown him goodwill along the way, If this thing in front of her was too precious, it was difficult to guarantee she wouldn't have thoughts of killing him and snatching it. There were only 4 of them here and she was the one with the strongest strength. Judging from her reaction just now, this pool of water was more than enough for her to take a risk. Yang Kai even saw a strange light flash across her eyes. The other party obviously had such thoughts, but for some reason she didn't take action in the end. Under Kai He's repeated questioning, the old woman slowly said, "Have you ever heard of the 3 great divine waters in the star territory?" 3 great divine waters? Kai He and Du Si were both confused. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "It seems little friend Yang has heard of them." The old woman observed Yang Kai's expression and smiled. "I've heard of them occasionally, but I don't know what these 3 great divine waters are," Yang Kai replied honestly. He had indeed heard of the 3 great divine waters when he was in the Luoyan desert. Soul-cleansing divine water was one of them. Soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse a cultivator's soul and greatly enhance their soul cultivation. However, the conditions for the formation of this divine water were extremely difficult. First, there had to be a spirit spring or spirit spring nearby, and then an Origin King Realm Master had to die nearby. The soul of the dead Origin King Realm Master had to fuse with the spirit spring and undergo countless years of transformation before there was a chance for soul-cleansing divine water to form. At that time, in the Luoyan desert, Yang Kai had obtained many benefits from soul-cleansing divine water, allowing his soul-warming lotus to evolve to 7 colors and giving birth to his blossoming lotus secret technique. At that time, he had heard people talk about the 3 great divine waters and was about to ask Yang Yen about them when he returned, but he had forgotten. Now that he heard the old woman mention the 3 great divine waters, Yang Kai naturally paid attention. Could this be one of the 3 great divine waters? Yang Kai asked in surprise.